health care law. Republicans have said they want to start the effort to repeal the law or to take away some of the funding mechanism for pieces of the law, because, as you know, the president holds the veto pen and Republicans wouldn't be able to overcome that. The health care law will likely be a key question in the back and forth with reporters, though.
You know, Brett, obviously there have been some major addresses by President Obama, including the ones specifically with respect to our troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. But politically speaking, can you remember a bigger one for the president than this one?
No, think about it. We are still about somewhere between 63 and 67 seats in Republican pickup in the House. That is massive. Not since 1948 has that happened. And you are looking at a president who has to deal with an entirely different dynamic here in Washington with a new speaker-to-be. And how he will deal with Republicans will essentially set the tone for the 2012 race. He is expected, of course, to run for re-election.
We're now within 60 seconds of the president. Brett, this is a president who's not used to losing.
He's not used to losing, and he hasn't taken it well. He's sometimes, people say he's thin-skinned. Analysts look at some of the things he's said and done throughout the campaign season about Republicans. Now he has to come back and reach across the aisle. Will he do what President Bill Clinton did back in 1994 and do that and work on things like welfare reform and work with people back then like Newt Gingrich, now like John Boehner, the speaker-to-be? In just a moment, you'll see the president walk from the state dining room down Cross Hall, and you'll see him walk into the East Room.
And as you say it, it happens. Bret Baier, thank you so much. Let's take a listen to President Obama.
Good afternoon, everybody. Last night, I had a chance to speak to the leaders of the House and the Senate and reached out to those who had both won and lost in both parties. I told John Boehner and Mitch McConnell that I look forward to working with them. And I thanked Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reid for their extraordinary leadership over the last 2 years. After what I'm sure was a long night for a lot of you, and needless to say, it was for me, I can tell you that, some election nights are more fun than others. Some are exhilarating. Some are humbling, but every election, regardless of who wins and who loses, is a reminder that in our democracy, power rests not with those of us in elected office, but with the people we have the privilege to serve. Over the last few months, I've had the opportunity to travel around the country and meet people where they live and where they work, from backyards to factory floors. I did some talking, but mostly I did a lot of listening. And yesterday's vote confirmed what I've heard from folks all across America. People are frustrated. They're deeply frustrated with the pace of our economic recovery and the opportunities that they hope for their children and their grandchildren. They want jobs to come back faster. They want paychecks to go further. And they want the ability to give their children the same chances and opportunities as they've had in life. And the men and women who sent us here don't expect Washington to solve all their problems, but they do expect Washington to work for them, not against them. They want to know that their tax dollars are being spent wisely, not wasted, and that we're not going to leave our children a legacy of debt. They want to know that their voices aren't being drowned out by a sea of lobbyists and special interests and partisan bickering. They want business to be done here openly and honestly. Now, I ran for this office to tackle these challenges and give voice to the concerns of everyday people. Over the last 2 years, we've made progress, but clearly too many Americans haven't felt that progress yet, and they told us that yesterday. And as president, I take responsibility for that. What yesterday also told us is that no one party will be able to dictate where we go from here, that we must find common ground in order to in order to make progress on some uncommonly difficult challenges. And I told John Boehner and Mitch McConnell last night, I am very eager to sit down with members of both parties and figure out how we can move forward together. I'm not suggesting this will be easy, I won't pretend that we will be able to bridge every difference or solve every disagreement. There's a reason we have two parties in this country, and both Democrats and Republicans have certain beliefs and certain principles that each feels cannot be compromised. But what I think the American people are expecting, and what we owe them, is to focus on those issues that affect their jobs, their security, and their future, reducing our deficit, promoting a clean energy economy, making sure that our children are the best educated in the world, making sure that we're making the investments in technology that will allow us to keep our competitive edge in the global economy. Because the most important contest we face is not the contest between Democrats and Republicans. In this century, the most important competition we face is between America and our economic competitors around the world. To win that competition and to continue our economic leadership, we're going to need to be strong and we're going to need to be united. Now, none of the challenges we face lend themselves to simple solutions or bumper sticker slogans, nor are the answers found in any one particular philosophy or ideology. As I've said before, no person, no party has a monopoly on wisdom. And that's why I'm eager to hear good ideas wherever they come from, whoever proposes them. And that's why I believe it's important to have an honest and civil debate about the choices that we face. That's why I want to engage both Democrats and Republicans in serious conversations about where we're going as a nation. And with so much at stake, what the American people don't want from us, especially here in Washington, is to spend the next 2 years refighting the political battles of the last two. We just had a tough election. We will have another in 2012. I'm not so naive as to think that everybody will put politics aside until then, but I do hope to make progress on the various serious problems facing us right now. And that's going to require all of us, including me, to work harder at building consensus. You know, a little over a month ago, we held a town hall meeting in Richmond, Virginia. And one of the most telling questions came from a small business owner who runs a tree care firm. He told me how hard he works and how busy he was, how he doesn't have time to pay attention to all the back and forth in Washington. And he asked, is there hope for us returning to civility in our discourse, to a healthy legislative process? So as I strap on the boots again tomorrow, I know that you guys got it under control. It's hard to have faith in that right now, he said. I do believe there is hope for civility. I do believe there's hope for progress. And that's because I believe in the resiliency of a nation that's bounced back from much worse than what we're going through right now. A nation that's overcome war and depression, that has been made more perfect in our struggle for individual rights and individual freedoms. Each time progress has come slowly and even painfully, but progress has always come because we've worked at it and because we've believed in it, and most of all because we remembered that our first allegiance as citizens is not to party or region or faction, but to country. Because while we may be proud Democrats or proud Republicans, we are prouder to be Americans. And that's something that we all need to remember right now and in the coming months. And if we do, I have no doubt that we will continue this nation's long journey towards a better future. So with that, let me take some questions. I'm going to start off with Ben Feller at AP.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you willing to concede at all that what happened last night was not just an expression of frustration about the economy, but a fundamental rejection of your agenda? And given the results, who do you think speaks to the true voice of the American people right now, you or John Boehner?
I think that there is no doubt that people's number one concern is the economy. And what they were expressing great frustration about is the fact that we haven't made enough progress on the economy. We've stabilized the economy. We've got job growth in the private sectors. But people all across America aren't feeling that progress. They don't see it. And they understand that I'm the President of the United States, and that my core responsibility is making sure that we've got an economy that's growing, a middle class that feels secure, that jobs are being created. And so I think I've got to take direct responsibility for the fact that we have not made as much progress as we need to make. Now, moving forward, I think the question is going to be, can Democrats and Republicans sit down together and come up with a set of ideas that address those core concerns? I'm confident that we can. I think that there are some areas where it's going to be very difficult for us to agree on. But I think there are going to be a whole bunch of areas where we can agree on. I don't think there's anybody in America who thinks that we've got an energy policy that works the way it needs to, that thinks that we shouldn't be working on energy independence. And that gives opportunities for Democrats and Republicans to come together and think about whether it's natural gas or energy efficiency or how we can build electric cars in this country. How do we move forward on that agenda? I think everybody in this country thinks that we've got to make sure our kids are equipped in terms of their education, their science background, their math backgrounds to compete in this new global economy. And that's going to be an area where I think there's potential common ground. So on a whole range of issues, there are going to be areas where we disagree. I think the overwhelming message that I hear from the voters is that we want everybody to act responsibly in Washington. We want you to work harder to arrive at consensus. We want you to focus completely on jobs and the economy and growing it so that we're ensuring a better future for our children and our grandchildren. I think that there's no doubt that as I reflect on the results of the election, it underscores for me that I've got to do a better job, just like everybody else in Washington does. Well, I think John Boehner and I and Mitch McConnell and Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi are going to have to sit down and work together, because I suspect that if you talk to any individual voter yesterday, they'd say, there's some things I agree with Democrats on, there's some things I agree with Republicans on. I don't think people carry around with them a fixed ideology. I think the majority of people, they're going about their business, going about their lives. They just want to make sure that we're making progress, and that's going to be my top priority over the next couple of years. Savannah Guthrie.
Just following up on what Ben just talked about, you don't seem to be reflecting or second-guessing any of the policy decisions you've made, instead saying the message the voters were sending was about frustration with the economy, or maybe even chalking it up to a failure on your part to communicate effectively. If you're not reflecting on your policy agenda, is it possible voters can conclude you're still not getting it?
Well, Savannah, that was just the first question, so we're going to have a few more here. I'm doing a whole lot of reflecting, and I think that there are going to be areas in policy where we're going to have to do a better job. I think that over the last 2 years, we have made a series of very tough decisions, but decisions that were right in terms of moving the country forward in an emergency situation where we had the risk of slipping into a second Great Depression. But what is absolutely true is that with all that stuff coming at folks fast and furious, a recovery package, what we had to do with respect to the banks, what we had to do with respect to the auto companies, I think people started looking at all this, and it felt as if government was getting much more intrusive into people's lives than they were accustomed to. Now, the reason was it was an emergency situation. But I think it's understandable that folks said to themselves, maybe this is the agenda as opposed to a response to an emergency. And that's something that I think, everybody in the White House understood was a danger. We thought it was necessary, but I'm sympathetic to folks who looked at it and said, this is looking like potential overreach. You know, in addition, there are a bunch of price tags that went with that. And so even though these were emergency situations, people rightly said, gosh, we already have all this debt. We already have these big deficits. This is potentially going to compound it. And at what point are we going to get back to a situation where we're doing what families all around the country do, which is make sure that if you spend something, you know how to pay for it, as opposed to racking up the credit card for the next generation. And I think that the other thing that happened is that, when I won election in 2008, one of the reasons I think that people were excited about the campaign was the prospect that we would change how business is done in Washington. And we were in such a hurry to get things done that we didn't change how things got done. And I think that frustrated people. I'm a strong believer that the earmarking process in Congress isn't what the American people really want to see when it comes to making tough decisions about how taxpayer dollars are spent. And I, in the rush to get things done, had to sign a bunch of bills that had earmarks in them, which was contrary to what I had talked about. And I think, folks look at that and they said, gosh, this feels like the same partisan squabbling. This seems like the same ways of doing business as happened before. And so, one of the things that I've got to take responsibility for is not having moved enough on those fronts. And I think there is an opportunity to move forward on some of those issues. My understanding is Eric Cantor today said that he wanted to see a moratorium on earmarks continuing. That's something I think we can work on together.
But you still resist the notion that voters rejected the policy choices you made?
Well, Savannah, I think that what I think is absolutely true is voters are not satisfied with the outcomes. I mean, if right now we had 5% unemployment instead of 9.6% unemployment, then people would have more confidence in those policy choices. The fact is that, for most folks, proof of whether they work or not is, has the economy gotten back to where it needs to be? And it hasn't. And so my job is to make sure that I'm looking at all ideas that are on the table. When it comes to job creation, if Republicans have good ideas for job growth that can drive down the unemployment rate, and we haven't thought of them, we haven't looked at them, but we think they have a chance of working, we want to try some. So on the policy front, I think the most important thing is to say that we're not going to rule out ideas because they're Democrat or Republican. We want to just see what works, and ultimately I'll be judged as president as to the bottom line, results. Mike Emanuel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Healthcare. As you're well aware, obviously, a lot of Republicans ran against your healthcare law. Some have called for repealing the law. I'm wondering, sir, if you believe that healthcare reform that you work so hard on is in danger at this point, and whether there's a threat as a result of this election.
Well, I know that there's some Republican candidates who won last night who feel very strongly about it. I'm sure that this will be an issue that comes up in discussions with the Republican leadership. As I said before, though, I think we'd be misreading the election if we thought that the American people want to see us for the next 2 years relitigate arguments that we had over the last 2 years. With respect to the health care law generally, and this may go to some of the questions that Savannah was raising. When I talk to a woman from New Hampshire who doesn't have to mortgage her house because she got cancer and is seeking treatment, but now is able to get health insurance. When I talk to parents who are relieved that their child with a pre-existing condition can now stay on their their policy until they're 26 years old and give them time to transition to find a job that will give them health insurance, or the small businesses that are now taking advantage of the tax credits that are provided, then I say to myself, this was the right thing to do. Now, if the Republicans have ideas for how to improve our health care system, if they want to suggest modifications that would deliver faster and more effective reform to a health care system that has been wildly expensive for too many families and businesses, and certainly for our federal government, I'm happy to consider some of those ideas. For example, I know one of the things that's come up is that the 1099 provision in the health care bill appears to be too burdensome for small businesses. It just involves too much paperwork, too much filing. It's probably counterproductive. It was designed to make sure that revenue was raised to help pay for some of the other provisions, but if it ends up just being so much trouble that small businesses find it difficult to manage, that's something that we should take a look at. So there are going to be examples where I think we can tweak and make improvements on the progress that we've made. That's true for any significant piece of legislation. But I don't think that if you ask the American people, should we stop trying to close the donut hole that will help senior citizens get prescription drugs? Should we go back to a situation where people with pre-existing conditions can't get health insurance? Should we allow insurance companies to drop your coverage when you get sick, even though you've been paying premiums? I don't think that you'd have a strong vote for people saying, those are provisions I want to eliminate.
According to the exit poll, sir, about 1 out of 2 voters apparently said that they would like to either see it overturned or repealed. Are you concerned that that may embolden those who are from the other party, perhaps?
Well, it also means 1 out of 2 voters think it was the right thing to do. And obviously this is an issue that has been contentious. But as I said, I think what's going to be useful is for us to go through, the issues that Republicans have issues on. Not sort of talking generally, but let's talk specifics. Is this particular provision, when it comes to pre-existing conditions, is this something you're for or you're against? Helping seniors get their prescription drugs, does that make sense or not? And if we take that approach, which is different from campaigning, I mean, this is now governing, then I think that we can continue to make some progress and find some common ground. Okay, Chip Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans say more than anything else what this election was about was spending, and they say it will be when hell freezes over that they will accept anything remotely like a stimulus bill or any kind of the proposals you have out there to stimulate job growth through spending. Do you accept the fact that any kind of spending to create jobs is dead at this point? And if so, what else can government do to create jobs, which is the #1 issue?
Well, I think this is going to be an important question for Democrats and Republicans. I think the American people are absolutely concerned about spending and debt and deficits. And I'm going to have a deficit commission that is putting forward its ideas. It's a bipartisan group that includes Republican and Democratic members of Congress. Hopefully, they were able to arrive at some consensus on some areas where we can eliminate programs that don't work, cut back on government spending that is inefficient, can streamline government, but isn't cutting into the core investments that are going to make sure that we are a competitive economy that is growing and providing opportunity for years to come. So, the question I think that my Republican friends and me and Democratic leaders are going to have to answer is, what are our priorities? What do we care about? And that's going to be a tough debate because there are some tough choices here. We already had a big deficit that I inherited, and that has been made worse because of the recession. As we bring it down, I want to make sure that we're not cutting into education that is going to help define whether or not we can compete around the world. I don't think we should be cutting back on research and development because if we can develop new technologies in areas like clean energy, that could make all the difference in terms of job creation here at home. I think the proposal that I've put forward with respect to infrastructure is one that historically we've had bipartisan agreement about. And we should be able to agree now that it makes no sense for China to have better rail systems than us and Singapore having better airports than us. And we just learned that China now has the fastest supercomputer on Earth. That used to be us. They're making investments because they know those investments will pay off over the long term. And so in these budget discussions, the key is to be able to distinguish between stuff that isn't adding to our growth, isn't an investment in our future, and those things that are absolutely necessary for us to be able to increase job growth in the future as well. Now, the single most important thing I think we need to do economically, and this is something that has to be done during the lame duck session, is making sure that taxes don't go up on middle-class families next year. And so we've got some work to do on that front to make sure that families not only are seeing a higher tax burden, which will automatically happen if Congress doesn't act, but also making sure that business provisions that historically we have extended each year, that, for example, provide tax breaks for companies that are investing here in the United States in research and development, that those are extended. I think it makes sense for us to extend unemployment insurance because there's still a lot of folks out there hurting. So there's some things that we can do right now that will help sustain the recovery and advance it, even as we're also sitting down and figuring out, okay, over the next several years, what kinds of budget cuts can we make that are intelligent, that are smart, that won't be undermining our recovery, but in fact will be encouraging job growth.
Most of those things that you just called investments, they call wasteful spending, and they say it's dead on arrival. It sounds like without their support, you can't get any of it through.
Well, what is absolutely true is that if without any Republican support on anything, then it's going to be hard to get things done. But I'm not going to anticipate that they're not going to support anything. I think that part of the message sent to Republicans was we want to see stronger job growth in this country. And if there are good ideas about putting people to work that traditionally have garnered Republican support and that don't add to the deficit, then my hope is and expectation is that that's something they're willing to have a serious conversation about. When it comes to, for example, the proposal we put forward to accelerate depreciation for business so that if they're building a plant or investing in new equipment next year, that they can take a complete write-off next year, get a huge tax break next year, and that would then encourage a lot of businesses to get off the sidelines. I mean, that's not historically considered a liberal idea. That's actually an idea that business groups and Republicans, I think, have supported for a very long time. So, again, the question is going to be, do we all come to the table with an open mind and say to ourselves, what do we think is actually going to make a difference for the American people? That's how we're going to be judged over the next couple of years. Peter Baker.
Thank you, Mr. President. After your election 2 years ago, when you met with Republicans, you said that in discussing what policies might go forward, that elections have consequences, and that you pointed out that you had won. I wonder what consequences you think this election should have then in terms of your policies. Are there areas that you're willing, can you name today, areas that you would be willing to compromise on that you might not have been willing to compromise on in the past?
Well, I think I've been willing to compromise in the past, and I'm going to be willing to compromise going forward on a whole range of issues. Let me give you an example, the issue of energy that I just mentioned. I think there were a lot of Republicans that ran against the energy bill that passed in the House last year. And so it's doubtful that you could get the votes to pass that through the House this year, or next year, or the year after. But that doesn't mean there is an agreement that we should have a better energy policy. And so let's find those areas where we can agree. We've got, I think, broad agreement that we've got terrific natural gas resources in this country. Are we doing everything we can to develop those? There's a lot of agreement around the need to make sure that electric cars are developed here in the United States, that we don't fall behind other countries. Are there things that we can do to encourage that? And there's already been bipartisan interest on those issues. There's been discussion about how we can restart our nuclear industry as a means of reducing our dependence on foreign oil and reducing greenhouse gases. Is that an area where we can move forward? We were able, over the last 2 years, to increase, for the first time in 30 years, fuel efficiency standards on cars and trucks. We didn't even need legislation. We just needed the cooperation of automakers and auto workers and investors and other shareholders. And that's going to move us forward in a serious way. So, I think when it comes to something like energy, what we're probably going to have to do is say, here are some areas where there's just too much disagreement between Democrats and Republicans. We can't get this done right now. But let's not wait. Let's go ahead and start making some progress on the things that we do agree on. And we can continue to have a strong and healthy debate about those areas where we don't.
Pledge to America that you think you can support?
I'm sure there are going to be areas, particularly around, for example, reforming how Washington works, that I'll be interested in. I think the American people want to see more transparency, more openness. As I said, in the midst of economic crisis, I think one of the things I take responsibility for is not having pushed harder on some of those issues. And I think if you take Republicans and Democrats at their word, this is an area that they want to deliver on for the American people. I want to be supportive of that effort. Jake Tapper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a policy question and a personal one. The policy question is, you talked about how the immediate goal is the Bush tax cuts and making sure that they don't expire for those who earn under $250,000.
Right.
Republicans disagree with that strongly. They want all of the Bush tax cuts extended. Are you willing to compromise on that? Are you willing to negotiate at all, for instance, allow them to expire for everyone over $1 million? Where are you willing to budge on that? And the second one is, President Bush, when he went through a similar thing, came out and he said this was a thumping. And you talked about how it was humbling, or you alluded to it perhaps being humbling. And I'm wondering, when you call your friends, like Congressman Perriello or Governor Strickland, and you see 19 state legislatures go to the other side, governorships in swing states, the Democratic Party set back, what does it feel like?
Feels bad. The toughest thing over the last couple of days is seeing really terrific public servants not have the opportunity to serve anymore, at least in the short term. And you mentioned there are just some terrific members of Congress who took really tough votes because they thought it was the right thing, even though they knew this could cause them political problems. And even though a lot of them came from really tough swing districts or majority Republican districts. And the amount of courage that they showed and conviction that they showed is something that I admire so much. I can't overstate it. And so there's not only sadness about seeing them go, but there's also a lot of questioning on my part in terms of, could I have done something differently or done something more so that those folks would still be here. It's hard, and I take responsibility for it in a lot of ways. I will tell you that they've been incredibly gracious when I have conversations with them, and what they've told me is, we don't have regrets because I feel like we were doing the right thing, and they may be just saying that to make me feel better, which again is a sign of their character and their class. And I hope a lot of them continue to pursue public service, because I think they're terrific public servants. With respect to the tax cut issue, my goal is to make sure that we don't have a huge spike in taxes for middle-class families. Not only would that be a terrible burden on families who are already going through tough times, it would be bad for our economy. It is very important that we're not taking a whole bunch of money out of the system from people who are most likely to spend that money on goods, services, groceries, buying a new winter coat for the kids. That's also why I think unemployment insurance is important. Not only is it the right thing to do for folks who are still looking for work and struggling in this really tough economy, but it's the right thing to do for the economy as a whole. So my goal is to sit down with Speaker-elect Boehner and Mitch McConnell, Harry and Nancy, sometime in the next few weeks, and see where we can move forward in a way that, first of all, does no harm, that extends those tax cuts that are very important for middle-class families, also extends those provisions that are important to encourage businesses to invest and provide businesses some certainty over the next year or two. And how that negotiation works itself out, I think it's too early to say. But this is going to be one of my top priorities, and my hope is that given we all have an interest in growing the economy and encouraging job growth, that we're not going to play brinksmanship, but instead we're going to act responsibly.
You're willing to negotiate.
Absolutely. Laura Meckler.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier that it was clear that the Congress was rejecting the idea of a cap-and-trade program and that you wouldn't be able to move forward with that. Looking ahead, do you feel the same way about EPA regulating carbon emissions? Would you be open to them doing essentially the same thing through an administrative action, or is that off the table as well? And secondly, just to follow up on what you said about changing the way Washington works, do you think that you said you didn't do enough to change the way things were handled in this city? In order to get your health care bill passed, you needed to make some of those deals. Yeah. Do you wish, in retrospect, you had not made those deals, and even if it meant the collapse of the program?
I think that making sure that families had security and that we're on a trajectory to lower health care costs was absolutely critical for this country. But you are absolutely right that when you are navigating through a House and a Senate in this kind of pretty partisan environment, that it's an ugly mess when it comes to process. And I think that is something that really affected how people viewed the outcome. That is something that I regret, that we couldn't have made the process more healthier than it ended up being. But I think the outcome was a good one. With respect to the EPA, I think the smartest thing for us to do is to see if we can get Democrats and Republicans in a room who are serious about energy independence and are serious about keeping our air clean and our water clean and dealing with the issue of greenhouse gases, and seeing are there ways that we can make progress in the short term and invest in technologies in the long term that start giving us the tools to reduce greenhouse gases and solve this problem. The EPA is under a court order that says greenhouse gases are a pollutant that fall under their jurisdiction. And I think one of the things that's very important for me is not to have us ignore the science, but rather to find ways that we can solve these problems that don't hurt the economy, that encourage the development of clean energy in this country, that in fact may give us opportunities to create entire new industries and create jobs that put us in a competitive posture around the world. So I think it's too early to say whether or not we can make some progress on that front. I think we can. Cap and trade was just one way of skinning the cat. It was not the only way. It was a means, not an end. And I'm going to be looking for other means to address this problem. And I think the EPA wants help from the legislature on this. I don't think that the desire is to somehow be protective of their powers here. I think what they want to do is make sure that the issue is being dealt with. Okay. Ed Henry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to do a personal and policy one as well. On personal, you had a lot of fun on the campaign trail by saying that the Republicans were drinking a Slurpee and sitting on the sidelines while you were trying to pull the car out of the ditch. But the point of the story was that you said if you want to go forward, you put the car in D. If you want to go backwards, you put it in R. Now that there are at least 60 House districts that seem to have rejected that message, is it possible that there are a majority of Americans who think your policies are taking us in reverse? And what specific changes will you make to your approach to try to fix that and better connect with the American people? And just on a policy front, don't ask, don't tell is something that you promised to end. And when you had 60 votes and 59 votes in the Senate, it's a tough issue. You haven't been able to do it. Do you now have to tell your liberal base that with maybe 52 or 53 votes in the Senate, you're just not going to be able to get it done in the next 2 years?
Well, let me take the second issue first. I've been a strong believer in the notion that if somebody is willing to serve in our military, in uniform, putting their lives on the line for our security, that they should not be prevented from doing so because of their sexual orientation. And since there's been a lot of discussion about polls over the last 48 hours, I think it's worth noting that the overwhelming majority of Americans feel the same way. It's the right thing to do. Now, as Commander-in-Chief, I've said that making this change needs to be done in an orderly fashion. I've worked with the Pentagon, worked with Secretary Gates, worked with Admiral Mullen to make sure that we are looking at this in a systematic way that maintains good order and discipline, but that we need to change this policy. There's going to be a review that comes out at the beginning of the month that will have surveyed attitudes and opinions within the armed forces. I will expect that Secretary of Defense Gates and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mullen, will have something to say about that review. I will look at it very carefully. But that will give us time to act potentially during the lame duck session to change this policy. Keep in mind we've got a bunch of court cases that are out there as well. And something that would be very disruptive to good order and discipline and unit cohesion is if we've got this issue bouncing around in the courts, as it already has over the last several weeks, where the Pentagon and the chain of command doesn't know at any given time what rules they're working under. We need to provide certainty, and it's time for us to move this policy forward, and this should not be a partisan issue. This is an issue, as I said, where you've got a sizable portion of the American people squarely behind the notion that folks who are willing to serve on our behalf should be treated fairly and equally. Now, in terms of how we move forward, I think that the American people understand that we're still digging our way out of a pretty big mess. So I don't think anybody denies they think we're in a ditch. I just don't think they feel like we've gotten all the way out of the ditch yet. And to move the analogy forward that I used in the campaign, I think what they want right now is the Democrats and the Republicans both pushing some more to get the car on level ground. And we haven't done that. If you think I was engaging in too much campaign rhetoric saying the Republicans were just sitting on the side of the road watching us get that car out of the ditch, at the very least we were pushing in opposite directions. And so
that your policies are taking the country in reverse. You just reject that idea altogether that your policies could be going in reverse.
yes. And I think, look, here's the bottom line. When I came into office, this economy was in a free fall. And the economy has stabilized. The economy is growing. We've seen 9 months of private sector job growth. So I think it'd be hard to argue that we're going backwards. I think what you can argue is we're stuck in neutral. Right? We are not moving the way we need to make sure that folks have the jobs, have the opportunity, are seeing economic growth in their communities the way they need to. And that's going to require Democrats and Republicans to come together and look for the best ideas to move things forward. It will not be easy, not just because Democrats and Republicans may have different priorities, as we were just discussing when it came to how we structure tax cuts, but because these issues are hard. You know, the Republicans throughout the campaign said they're very concerned about debt and deficits. Well, one of the most important things we can do for debt and deficits is economic growth. So what other proposals do they have to grow the economy? If, in fact, they're rejecting some of the proposals I've made, I want to hear from them what affirmative policies can make a difference in terms of encouraging job growth and promoting the economy. Because, you know, I don't think that tax cuts alone are going to be a recipe for the kind of expansion that we need. You know, from 2001 to 2009, we cut taxes pretty significantly, and we just didn't see the kind of expansion that is going to be necessary in terms of driving the unemployment rate down significantly. So I think what we're going to need to do, and what the American people want, is for us to mix and match ideas, figure out those areas where we can agree on, move forward on those, disagree without being disagreeable on those areas that we can't agree on. If we accomplish that, then there will be time for politics later, but over the next year, I think we can solidify this recovery and give people a little more confidence out there. Hans Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask if you're going to have John Boehner over for a Slurpee, but I actually have a serious question.
I might serve. They're delicious drinks.
Since
the Slurpee Summit. That's good. I like that.
Since you seem to be in a reflective mood, do you think you need to hit the reset button with business? How do you plan to set that reset button with business? Would you include anything beyond your Cleveland speech, those proposals, to get them off the sidelines, get them off the cash they're hoarding, and start hiring again? Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is an important question that we've been asking ourselves for several months now. You're right. As I reflect on what's happened over the last 2 years, one of the things that I think has not been managed by me as well as it needed to be was finding the right balance in making sure that businesses have rules of the road and are treating customers fairly, and whether it's their credit cards or insurance or their mortgages, but also making absolutely clear that the only way America succeeds is if businesses are succeeding. The reason we've got a unparalleled standard of living in the history of the world is because we've got a free market that is dynamic and entrepreneurial, and that free market has to be nurtured and cultivated. And there's no doubt that when you had the financial crisis on Wall Street, the bonus controversies, the battle around health care, battle around financial reform, and then you had BP, you just had a successive set of issues in which I think business took the message that, well, gosh, it seems like we may be always painted as the bad guy. And so I've got to take responsibility in terms of making sure that I make clear to the business community as well as to the country that the most important thing we can do is to boost and encourage our business sector and make sure that they're hiring. And so we do have specific plans in terms of how we can structure that outreach. Now, keep in mind, over the last 2 years, we've been talking to CEOs constantly. And as I plan for my trip later this week to Asia, the whole focus is on how are we going to open up markets so that American businesses can prosper and we can sell more goods and create more jobs here in the United States. And a whole bunch of corporate executives are going to be joining us so that I can help them open up those markets and allow them to sell their products. So there's been a lot of strong interaction behind the scenes, but I think setting the right tone publicly is going to be important, and it could end up making a difference at the margins in terms of how businesses make investment decisions.
Would you have new specific proposals to get them off the sidelines and start hiring?
Well, I already discussed a couple with Chip that haven't been acted on yet. You're right that I made these proposals 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, but it was in the midst of a campaign season where it was doubtful that they were going to get a full hearing, just because there was so much political noise going on. I think as we move forward, sitting down and talking to businesses, figuring out what exactly would help you make more investments that could create more jobs here in the United States, and listening hard to them in a context where maybe Democrats and Republicans are together, so we're receiving the same message at the same time, and then acting on that agenda could make a big difference. Matt Spitalny, Reuters.
Thank you, Mr. President. How do you respond to those who say the election outcome, at least in part, was voters saying that they see you as out of touch with their personal economic pain? And are you willing to make any changes in your leadership style?
You know, there is an inherent danger in being in the White House and being in the bubble. I mean, folks didn't have any complaints about my leadership style when I was running around Iowa for a year, and they got a pretty good look at me up close and personal, and they were able to lift the hood and kick the tires, and I think they understood that my story was theirs. I might have a funny name, I might have lived in some different places, but the values of hard work and responsibility and honesty and looking out for one another that had been instilled in them by their parents, those were the same values that I took from my mom and my grandparents. And so the track record has been that when I'm out of this place, that's not an issue. When you're in this place, it is hard not to seem removed. And one of the challenges that we've got to think about is how do I meet my responsibilities here in the White House, which require a lot of hours and a lot of work, but still have that opportunity to engage with the American people on a day-to-day basis, and give them confidence that I'm listening to them. Those letters that I read every night, some of them just break my heart. Some of them provide me encouragement and inspiration. But nobody's filming me reading those letters. And so it's hard, I think, for people to get a sense of, well, how's he taken in all this information? So I think there are more things that we can do to make sure that I'm getting out of here. But I think it's important to point out as well that a couple of great communicators, Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton, were standing at this podium 2 years into their presidency, getting very similar questions because the economy wasn't working the way it needed to be, and there were a whole range of factors that made people concerned that maybe the party in power wasn't listening to them. This is something that I think every president needs to go through because the responsibilities of this office are so enormous, and so many people are depending on what we do. And in the rush of activity, sometimes we lose track of the ways that we connected with folks that got us here in the first place. And that's something that, now, I'm not recommending for every future president that they take a shellacking like I did last night. I'm sure there are easier ways to learn these lessons. But I do think that, this is a growth process and an evolution. And the relationship that I've had with the American people is one that built slowly, peaked at this incredible high, and then during the course of the last 2 years, as we've together gone through some very difficult times, has gotten rockier and tougher. And it's going to, I'm sure, have some more ups and downs during the course of me being in this office. But the one thing that I just want to end on is getting out of here is good for me too, because when I travel around the country, even in the toughest of these debates, in the midst of health care last year during summer when there were protesters about, and when I'm meeting families who've lost loved ones in Afghanistan or Iraq, I always come away from those interactions just feeling so much more optimistic about this country. We have such good and decent people who, on a day-to-day basis, are finding all kinds of ways to live together and educate kids and grow their communities and improve their communities and create businesses and work together to create great new products and services. And the American people always make me optimistic, and that's why during the course of the last 2 years, as tough as it's been, as many sometimes scary moments as we've gone through, I've never doubted that we're going to emerge stronger than we were before. And I think that remains true, and I'm just going to be looking forward to playing my part in helping that journey along. All right? Thank you very much, everybody.
President. An extraordinary news conference from the President of the United States reacting to stunning losses in the House and the Senate and at the gubernatorial level last night as the GOP made major gains. And the general consensus was it was a rejection in large measure of President Obama's policies, something he acknowledged in part and made clear that in his view, he thought last night was all about the economy, that the president and his agenda had made progress on that front, but the American people are not feeling it, saying that we want people to act responsibly in D.C. was the message he took from Americans, and to achieve consensus and to focus completely on jobs. There was plenty in there to chew on. I want to bring in our political panel now for their perspective, including Monica Crowley, radio talk show host and Fox News contributor. Also Richard Socarides, Democratic strategist and former special assistant to President Clinton. And Doug Schoen, Democratic pollster and co-author of the book Mad as Hell. He's also a Fox News contributor. Monica, let me start with you. Your thoughts, your overall thoughts on the president's message.
Well, first of all, he looked like he was passing a gallstone. He was not very happy to be there, and understandably so. What I found very remarkable about this presser, Megan, is the fact that he seemed self-aware toward the end of the press conference, sort of reflecting on the personal nature of his job. But there wasn't a lot of self-awareness about the wholesale rejection last night of his major legislative achievements, namely Obamacare, namely the nearly $1 trillion in stimulus, namely even cap and trade, which he did spend a good deal of time talking about. He also didn't acknowledge that the American people over the past 2 years have felt two different levels of fear and anxiety. The first level is the urgent and immediate economic fear. Am I going to be able to keep my job? Am I going to lose my job? Will I ever find another job? Is the bank going to foreclose on my home? But there's a more profound level of fear that was percolating underneath all of that, which is that the very nature of America is changing under this presidency and changing under the last Congress.
But he tried to acknowledge that in part where he said people have misperceived, if you will, that that's my agenda as opposed to my reaction to what he repeatedly described as an emergency. We were in an emergency situation. He did not particularly use that to justify the health care law, but he used it to talk about stimulus and bailing out the banks and bailing out the auto industry. And he suggested that people sort of had the wrong idea that he was about big government as a result of that.
But here's the inconsistency, Megyn. He was talking about being in a rush, that I had to sign all of these very incredibly expensive bills that blew up the deficit because we were in a fiscal and economic emergency. Well, then why, pray tell, did he spend a year focused on Obamacare? He blew the first year of his presidency, blew through a lot of the political capital he had when he got in on a health care bill that most Americans did not want and that we could not afford. Now I find it remarkable that he is saying, well, now we've got to focus on jobs, we've got to focus on improving relations with the business community, we've got to focus on economic growth. Megyn, he blew the first year and a half of his presidency focused elsewhere. And now maybe the Republican Congress will force his hand on a lot of these issues to get economic growth going, namely the Bush tax cuts and so on. But even there, he would only go halfway and not say that he was for the extension of all of the Bush tax cuts.
Doug, let me bring you in because you've done a lot of polling on this. This is just one example. I've got a lot of emails from our viewers. We're taking them still at kelly@foxnews.com. But this is one example that is representative of several. From Brian in Warwick, New York. Hi, Megyn. He says, listening to Obama's speech, in all caps, he still doesn't get it. We want small government, tax cuts, and massive spending cuts. Period. Doug?
Well, Megyn, there are certainly voters who feel like that email reflects. But bottom line, and I think Monica is going a little too far, this was a humble, contrite president who was suggesting he's willing to go much further to meet the Republicans halfway than he's gone before on job development, on taxes, and even tax cuts. Bargaining is done over time. You have to look forward, not backwards. And my sense was this was the start of a process, an important press conference, and I think to look prospectively at what this could imply gives hope for those of us moderate Democrats who believe in bipartisan cooperation. Haven't seen it, as Monica suggested, in the past, but the president is signaling he's open to deal.
Richard, you know, when I heard the president talk about areas where they might now be able to find common ground, this is what he ticked off. Jobs, clean energy, work on the deficit, education, and technology investments. It didn't sound like anything that ambitious. It sounded like a much different agenda than we heard from this president back in 2008.
Yeah, I think it's tough. I mean, clearly he is still trying to absorb what happened last night. And, you know, I thought that in the beginning he was a little flat, a little, you know, could have been a little more passionate. I think what he had to do today, I agree with Doug that I think it was very important and it's a beginning, but I think what he had to do today was let the American people know that he understood what happened, and he did that a little bit more at the end where he said we took a shellacking. And
he humanized himself there.
He warmed up. He definitely warmed up. He said, I thought that was important that he said it was a shellacking, and then also he said that
it feels bad.
He lost track. He lost track a little bit, and he feels bad. So I think that was important. But what I would have hoped to have seen a little bit more of was a plan going forward. I mean, there was no talk about bringing new people in. I think it's really important for him now to bring in some Republicans, to bring in some moderate Republicans into the White House and on the White House staff and expand that field of play there. And I just think that he's still absorbing this. It was a little passionless for me.
Monica, do you think, bottom line, as you walk away today, that he is changed, that his approach to his policy making has now changed?
You know, Megyn, there is nothing in his political character or temperament, or even in his political history, to suggest moderation. And I didn't hear anything to change my mind on that today. What I heard was a man who talked about a willingness to sit with the other side, a willingness to compromise on certain small bore issues, as you pointed out. But remember, over the past year and a half, he has used that line before on health care. Well, I'll bring in the Republicans, and if they've got some good ideas, I'll be happy to listen to them. There's a difference between sitting down with somebody and just letting them go off on their ideas and actually absorbing and incorporating those ideas. He did not do that in the last year and a half. Now, the complexion of the Congress will change come January. He might be forced to, but there's nothing in his past history to suggest that he will do a Bill Clinton and tone down the ideology and be more pragmatic.
And I want to get a quick answer from Richard and Doug on this. He seemed to have a new justification today with respect to the stimulus and some of his bailouts that were very unpopular with some of the voters. We heard several times today, emergency. It was an emergency. Right. We had to act, and we heard a theme he's developed over the past 2 weeks, which was we had to prevent a second Great Depression. Doug, is it too little on that, or is that now an effective message for him?
Well, I think that is his pivot to all ideas are on the table. I think what he was saying to me was, look, I'm willing to do tax cuts if you give me something for business. I'm willing to put energy initiatives on the table. I heard a new willingness to cooperate, and to Monica's point, given the change in the Congress, he's going to have to, otherwise he's a one-term president.
You agree with that, Richard?
I do. I heard a new willingness to cooperate. I don't think anybody expected him to walk away from the substance of the policy debate that we've been having, either on financial regulatory reform or on health care. I mean, he can't do that now, but I do think there's a new willingness to compromise. I wish I had seen a little bit more specifically about what he's going to do to change the culture, to encourage cooperation, but that can come. I think they're still absorbing it. It's very tough. I think he warmed up at the end, and I think it's headed in the right direction.
On health care, he said we would be misreading the election if we thought Americans want to see us relitigate these issues. But he did say if the Republicans want to suggest modifications, he's happy to consider them. You heard him talk about his willingness to listen. Yeah, he said this. John Boehner said he's willing to listen. A lot of people are going to be listening. We'll find out who's going to be doing the talking. Not us anymore, because I got to wrap this panel. Richard, Doug, Monica, thank you all so much.
Thanks, Megyn.
And we have a Fox News election alert here in this new hour of America Live. Welcome, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly. We are getting word right now that we should be expecting a victory speech by incumbent Democratic Senator Michael Bennet in Colorado. Last we heard, Bennet had such a narrow lead over Republican challenger Ken Buck that it could force a mandatory recount. And we are not hearing that this race has been called. It has not been called by Fox News. We're not hearing that it's been called by the AP either. Leland Vittert has more. He's live in Denver trying to sort this out for us. So, Leland, we're going to have the victory speech before the race has been called?
Before the race has been called, or even before Ken Buck offers his concession. There's a lot of balls in the air here, Megyn. We're going to start with that victory speech by Michael Bennet coming up in a few minutes. He has also declared victory on Facebook, as you noted, before either he's been declared the victor by AP or a concession was offered. We have a lot going on here. The leaderboard has been shifting back and forth all night and into the early morning. Let's take a look at the latest vote count. It has Michael Bennet up by about 15,000 votes. The important thing to note in this, those 15,000 votes equal about a percentage point. If that closes to less than half of a percentage point, mandatory recount in Colorado, and we know those recounts can go a very long time, even into December. Last night, Ken Buck was with us here. He allowed us up into his hotel suite to shoot him watching the results come in. After looking at some exit polls, Buck had told us he's only written one speech, meaning his victory speech. He certainly has not given that yet. Back here in Denver today, there's a bunch of other problems we're trying to sort out. Number one, the AP yesterday had some glitches in its vote reporting. Evidently, they miscounted a number of the votes, so that threw everybody's thinking off for a while. We had voter irregularities in El Paso County where they kept the polls open an additional 2 hours in trying to get let some other people vote. So a lot going on here, Megyn. We'll see when that victory speech comes in a couple of minutes.
Wow, that'll be interesting to watch. Leland, thank you so much. Keep us updated. Well, Colorado is not the only state still too close to call. Still undecided right now, Senate races in Alaska and Washington State. Our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, is live here in our studios in New York City. Carl, here we are. You know, we thought it was going to be over last night. It ain't over.
Megyn. That is our new map, and it's not completed for the U.S. Senate. The frustration in Colorado clearly getting under Michael Bennett's skin, sort of jumping out ahead of things in order to make this victory speech in advance of either a call or a concession. And there are still two left, two that probably aren't going to be resolved by any hurry-up calls or victory claims. We're talking, of course, about Washington and Alaska. In Washington, where it's a write-in campaign, there hasn't been a heck of a lot of movement, and there may not be for some time now. The battle here between Patty Murray and Dino Rossi continues. The question really is whether or not the Cascade Mountains, which cut the state right down north-south there, will have a big enough Republican vote for Dino Rossi in the eastern part of the state, particularly two congressional districts where it was very strong in this part of the state. The question then becomes, if Washington were to go, where would that end up leaving things in terms of the broader race? Well, the truth of the matter is it's not going to affect the actual Republican majority. That's going to stay where it is. They're not going to actually have a GOP majority. It'll still be in the minority. But then, of course, there's also this one, Alaska. And it looks as though the Republicans will be able to hold it. The Democrat not going to win it, but we don't know when. We don't know if that's the case, nor do we know when that will happen. So Republicans stay in the minority, but when you take a look at their gains overall and the fact that there are a lot of centrist Democrats now in the U.S. Senate who might be inclined to flip, Republicans think they may have something close to a governing number in the U.S. Senate, notwithstanding that they're still not in the majority.
Yeah, it looks like Senator Wyden is doing well in Alaska. We'll see whoever that could be.
Right.
Carl, thanks. Well, breaking news this afternoon on a possible sniper in the D.C. area. Shots fired toward the Coast Guard recruiting office in Virginia. What is going on down there? We'll tell you what the FBI now says about this case and, in particular, the gun. And victory for Republicans, also a victory for minority candidates. GOP wins that will diversify the political landscape just ahead. Plus the X factor. What impact the overhaul of health care had on the election results, and what will likely happen next.
It's going to be very, very exciting. But we have to pass the bill so that you can find out what is in it away from the fog of the controversy.
Naturally colorful vegetables are often a good source of vitamins, fiber, or minerals. And who brings you more natural colors than Campbell's condensed soups? Campbell's. It's amazing what soup can do.
I couldn't conceive this as a heart attack, but the doctor leaned over and said to me, "You just beat the Widowmaker." I was put on an aspirin, and it's part of my regimen now.
Be sure to talk to your doctor before you begin an aspirin regimen.
Go see your doctor now.
Most watched and most trusted.
It is game day.
One of the biggest questions of tonight.
We're just beginning to get the results in.
It was a pretty decisive win.
The Republicans will take control.
Only one was fair and balanced. Only America's election headquarters was number one.
Hello, I'm Patrick Cox, founder of Taxmasters. If the IRS is calling or sending threatening letters, you have years of unfiled tax returns, your wages are being garnished, or you're being audited, we can help. Listen, don't take on the IRS by yourself. Our former IRS agents and tax professionals have helped many good people just like you. The IRS has recently stepped up their efforts. Now more than ever, you need Taxmasters. Don't wait any longer. Call right now to get started today. Taxmasters, we solve your tax problems. Call 800-581-0458.
Welcome to Scottrade, where investors can be smarter and more confident about investing.
I told you about it. Seriously, the best way to spot market trends. Everybody knows Head & Shoulders patterns give you the clearest signals. It didn't work out that time I pointed out the double bottom patterns. Well, do you mean when you totally ignored a channel boost? Are you two still at it? This guy couldn't spot a trend if it was printed on his glasses.
Fellas, let me give you a thought. Gap reversals.
Scottrade, let us help you become a better investor.
Let me tell you about a very important phone call I made. When I got my Medicare card, I realized I needed an AARP Medicare supplement insurance card too.
Medicare is one of the great things about turning 65, but it doesn't cover everything. In fact, it only pays up to 80% of your Part B expenses. If you're already on or eligible for Medicare, call now to find out how an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company, helps cover some of the medical expenses not paid by Medicare Part B. That can save you up to thousands of dollars. These are the only Medicare supplement insurance plans exclusively endorsed by AARP. When you call now, you'll get this free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare.
I can keep my own doctor and choose my own hospital.
And I don't need a referral to see a specialist.
As with all Medicare supplement plans, you can keep your own doctor and hospital that accepts Medicare and help pay for what Medicare doesn't. Call this toll-free number now to get your free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare.
America decides, and the GOP wins big. Voters changed Washington's political landscape, and viewers chose one network for powerful, fair, and balanced coverage. As the country moves ahead, only Fox News Channel moves forward.
Fox News election alert for you. The president taking some tough questions in the last hour on the health care overhaul, as well as the midterm results. Our own Mike Emanuel asked President Obama about what his plans are for the health care law going forward.
If the Republicans have ideas for how to improve our health care system, if they want to suggest modifications that would deliver faster and more effective reform to a health care system that has been wildly expensive for too many families and businesses, and certainly for our federal government, I'm happy to consider some of those ideas.
Ari Fleischer is a former White House press secretary under President George W. Bush, and Pat Caddell is a Democratic pollster and a Fox News contributor. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Ari, let me start with you. So the president says he's happy to possibly tweak. He's going to listen to ideas, but he says, look, at the end of the day, it was an ugly mess when it came to the process, which it had to be in this kind of politicized environment, but the outcome was good.
Megan, you have to understand how big a repudiation this is by historical standards. You have to go back 72 years to find a midterm election where any party lost as many seats. In fact, the Democrats last night lost more seats than the Republicans did in 2006 and 2008 combined. And to put it in a little more perspective, in 1982, Reagan's first midterm, unemployment was 10.8% in October of that election year, and the Republicans lost only 26 seats. Here, the Democrats have lost 60. This is a powerful, rare, huge rejection of policy. And it's not process, it's not communications. The real question is now, can a man who really is a doctrinaire liberal, who believes in what he did genuinely, and you saw that in the news conference today, can he pare it back? Can he forge compromise with majority Republicans now? And it's too soon to say. I don't think anybody knows whether Barack Obama can do that. The words start out well, as we would hope after an election. A lot remains to be seen.
Pat, I don't think anybody expects President Obama to sign any law, any bill into law that's going to repeal his signature piece of legislation, the health care law. But my question for you is he not getting it? Because all these viewers are emailing me saying he doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it, and the exit polls show it, and the results do. This was not just the economy, as important as it was not the decisive factor in this election. Health care was. I had a special rundown of the exit poll. We had slightly a Democratic exit poll, but about half the people favored repeal, said they favored repeal. So we broke those people out by party. Among Democrats who favored repeal, 36% voted for Republican. Among independents who favored repeal, 86-9 voted Republican. You could see Democrats going down who voted for the health care bill being wiped out. And to back up the point that I already made, look, in my lifetime, this is the first time my party will have less than 200 seats in the House. Health care is a major thing. You look at the economy, look, 34% of people who said their financial situation worsened voted Democratic. I can show you lots of evidence. Just look at Nevada and California, Nevada, the highest unemployment states in the country. And two Democratic senators, Democrats did all right. It was where health care killed them. And they don't understand. The American people found this a crime against democracy. I've been saying this since March. They want it repealed. And this issue is going to go on. And he seems absolutely tone deaf.
That's the question. Is it going to go on and on? Because you got half of the electorate favoring repeal, the other half not favoring it.
By the way,
you got a president who clearly doesn't favor it, but you got the GOP saying this is one of their top 3 initiatives in the House now. Ari, and then I'll go back to you, Pat.
Well, the problem is Barack Obama really needs his liberal base. He's not Bill Clinton. He can't triangulate. He is doctrinaire in his beliefs about liberal policies and the good that they can do. And so it's hard for him to walk away from that ideologically. It's also a problem for the future. I looked ahead in the 2012 election. Only 10 Republican senators are up, but there are 22 Democrat senators are up. Only one of those Republicans is probably going to be in a tight race. Almost 10 Democrats will be. So the future for Democrats and how they vote is very, very iffy. Republicans, mark my words, Megan, they will in the House put repeal on the floor, and it will likely pass, and many Democrats will vote for its passage.
Because the thing is, Pat, I think the president's right that the American people didn't like the process by which the health care law was passed. But does that ignore the complaints that people have about that law substantively, about how it affects them and their health care and their money and the care they get with their doctor and so on?
People feel that it is interfering with their health care, that it is going to cost them more, and that's already being borne out. They're afraid that they are going to see the deficits rise, which they will. Overall, and by the way, this half in favor, we have other polls, Rasmussen at 58, we have Fox in the 50s. Point is, this is a law that's been passed, we were told would be popular. People are now seeing it as more and more evidence comes out. And I think the courts may still knock this out over the Band-Aids, particularly given how strongly Americans feel. But this is, when I say it's going to go on, this fight will go through 2012 as people find out more about this and learn more and get dropped by their plans. They're getting angrier. There was a compromise for a real health care reform incrementally in this country, and the president decided not to do that, and they've drawn the line on this. Remember this, Megan, only 15% like the bill as it's passed, supports keeping it as it is.
There was some irony in Nancy Pelosi. I think it was an interview she gave to ABC News before it was passed, saying, look, you got to do what's right. And, essentially you got to put your what's right ahead of your own partisan ideals and hopes for re-election. And that was her appeal to her members who were worried about not getting re-elected. And now we see that so many didn't.
Well, she also said we had to pass the bill to find out what was in it. And now people are finding out, and it's not going well.
All right, Pat. All right, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Well, folks, the Tea Party was a force to be reckoned with in these midterms. Speaking of Nancy Pelosi, she thought they were astroturf. It turned out they were nothing of the sort. And while the movement had some big losses last night, it also scored some big wins. So what is next for these folks? We will talk live to one of the founders who you may recognize from an interesting appearance she had on this broadcast. And a Kelly's Court update with a political twist. Brand new developments now on the radio host who was yanked off the air in Alaska after he weighed in on the Murkowski writing campaign. Stay with us.
I'm tired of this mamsy-pamsy footing around and letting the government break the law day after day after day. We sit back there and do nothing. This is honorable. This is the most honorable thing you can do. When the government says they're going to assist Lisa Murkowski illegally, we are going to make it as hard as possible.
At Shriners Hospitals for Children, doctors, nurses, and therapists work together to provide the perfect orchestration of treatment options for kids without financial obligation to patients or their families. Thanks to my love of music, I've been able to support Shriners Hospitals for Children and their ability to bring music back into the lives of kids. Call this number or visit us online to learn how you can help Shriners Hospitals for Children change the world through caring for kids.
Sometimes you have only one opportunity to insure your assets before disaster strikes. And how will you protect your investments? Gold. Call now 800-214-8271 and Lear will send you a free comprehensive report on the markets and today's best gold buys. Over the last 5 years, gold has outperformed the markets, and some experts believe the best is yet to come. Gold is easy to buy, easy to sell, it has never been worth zero, and the timing may never be better. Call 800-214-8271 for your free gold investment report on today's best gold buys, and also receive Lear's special CD, Using Gold to Protect and Grow Your Nest Egg. Gold, the smart choice for today's investor. Call now, 800-214-8271.
There are two kinds of heroes. Heroes who travel thousands of miles to face the unknown, and those who stay behind to do the same. For every warrior who charges into the fight is another who fights to keep moving forward until their return. Military lives are different. At USAA, we've been there. We understand. That's why our commitment to serve military, veterans, and their families is without equal. USAA. For insurance, banking, investments, retirement, and advice. We know what it means to serve. Let us serve you.
Tonight, election fallout on The Factor with our star-studded lineup. Stephanopoulos, Morris, Miller, Goldberg, Crowley, and Combs. TV's best political analysis is here.
So if anyone anywhere scratches one of these, I'm going to feel it?
No, you're not. You're a Mega Millions ball. This is a Mega Millions scratch-off. I'm a Powerball. This is a Powerball scratch-off.
Oh, I just felt something.
You did not.
Ah, there it is again.
Really?
Yeah.
You feel that?
Now all the excitement of Powerball and Mega Millions is available in a scratch-off game. Play anytime, and you could scratch your way to $100,000 instantly.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson. Attention investors, have you lost a substantial amount of money in your investments? When your stockbroker and brokerage firm fail in their legal duties, you may be entitled to recover some or all of your losses. For a free, confidential legal consultation, call the number on your screen now. You may be entitled to compensation. Again, if you would like a free, confidential legal consultation, call now. We're standing by to take your call.
Call 1-800-340-0435. Call now. Don't delay.
This is a Fox News alert. New information on a shooting at the U.S. Coast Guard recruiting office in Virginia. The FBI is now confirming that the gun is the same weapon used in 4 other shootings at military facilities in the D.C. area, including the Pentagon. Our own Jennifer Griffin is live at the Pentagon with the latest on this. Jennifer?
Megan, it almost feels like the days when the D.C. sniper was on the loose. It's not as serious, of course, because this sniper is firing at inanimate buildings, not people. But the latest shooting at the Coast Guard office, recruiting office, as you mentioned, which took place early Tuesday morning in Woodbridge, Virginia, was the 5th shooting at military facilities in the Washington, D.C. area since October 17th, when the gunman first struck. And now FBI investigators are linking all 5 shootings, saying that the forensics suggest that the same weapon was used. The first shots were fired at the Marine Museum, you'll remember, at Quantico, Virginia. 24 hours later, the gunman struck here at the Pentagon, firing bullets into the 3rd and 4th floor windows of the building, a part of the building that was under construction, but the bullets were lodged in the windows, and that's how they were able to check them. In addition to firing 6 bullets at the Pentagon on that day, the shooter has also fired on a Marine recruiting station and went back again and fired at the Marine Corps Museum at Quantico last Friday. And now on Tuesday morning at the front, it fired at the front door of the Coast Guard Recruiting Center in Virginia. The ballistics now link all 5 of the shootings. Investigators do not think that this suspect wants to harm individuals or service members. They think the shooter has an issue with the Marines as an institution, and that maybe he or she has had a traumatic event in their lives recently, such as a divorce or loss of job. Authorities are saying that the shooter should come forward, and if they can resolve this issue, they will. Megan?
All right, Jennifer Griffin, thank you. Well, it was a day of victory and defeat for the Tea Party last night. Rand Paul, a big win in Kentucky. Sharon Angle and, well, Christine O'Donnell, disappointing supporters of the grassroots group. The woman credited with founding the Tea Party movement, did you know there was such a person? Is live here in 10 minutes. And we're hearing from political analysts across the country that last night's election was a rejection of Speaker Pelosi, President Obama, and the Democrats' agenda. Joe Trippi, former campaign advisor to, or manager, I should say, for Howard Dean, answers that charge next.
There's no doubt that as I reflect on the results of the election, it underscores for me that I've got to do a better job, just like everybody else in Washington does.
I'm often asked the question, is investing in gold right for me? In fact, many people think that owning gold is only for the wealthy, but you can own gold with a minimal investment. It's easy to own gold. At Goldline, our clients invest in physical gold, not gold stocks or gold funds. Call Goldline and talk with an account executive who can answer your questions and discuss the available gold products, like our popular European coins or Proof American coins. Your gold is then shipped directly to you, or we will arrange storage for you. Goldline has been helping investors acquire precious metals since 1960, and we work with new clients every day who have decided that it's time to invest in gold. Isn't it time that you consider gold? I invite you to join the thousands of hardworking, satisfied clients who've chosen Goldline to help diversify by investing in gold. Call Goldline now and receive a free investor's kit and the American Advisor newsletter. Our account executives are here 6 days a week to serve you. Give us a call today.
Paid spokesperson.
Exposure to asbestos in the workplace has made thousands of people sick with mesothelioma, a fatal cancer, not diagnosed until years after asbestos exposure. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma or asbestos-related lung cancer, call the Johnson Law Group. Find help, hope, and justice for mesothelioma victims. Call the Johnson Law Group.
Call 1-800-222-2929.
How are people just like you making informed decisions about reverse mortgages? By getting the facts from a trusted source, MetLife Bank.
A lot of people are under the wrong impression about the reverse mortgage.
It is the best thing we've ever done. I am so relieved.
Reverse mortgages are an important financial option, and they're used by many homeowners age 62 or older to achieve greater financial flexibility. If you're looking for options to increase your cash flow, you owe it to yourself to get the facts from MetLife Bank, a leader in reverse mortgages and a MetLife company. Call today for your free video. It includes real-life stories told by MetLife Bank customers. Plus, it provides straight answers to questions and concerns you may have about reverse mortgages. The facts are clear. With a MetLife Bank reverse mortgage, there are no monthly mortgage payments required, no income qualifications, and the home you live in remains yours, as long as you continue to pay your property taxes, homeowner's insurance, and any home maintenance just as you do today. Best of all, MetLife Bank is a MetLife company, and MetLife has been a trusted name for more than 140 years. Call now for your free video, and you'll also get a reverse mortgage planning guide. Both the planning guide and video are free.
I can keep my house, and that takes a lot of pressure off.
I would tell people who are thinking about a reverse mortgage not to let any grass grow under their feet.
It really lets me sleep at night.
If you're a homeowner age 62 or older, why not learn the facts about reverse mortgages and decide if one is right for you?
Call MetLife Bank at 1-800-598-7740 for your free video and planning guide. There's no obligation. That's 1-800-598-7740. 1-800-598-7740.
Well, some developing news now on those terror scares last week. Fox News has learned there is growing evidence that both bombs uncovered on cargo planes bound for the United States, well, really they weren't cargo planes, they were passenger planes, included cell phone detonators linked to an alarm function. Sources also tell Fox News they believe al-Qaeda in Yemen did a so-called dry run ahead of last week's scare. GM's October sales are up 3.5%. Strong demand for pickups and wagons helped. GM is expected to launch an initial public offering later this month. Well, the 2010 midterms not only made history because of the big GOP sweep, but also for some of the minority candidates elected to office, including Tim Scott, who becomes the first African-American congressman from South Carolina since Reconstruction. Trace Gallagher has more on that from our West Coast newsroom. Hey, Trace.
Hey, Megan, for example, Harry Reid was getting all the big headlines in Nevada last night, but there was also a big governor's race going on. Republican Brian Sandoval, a former federal judge, becomes the first Hispanic governor in the history of Nevada. He beat, by the way, Rory Reid. Rory Reid is Harry Reid's son. And then there's New Mexico. Republican Susana Martinez, she becomes the nation's first Hispanic female governor. She defeated Dianne Dennis, as you see there, pretty soundly. In South Carolina, the Tea Party-backed candidate Nikki Haley, whose parents, by the way, are from India, she becomes the first female governor in that state, beating Vincent Shaheen. You mentioned, Megan, Tim Scott being elected to Congress down in South Carolina, but in Florida, the military veteran Allen West becomes the first black Republican elected to Congress in Florida in 140 years. I just want to finish off by kind of showing you some of these numbers. These are from exit polls, so they're not final numbers, but it gives you a very good indication of the turnout last night compared to 2008. 13% African Americans, lower this year, but look at how they swung toward the GOP. Now move on to the Hispanic turnout. In 2008, 8%, the very same as during this year, but also an increase of those who voted for Republicans. And finally, the turnout among women's. 2008, 2010, identical, but a very large swing toward Republicans. Minorities, Republicans won the night. It was a big night for Republican minority candidates across the country, Megan.
Wow. Trace Gallagher, thanks. Well, many analysts are today saying that the midterm vote was a referendum on President Obama, or at least his policies. Last hour, that was the first question the president took during his news conference in the East Room.
Are you willing to concede at all that what happened last night was not just an expression of frustration about the economy, but a fundamental rejection of your agenda? And given the results, who do you think speaks to the true voice of the American people right now, you or John Boehner?
I think that there is no doubt that people's number one concern is the economy. And what they were expressing great frustration about is the fact that we haven't made enough progress on the economy. We've stabilized the economy. We've got job growth in the private sectors. But people all across America aren't feeling that progress. They don't see it. And they understand that I'm the President of the United States, and that my core responsibility is making sure that we've got an economy that's growing, a middle class that feels secure, that jobs are being created. And so I think I've got to take direct responsibility for the fact that we have not made as much progress as we need to make.
Well, Joe Trippi is the former campaign manager for Howard Dean and now a Fox News contributor, and also the man behind the Jerry Brown victory. We've decided we're going to add that to your introduction, Joe, since he won. Unlike Howard Dean. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rub it in. Okay, back now to the business of the day, and that is President Obama. You know, I was mentioning this with our panel. In response to that, I must have gotten dozens of emails from the viewers saying, no, he doesn't get it. It's not just that we're not feeling it yet. We are rejecting his approach to governing, big government and so on. The president said, look, that's not my approach. I just had to do it because we were in an emergency economic situation. And you say what as to whether he is getting it?
Well, I think the speech was exactly what he needed to do. He's not going to start negotiating with the new Republican Congress in front of us right now. But I do think he said, that it was literally a shellacking. I think he said, and that it felt bad. But look, what's going on here is I think fundamentally Barack Obama, sort of from the primaries where I was on the other side of him, it's always been a guy who believed in doing what he felt was the right thing for the country. Regardless of what, others think, he keeps carrying that mantle. And I think that's what happened here. A lot of the health care, a lot of these things that people are disagreeing with him on, he still believes, okay, I'll take that hit because I'm doing what's right for the country. There were a number of Democrats who made those votes believing the same thing, and they were willing to sacrifice their careers or hoped they would get through and not have to sacrifice their careers. But 60 of them did last night, and seven U.S. senators. I mean, the key thing now is the president willing to put because now it's going to be his neck on the line 2 years from now, keep doing this where he just keeps doing what he believes is right for the country.
What's the reality of that, Joe? What do you say is the answer? Because that is the $64 million question. Will he continue with that same method of governing that got so many Democrats in trouble, or is he going to shift because he realizes if he doesn't, he may be on the receiving end of this same message in 2012?
I really believe he's going to continue to do what he thinks is right for the country. Now, the mitigating factor here is a new Republican Congress that to get anything done, he is going to have to find consensus, or neither side will be able to get anything done. Yeah. And I think if that happens, you're going to have a bunch of angry American people out there still looking for somebody somewhere to find some solutions that even the president admits it hasn't happened as quickly as they'd like. So, but I do believe he's motivated, and this is that strange, sort of conundrum for the administration. is I firmly believe he's motivated by what he believes is right for the country, regardless of what the pundits, what the press, and frankly, when the American people aren't there for him, he believes I'll take that hit because I'm not going to do what's popular. I'm going to do what's right. And by the way, he knew this on health care. All the polls had shown for months that health care was unpopular with the American people.
Yeah.
I don't think he did it in defiance. He did it saying, I'm going to take the hit. I know it's unpopular, but I'm still going to do what's right. And that, in the end, is what Nancy Pelosi did. And that's what cost us the House last night and cost those 6, maybe 7 senators their careers. And now there's two things. How many more Democrats now are going to say, watching that happen, say, okay, yeah, I'm going to do what's right, even though it's going to get in my career? I'm not sure we're going to. So that's going to be a problem for him holding the Democrats together. Then at the same time, he's got to work with Republicans to get anything done.
Yeah, it's one thing once you've been thrown out of office to talk with the president on the phone, as he suggested has been happening, and saying, I don't regret it because I did what I thought was right. It's another when you have not yet been booted out of office to say, I'd love to find a way where I could do what's right and also keep my job.
Exactly.
Joe, listen, you were great last night. Thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Meg.
Joe Trippi, everybody. Well, in the last 12 months, we saw millions of Americans get fired up about what was happening in Washington.
With all due respect, you work for us. You are a representative of us. We don't care what you think. We want you to represent us as a majority.
Remember that? Many of these folks who were upset jumped on the Tea Party bandwagon, but some of their favorite candidates are not heading to Washington. Instead, some of them, we don't include Joe Miller in that yet, but these two on the sides, obviously, O'Donnell and Engel, are heading home. So what's the new temperature of the Tea Party today? One of their original founders and a woman who defended defiantly Christine O'Donnell's pick as the GOP nomination in Delaware joins me next. Plus, he got kicked off the air for trying to sink Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski's write-in campaign. The radio station said it would reevaluate the situation after he was suspended on Monday. Its decision in a Kelly's Court verdict next.
Yeah, you're election tampering. This is outrageous.
I'm only tampering with the election so that the right candidate wins.
Yeah, well, listen to that statement. It's what's right according to thee. So
I'm only trying to trick voters so that the right candidate actually gets the victory.
In the event of a collision, the smartest thing you could do is cut the fuel supply, unlock the doors, and turn on the hazards. Or get a car that does it for you.
As a manager, my team counts on me to stay focused, so I take One A Day Men's 50+ Advantage. It's the only complete multivitamin with ginkgo to support memory and concentration. Plus, it supports heart health. That's a hit. One A Day Men's.
Sarah, you ready?
Oh, gosh. We are somewhere that people dream about. Family comes first. It's just got to be that way. No, boys, go upstairs. This is flippin' fun. How come we can't ever just be satisfied with tranquility? I'd rather be doing this than in some stuffy old political office. I'd rather be out here being free.
An all-new 8-week television event, Sarah Palin's Alaska. Go to TLC.com for more information.
Energy security, climate protection, challenges as vast as the space race a generation ago and vital to global security. To reach this destination, our engineers are exploring every possibility, from energy efficiency to climate monitoring. Securing our nation's clean energy future is all a question of how, and it is the how that will make all the difference.
Over the last several months, we've been talking with everyone who has Medicare about the money-saving health plans from Humana. These are all-in-one plans that combine medical and prescription drug coverage, all with an affordable monthly health plan premium that may surprise you. If you have a separate drug plan with Original Medicare or with a Medicare supplement, you could be getting more benefits and saving money with Humana's Medicare health plans. Could Humana be a better value for your healthcare dollar? Call 1-800-709-0591. Or go online to humanafreebook.com and get this free booklet that will help you decide if our all-in-one plans are right for you. More than 1 million people have made the call and are enjoying Humana's all-in-one Medicare plans. The facts you need are in the book, and it's totally free. Call 1-800-709-0591 or go to humanafreebook.com.
At E-Trade, low-cost investing doesn't just mean a low price. It means getting everything you need to invest for yourself, not by yourself. It means choosing from stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and every ETF sold. Plus 5-star service and research designed to increase your intelligence, not insult it. So you can wave good riddance to some high-priced joker churning out cookie-cutter portfolios. Price is one thing, value is another. Don't confuse the two. E-Trade. Investing unleashed.
Fox News election alert, new developments in the Alaska Senate race. Moments ago, Republican candidate Joe Miller sent out a news release asking for donations for his coming legal battle. Joe Miller is against a write-in campaign by Republican incumbent Lisa Murkowski. Right now, the write-in ballots are holding the lead in this race, but we don't know if all of those write-ins actually have Murkowski's name on them. We are assuming it's so, but we don't know. There were 150 names or so on the write-in list, many of whom were bogus candidates, and we'll get to that in a bit. Well, as we learn more, we'll bring it to you. We're going to be watching this race, obviously, very, very closely. And while Miller is trailing in Alaska, apparently, Nevada's Sharon Angle and Delaware's Christine O'Donnell lost their Senate races last night. All three of these candidates were backed by the Tea Party and Sarah Palin, and Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski taking a jab at the former Alaska governor.
What I have always done is I've said, this is about Alaska. What I do is for Alaska. I think that was recognized here in the state. Sarah's going to do what Sarah's going to do. I'm going to do what I need to do for Alaska.
There's never been any love lost there. Well, Amy Kramer is the chairwoman of the Tea Party Express and one of the original founders of the Atlanta Tea Party movement. Amy, thank you so much for coming back. I've really been looking forward to this because when Christine O'Donnell won that nomination in Delaware, and a lot of Republicans, Karl Rove, but many others said, that this is going to cost the Republicans the majority. You came on here and said, don't count her out so quickly. That's what everybody said about the primary, and then she won it by 6 points, and she's going to win this election too. And the truth is, Amy, she never gained traction. She was viewed as too extreme, as not qualified, and now people view her loss as, in a way, a repudiation of the Tea Party movement. And to them, you say what?
Well, Megan, thanks for having me back on. And, we fully supported Christine O'Donnell, and we don't regret that at all. I mean, we would much rather have somebody in there that's a Democrat voting as a Democrat than somebody Republican in name only voting along the lines of a Democrat. And, if nothing else, she shook up the GOP, the Republican Party in the state of Delaware, and it will never be the same. And that's what this movement's about, is taking on the Republican Party and getting them to go back to their conservative platform. And so for that reason alone, we do not regret supporting Christine O'Donnell.
But how do you find the line? Because you had a couple of big victories last night, too. I mean, the Tea Party backed Rand Paul, won decisively in Kentucky. Marco Rubio, big win down in Florida. And just to name a couple. But how do you draw the line now going forward to find candidates who believe in what you believe, limited government and so on, who are electable, and candidates who believe in what you believe but are not electable because they have a long list of problems, or they say nutty things, or, those were some of the problems with Angle and O'Donnell.
Well, Megan, I mean, the bigger picture is here. I think MSNBC amazingly reported earlier today that 113 out of 129 candidates, Tea Party-backed candidates, won. That's a 87% victory rate. So we're proud of that. And the bigger story is that we fired Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House. Barack Obama's seat was taken over by a Republican. Wisconsin is now turned to a red state. So there are many victories across this country that we're focused on. We didn't expect to win every single race, but we're not going to back down. We're not going to stop fighting. We didn't get here overnight. We're not going to change it overnight. And there's going to be another election 2 years from now, and we're going to work just as hard, if not harder, to send more conservatives to Washington.
I want to ask you about Nancy Pelosi because she has been a target of the Tea Party and vice versa. It's tough to forget her initial thoughts about you, your organization, and the Tea Party supporters nationwide. Remember this? Listen to this.
There's a legitimate grassroots opposition that's going on, or is it an astroturf type of idea?
I think they're astroturf. You be the judge.
And that was among the nicest things that was said about you. You were called un-American.
Right.
People who oppose the health care law called un-American and not patriotic and so on. And so now that she has lost her job as Speaker, you say what to her?
Well, you know, I think that she should be an example for some of these others that are still in Washington, because they need to wake up and listen to what we, the people, are saying. You know, they have tried to push this agenda down our throats of excessive spending, intrusive government, you know, a government takeover of our healthcare system, and that's not what the American people want. And so, you know, if nothing else, the people in Washington need to wake up and pay attention, because 2 years isn't that far away. And it's unfortunate what happened to Nancy Pelosi, you know, but good riddance. That's how we within the movement feel. And, you know, we're looking forward to change and getting this economy back on a sound economic footing.
I know you'll be watching the newly elected candidates, no matter what their political stripes, to hold them true to the principles you guys have espoused. Amy, thank you so much for coming on. All the best to you.
Thanks, Megan.
Well, new reports of voter fraud today in some key races. The very latest on that, next.
Are you receiving a payout from a legal settlement or annuity over 10 or even 20 years? Call Imperial Structured Settlements. The experts at Imperial can convert your long-term payout into a lump sum of cash today. Call 1-888-PAID-NOW.
To stay fit, you might also want to try lifting one of these. A unique sea salt added to over 40 Campbell's condensed soups helps us reduce sodium, but not flavor. So do a few lifts. Campbell's, it's amazing what soup can do.
Lindsey Vonn, she stays tough. Earlier, she had an all-over achy cold. What's her advantage? It's Speedy Alka-Seltzer.
Alka-Seltzer Plus, Russia's relief for all-over achy colds. The official cold medicine of the U.S. ski team. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
For a limited time only, save up to 65%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-SANDALS.
Tonight, complete fallout of all important midterm elections. No one covers it better. At 9, it's insight and analysis on Hannity. Then at 10, it's Greta with Newt Gingrich.
All Medicare beneficiaries who need assistance getting around their home. Imagine one scooter or power chair that could improve your mobility and your life. One Medicare benefit that, with private insurance, may entitle you to pay little to nothing to own it. One company that can make it all happen.
Your power chair will be paid in full.
The Scooter Store.
Call the Scooter Store for free information today.
Call 1-800-368-6161 and we'll send you this lighted magnifier just for calling. Call the Scooter Store now.
Pure 24-karat gold. Private wealth with absolutely no counterparty risk. That's what makes these beautiful 1-ounce Vienna Philharmonic gold coins from the Austrian Mint so popular. In fact, they're the most popular pure gold coins in the world. And now Monex, America's trusted name in gold investments for more than 40 years, can have these pure gold coins in your hands in as little as 24 hours and at a price that you'll find hard to beat. Now, these are not the less than pure high markup coins that you've heard about in the news lately. These are 100% pure gold, absolutely gorgeous, and trade at Monex for just a small premium over the daily spot gold price. So if you're looking for pure 24-karat gold, an outstanding tangible asset with no counterparty risk, call Monex now to find out more, including how you can purchase these coins with as little as 25% down. Call Monex now at 1-800-949-GOLD. That's 1-800-949-GOLD. Monex, where serious gold investors go to find the best gold investments in the world.
They are coming. They are coming.
You can't fight this war on your own, Mr. Potter.
Harry, the best hope we have.
Watch the first 6 Harry Potter movies on demand and online. Plus, get exclusive, never-before-seen extras. Only with Xfinity. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1.
I'm tired of this mamsy-pamsy footing around and letting the government break the law day after day after day. We sit back there and do nothing. This is honorable. This is the most honorable thing you can do. When the government says they're going to assist Lisa Murkowski illegally, we are going to make it as hard as possible to...
Well, there you hear it. Back on the air in a Kelly's Court verdict. Dan Fagan returning to his radio show in Anchorage, Alaska now, after being silenced for trying to sink one candidate's campaign. See, he was yanked off the air last week, accused of crossing a legal line after he called on his listeners to go down and register as write-in candidates in the Alaska Senate race. He was hoping to make it harder for the voters to find Lisa Murkowski's name. That's why that list of the write-in candidates has over 150 candidates' names on it. A response, he says, to the state allowing voters to see that list of write-in candidates at the polling places on Election Day. That was a request that she had. It had never been allowed before, but a judge said, yeah, it's fine. The Murkowski camp cried foul, accusing this guy, Dan Fagan, of almost violating the law, electioneering, they call it. Well, Fagan was temporarily suspended by his radio station, but he was quickly reinstated on Monday. He says he still stands by his stunt. And new questions today following voting problems in several midterm races. Some of those problems now leading to investigations amid allegations of vote buying, illegal campaign activity, intimidation, and suppression. Senior correspondent Eric Shawn has been following all of this live in our New York City studios. Eric?
Hi, Megan. Well, there could be another recount in Minnesota, this time in the governor's race. Republican Tom Emmer is trailing Democrat Mark Dayton by about 9,000 votes, and there are questions about the election. Just last week, authorities charged 47 people with illegally voting in the 2008 race. You remember back then, Democrat Al Franken defeated Republican Senator Norm Coleman by just 312 votes. But voter rights groups say felons and others voted illegally in that election. Well, the group Election Integrity Watch posted voter fraud billboards and deployed poll watchers for this election. They say sufficient irregularities support contesting it, and the Republican State Party wants a recount.
I don't know if I'm suggesting fraud or incompetence. We don't know yet. And that's what we're going to be pursuing very vigorously. What I'd like to make sure is that the votes are counted and that everything is done correctly to make sure people aren't being disenfranchised.
Well, elsewhere in San Francisco, they say ballots were stolen. A polling inspector arrested for allegedly swiping up to 75 ballots in a voter list, allegedly broke into the counting machine. No reason given there why. And there are vote-buying allegations in several counties in Kentucky. While in California, Kansas, and Maryland, they're investigating robocalls that told people to vote today. And there's news on the Acorn front. Remember Acorn? Well, the group officially announced last night that they have filed for bankruptcy. That, though, won't stop a trial in Nevada, in Las Vegas later this month, a trial on Acorn for alleged voter fraud-related charges. And, Megan, if any of our viewers suspect problems where you live, voter fraud at foxnews.com is our address.
Thank you, sir. Eric Shawn on it for us. Well, he was in a really close re-election race. And after the Democrat won, you will not believe how he celebrated. Trust us. You don't want to miss this video.
Make sure you keep it right here on the Fox News Channel today, because at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the president will hold a press conference on the midterm elections. What will he say?
And we have a 3-hour after the show coming up right now.
And it starts in 2 seconds. 9 o'clock East Coast time on this Wednesday morning in America. There are 3 headlines. Republicans take back the House. They post significant gains in the Senate, and they take important governor seats in all corners of the country. We're now waiting for a news conference from the Speaker-designate, John Boehner. For him and his party, it was a night of history. Morning, everybody. On the morning after, we'll sleep when we're dead, they say.
Exactly. There's plenty of time for that.
That's right. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good to have you here. Nice to see you, Martha.
Good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a long time,
Right.
Bill. At least a couple of hours. Good to be here, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. Great having you with us on this very big morning. We still have several races up in the air, folks, that are undecided at this hour. We're waiting for results in those. Let's take a look, though, at how the balance in the power in the House and the Senate shakes out right now. 46 seats went to the Republicans in the Senate. We are awaiting results in Washington, Colorado, and, of course, Alaska, which we're going to talk about in just a moment.
Also in the House, 239 seats going to Republicans, well above the 218 needed for a majority. And better than the Republican Revolution of 1994. All of that last night, getting the best of John Boehner caught up in the moment.
I've spent my whole life chasing the American dream. Listen, I let a lot of you know I started out mopping floors, waiting tables, and tending bar at my dad's tavern. I put myself through school, working every rotten job there was, and in every night shift I could find. And I poured my heart and soul into running a small business. And when I saw how out of touch Washington had become with the core values of this great nation, I put my name forward and ran for office. So I'm going to thank my wife Debbie, my girls Lindsay and Tricia, my 11 brothers and sisters, and all my friends and neighbors in Ohio for giving me the chance to serve and the opportunity to stand before you ready to lead. Thank all of you. God bless you, and God bless our great country. Thank you.
That from last night, now from this morning. Chris Wallace, anchor of Fox News Sunday. Good morning to you. Boehner will tell you that he cries when the wind blows, by the way.
I was going to say, I have spent time with him. That is the true, essential John Boehner.
Yeah, and many times when he gets up to give a speech, he says, I hope I can hold this one together. And last night, well, I guess you could give him marginal points for holding that together. 3 moments I want to talk about. Go back to the weekend of March 20th, 7.5 months ago. This is March 20th, 2010. This is Nancy Pelosi, leaders of the House, carrying a gavel into the House chamber. This was the weekend they passed health care. How does this picture look this morning to you, Chris?
Well, look, it's still historic, and I think anybody who thinks that when the president holds his news conference this afternoon, he's going to talk about compromising on health care, forget it. That is the signature accomplishment of this administration. It's something that Democrats have been trying to accomplish for half a century. They may go off on the margins and say, all right, let's include tort reform, but the basic idea of ensuring 33 million people, and Republicans, that's going to be the pitch battle, because an awful lot of Republicans were elected to repeal and replace. They're going to fight that tooth and nail. I think there could be compromises in some areas, not on health care.
You do. That's the next question here. Apparently, John Boehner, Mitch McConnell both had conversations with Barack Obama last night. Has he shown the desire or the willingness to compromise yet?
No, but I mean, he's always talked the game. He hasn't really done it, and I think the key narrative of the last 2 years has been that when it came to the stimulus, when it came to health care, when it came to financial reform, yes, they tried to engage Republicans, and you can argue there are two sides to this story, but in the end, they had the votes and they rammed these things through. If he doesn't learn a lesson from last night, he's a lot slower than I think he is. I mean, the American people spoke, and they spoke with great clarity, and also just politically, whether he means it or not, he's got to find areas, as do Republicans, where they can do some business and get things done. This was no great mandate for Republicans last night either.
They put the lid on the White House. Any reaction, I think, stopped about 9 o'clock Eastern time and said nothing more from us tonight. You will hear from him today at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now the governor's races. And there's a reason why they are so critical the way they went last night. Pennsylvania flips. Ohio flips. In fact, here's John Kasich from late last night in the Buckeye State after he declared victory.
Folks, we took a step forward tonight to putting Ohioans back to work. We took a step forward to shrinking government and making it work better. We took a step forward to making Ohio the best place to live and work in the country.
It was a very close race, and many will tell you it's hard to knock off an incumbent governor holding office. Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Mexico, Wisconsin, Michigan, South Carolina, all now Republican governors in each of those states. Why is it so critical when you look toward 2012?
Well, I was going to say two reasons. First of all, to 2011, redistricting. We remember that census where we all had to fill in those forms. Now the state legislatures in all of those states, every state, is going to redistrict, and a number of those states are picking up or in some cases losing. The governors in 46 of the 50 states have veto power, so they have tremendous control over redistricting. And, how you draw the congressional lines can oftentimes determine whether it's a Republican or Democrat who wins. So Republicans in those states will be able to solidify their gains. The other thing, and I can say this from years of covering presidential campaigns, when you're the candidate of your party and you walk down the gangplank, or walk down the staircase from the airplane, and there's a governor of your party there with all the machinery, all of the personnel of a state government that's at your support, at your back, it gives you an enormous boost. And, now think of these states like Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of these swing states in the Midwest.
They determine national elections.
Absolutely.
They determine who goes to the White House.
Barack Obama is going to be going into enemy territory, and the GOP presidential nominee is going to be going into friendly territory. And real quickly, one other point I want to make. Think of the Obama map in 2008 and how he expanded it, from the blue states on the two coasts, Florida and Ohio, Indiana, Virginia, yes. North Carolina. That map has been shrunk. We're back to the Al Gore, John Kerry presidential map, and all of the president's effort to redefine blue states and red states went out the window last night.
It's great to get your analysis. Thank you, Chris. Chris Wallace, host of Fox News Sunday. Martha with more now. Martha?
Yeah, well, as you gentlemen were just talking about, President Obama dealt a bit of a tough hand last night. And later today, 1 p.m., the president will step out and hold a news conference. He's expected to talk, of course, about the election results from last night, perhaps to offer some sort of olive branch to Republicans. Yesterday, the president warned that the GOP may try and change much of the work that Democrats have done over the last 18 months. We're going to have that news conference, of course, carried live here on Fox at 1 p.m. today. In the meantime, Alaska's Senate race, folks, is far from over at this point. Write-in ballots so far holding the lead in this hotly contested race. Funny when the write-in candidate, unpictured person there, who we all know as Lisa Murkowski, is the lead. Right now, you've got Republican Joe Miller and Democrat Scott McAdams with the race shaping up as you see here in those numbers. Potentially, these numbers look good for Murkowski's write-in candidacy to keep her job. Early this morning, she spoke to Fox News. Here's what she said about the Tea Party.
They were an outside organization that came in, tried to influence an election. They did so in the primary, and we said, not again. This is our state. We will make the decisions here. We will elect our senator, and Alaskans are doing just that.
Wow, that's an interesting take, isn't it? Meanwhile, Joe Miller telling supporters that Alaskans are ready for change.
This is not about Joe Miller. This is about changing around the country. And that is good for Alaska. I mean, for Alaska, we've got to do that. Otherwise, we're going to end up getting drugged down with it.
All right, we're going to hear more about that Alaska race just a little while from now.
Sir, in fact, there are 154 people listed as write-in candidates for the Senate in Alaska. By the way, the write-in count right now only speaks to total ballots cast for write-ins, not the names written on them. As of now, write-in candidates have 41% of that vote. No Alaskan candidate for statewide office has ever won more than 27% during a write-in campaign, and no U.S. Senate candidate has won in a write-in since Strom Thurmond did in 1954 as we canvass across the country. Stay tuned for more from Alaska throughout the day.
All right. Well, in the meantime, it is day 2 now of vote counting in Washington state, really. Democratic Senator Patty Murray in her toughest reelection race yet. She's holding, here's the numbers right now, 50-50 with Dino Rossi. She's got a tiny lead when you look at the actual numbers and the hard count there. Lots more to be counted. Those numbers coming in throughout the day, possibly throughout the week. We're going to keep a close eye on this really important Senate race that could move the numbers in that regard.
Meantime, on the West Coast, it's about 10 minutes past the hour of 6 a.m. in California. It's a stand-up from last night for the following reason. This is a state that is deep in debt, tens of billions of dollars. 2 of the country's most closely watched races were not that close in the end. Incumbent Democratic Senator Barbara Boxer handily defeating Republican challenger Carly Fiorina. Boxer had a 10-point lead there. And Californians did send Jerry Brown back to Sacramento. Right now, Brown's up over Whitman by 13 points, with most of the votes counted there in the Golden State. We'll continue to go through all of this throughout the morning. Many races still not yet called, and some stunning exit poll numbers, too, revealing how you feel about the health care overhaul. We'll show you the numbers and find out if Democrats who voted yes suffered last night. Also,
and boy, a stunner of an election in Wisconsin last night. A virtual unknown before this race started. Ron Johnson never ran for office before, stealing the seat from the longtime senator there, 3-time, Russ Feingold. Ron Johnson joins us live here in America's Newsroom to talk about his victory.
Also, what is this race all about? President Obama's old Senate seat goes Republican. What's next for Illinois and Senator-elect Mark Kirk, who can take office effectively today?
We are 800 miles from any ocean, but a tsunami just hit the heartland. My name is Mark Kirk, and I'm going to replace Roland Burris of the United States Senate.
What if someone could guarantee me the best deal on my refinance loan or pay me $1,000? That would be nice, not getting swindled. Where are we?
Don't just think about it. Put LendingTree to the test. Get the best deal or $1,000.
The Task Alpha Color MFP series from Kyocera. Ultra reliable technology that delivers brilliant color prints and effortless scanning every time. Task Alpha Color MFPs from Kyocera. We're people friendly.
Most watched and most trusted.
It is game day.
One of the biggest questions of tonight.
We're just beginning to get the results in.
It was a pretty decisive win.
The Republicans will take control.
Only one was fair and balanced. Only America's election headquarters was number one.
This year, 3,000 people will be diagnosed with mesothelioma. Any one of them could be your coworker, your neighbor, your friend, or a loved one. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, get the best care you can. Then call us. For nearly 2 decades, we've been fighting for people with asbestos-related diseases. Call us at 1-800-950-MESO. Mesothelioma. Don't fight it alone.
The itsy bitsy spider climbed up the water spout. Down came the rain.
In turbulent times, consider the potential benefits of sector spider ETFs compared to common stock. They combine the diversification of mutual funds, the all-day tradability of stocks, and undiluted exposure to specific sectors of the S&P 500. Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Visit sectorspiders.com for a prospectus containing this information. Read it carefully. The technology Sector Spider. On the web at sectorspiders.com.
Let me tell you about a very important phone call I made. When I got my Medicare card, I realized I needed an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance card too.
Medicare is one of the great things about turning 65, but it doesn't cover everything. In fact, it only pays up to 80% of your Part B expenses. If you're already on or eligible for Medicare, call now to find out how an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company, helps cover some of the medical expenses not paid by Medicare Part B. That can save you up to thousands of dollars. These are the only Medicare supplement insurance plans exclusively endorsed by AARP. When you call now, you'll get this free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare.
I can keep my own doctor and choose my own hospital.
And I don't need a referral to see a specialist.
As with all Medicare supplement plans, you can keep your own doctor and hospital that accepts Medicare and help pay for what Medicare doesn't. Call this toll-free number now to get your free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare.
America decides, and the GOP wins big. Voters changed Washington's political landscape, and viewers chose one network for powerful, fair, and balanced coverage. As the country moves ahead, only Fox News Channel moves forward.
Well, have you seen this? A winner goes head over heels. Literally. Look at this. Incumbent Democrat. Watch this. That is the best thing ever. That's Congressman Ed Perlmutter of Colorado celebrating his victory by performing cartwheels. So I love that. He's very in touch with the child within. There he goes again. Boom, with the cartwheel, showing off his skill to supporters after defeating GOP challenger Ryan Frazier in one of the state's swing districts. During the campaign, Perlmutter regularly did cartwheels, actually, as an attention grabber. And I guess you could say that worked. It was the closest race Perlmutter has survived since he won Colorado's newest congressional district 4 years ago. How about that? I'm going to cartwheel out of here today.
Hey, Martha.
Yeah.
Wait till you see that guy breakdance. It's extraordinary.
You've seen nothing yet.
Right. Several key races still not decided. We may see some of these battles roll out for weeks, if not months, meaning some legal issues may start to take shape in states like Colorado and Alaska, where so far write-in candidates have 41% of that vote in Alaska. Could be a sign for the incumbent Lisa Murkowski Republican Joe Miller trailing with 34% of that vote. Democrat Scott McAdams back behind at third place at 24%. Judge Anna Napolitano, senior judicial analyst and host of Fox Business Network's Freedom Watch, with us here for a very specific reason. On Election Day in New Jersey for years, you were the judge in that state who sat on the bench and said, if you got issues with voters, come to me.
Right.
And you'll determine how it's resolved.
All right, here's the first step before it even gets to the judge. We're talking about looking at a write-in ballot, a person handwriting a name on a piece of paper in Alaska. A Republican poll watcher and a Democratic poll watcher and a poll watcher for Lisa Murkowski will sit there and say, do we all agree that this says Murkowski? Do we all agree that this does not say Murkowski? If they agree, they put it in the appropriate pile. If they disagree, then that goes to a judge, and the judge decides what is the voter's intent. The law says her name must be spelled absolutely correctly. But the Supreme Court of Alaska, when interpreting that law, says it doesn't have to be perfectly spelled as long as it's obvious who the voter wanted.
That's an interpretation of the law on behalf of the Supreme Court in Alaska, right? That sounds a lot like Tallahassee.
It is.
In 2000,
it can
voter intent.
It can be a subjective standard. Suppose it says Lisa M. and they don't spell out the name Murkowski. Well, if there's no other Lisa M. that they could possibly be voting for, is this Lisa Murkowski, or was the person voting for their sister-in-law, who's Lisa Mahoney? These are questions that judges have to answer.
One of the reasons why this is so curious is because it's so darn rare for a write-in candidate to win.
Yes.
1954. Strom Thurmond, he was the last Senate candidate to do that.
Right.
In the Senate chamber.
Well, now it absolutely will determine the outcome. It will determine who Alaska sends to the Senate. So this will be a meticulous a procedure bill. They have to go through 81,000 of these pieces of paper and determine what was the intent of the voter.
154 listed as write-in candidates. Is that about right? Is that normal, or is that exceedingly high?
Exceedingly high. Exceedingly high. I've never heard of that number of people listed as write-in candidates, but in most states, the state doesn't compile a list. Lisa Murkowski's lawyers persuaded the Supreme Court of Alaska to direct the elections officials to compile a list with her name on it.
So
along with 149 other people.
So watch Alaska, too. Is there any other race where this could come into some sort of legal challenge based on what we have seen so far?
Yes, Washington State, because they vote by mail, and the mail could be delivered late, and
That's the Senate battle, by the way, in Washington State.
Right, and every ballot is marked by hand. And Colorado, where there's enough absentee ballots that haven't been counted yet to bridge the gap between the Republican and the Democrat. So there's three races we may not know the answer to until Thanksgiving.
Got it. Judge, thank you. Stay within arm's reach, okay?
You got it, Paul.
All right. Martha, what's next?
All right. Well, coming up, the chairman of the Republican Conference Committee, Mike Pence, joins us. He's a pretty happy man today. He's going to tell us what he has in his plans. Just months ago, this man, though, was really a political unknown, folks. And now he is one of the most talked about stars of last night. He's bound for Washington now. How he beat Russ Feingold.
So tonight we can celebrate, but tomorrow we start the hard work. And I understand now I represent all the citizens of Wisconsin, and I want everyone to know I take that responsibility very seriously.
This program is brought to you by TaxMasters. We solve your tax problems.
Hello, I'm Patrick Cox, founder of TaxMasters. If the IRS is calling or sending threatening letters, you have years of unfiled tax returns, your wages are being garnished, or you're being audited, we can help. Listen, don't take on the IRS by yourself. Our former IRS agents and tax professionals have helped many good people just like you. The IRS has recently stepped up their efforts. Now more than ever, you need TaxMasters. Don't wait any longer. Call right now to get started today. TaxMasters, we solve your tax problems. Call 800-581-0458.
Naturally colorful vegetables are often a good source of vitamins, fiber, or minerals. And who brings you more natural colors than Campbell's condensed soups? Campbell's, it's amazing what soup can do.
Everywhere you look, freight trains are part of the economy. CSX is doing its part to keep it moving forward. How tomorrow moves.
This is what it's like getting an amazing discount on a hotel with Travelocity's top secret hotels. The easy way to get unpublished discounts of up to 55% off top hotels.
Your fingers are quite magical.
This is what it's like getting an amazing discount on a hotel with Travelocity's top secret hotels. The easy way to get unpublished discounts of up to 55% off top hotels. Harpist not included.
In celebration of our 1 millionth loan, we're paying off one lucky client's mortgage during the Quicken Loans Thanks a Million giveaway. Have you ever wanted to do this to your mortgage? Or this? Well, now's your chance. Just close a loan with us by December 31st, and you'll automatically be entered to win a chance to say good riddance to your mortgage, up to $250,000. Just call or click to learn more about the Thanks a Million giveaway, only from Quicken Loans.
Fox is where the news is. Fair and balanced.
So, Luna, we have this bet.
Okay.
He doesn't think that we can find flooring to fit our budget.
Well, we have our low price guarantee, so if anyone can do it, it's Luna.
How much is installation?
Free.
Measuring, financing, upgraded padding?
Free, and free. We don't believe in hidden fees, just freeze.
Right now, get free installation, free financing, free pad upgrade, free flooring removal, and free measuring.
You're right.
Killed you, didn't it?
With Luna, there's more to love for less.
877-241 Luna.
How does this multiplier thing work anyway?
It's easy.
Yeah?
When you play Mega Millions or Powerball, you put down an extra $1. Now let's say you win something.
Like this?
Right. Your non-jackpot winnings will automatically increase.
Well, yeah!
All the way up to $1 million.
Oh my gosh! What?
Play Powerball, Power Play, and Mega Millions Megaplier. For an extra $1, you can have your non-jackpot winnings increased. You could win $1 million without even winning the jackpot.
As expected, waiting on John Boehner in that room right now. You'll see the first comments we've heard from this morning from John Boehner back in Washington after his tearful speech last evening. Eric Cantor to his right, and we will dip in now and try and pick up on Republican strategy starting today. And also waiting in the wings, Mike Pence, part of that Republican leadership in the House, what his plans are for the future and also what we should expect from House leaders. What will they try for first? Is it the tax cuts? Is it reining in spending? Is it cutting down discretionary spending? Is it all the above? And what will they say toward the White House and President Barack Obama before he delivers his first remarks this afternoon at 1 o'clock East Coast time? Here is John Boehner and Eric Cantor inside their House office waiting for the standby to go, and they're on.
Do we have all of our friends here yet? Where's the friend?
We're humbled by the trust that the American people have placed in us. And as I said last night, our job is to listen to the American people and follow the will of the American people. It's pretty clear the American people want us to do something about cutting spending here in Washington and helping to create an environment where we'll get jobs back in our country. We've got a big job ahead of us, and that's why you'll see us roll up our sleeves and go to work today. Eric?
You know, the results of last night, I think, indicate the American people are tired and frustrated at Washington. It is very clear they want a government that listens to them. And frankly, whether you're Republican, Democrat, or Independent, the people of this country want to see results. The first order of business has got to be create jobs. And the way that the American people spoke last night, they've said that the Obama administration's agenda over the last 20 months has failed. They've rejected that approach. And they want to see us return to a sense of limited government. And that means, as the leader just said, cut spending and get us back to an era in which we can promote opportunity. People are ready to step up and accept responsibility so we can promote and reward success.
Mr. Reardon, was last night a vote against the Obama administration or a vote for the GOP?
Well, the American people spoke, and I think it's pretty clear that the Obama-Pelosi agenda is being rejected by the American people. They want, as I said last night, they want the president to change course. And I think it's change course we will.
Is it a mandate for GOP policy?
I think it's a mandate for Washington to reduce the size of government and continue our fight for a smaller, less costly, and more accountable government.
What will be your first spending cut, Chuck?
We'll make a lot of decisions over the coming months about what will happen in January, but we'll save that. You'll have plenty of time to ask.
Last question.
How quickly you'll move to repeal it?
Listen, the American people are concerned about the government takeover of health care. I think it's important for us to lay the groundwork before we begin to repeal this monstrosity and replace it with common sense reforms that will bring down the cost of health insurance in America. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Good morning.
What is language? Thank you,
Justice.
You will hear an awful lot of talk about jobs and the economy and what John Boehner just said there about a mandate to reduce the size of government. That is what Eric Cantor and John Boehner are facing this morning after this historic election last night, especially on the House side. A lot of people, Martha, refer back to the Republican Revolution of 1994. And the numbers last night flew right by that election. You have to go back to the 1940s to match what we saw last night. You gained 60 seats in the House, and now you've got this question as to how they work together with the White House to move the economy forward, which is job number one.
Yeah, and you hear Harry Reid last night saying that Republicans can no longer be the party of no, and yet the very things that they said no to are exactly what we're hearing the American people are opposed to. So it's going to be, there's definitely going to be some butting of heads when all of this comes down. So we're going to be watching all of this throughout the day.
The other
Lots
thing,
to come.
And the other thing you mentioned about health care, laying the groundwork. Well, what is that groundwork and what does it look like? We're going to talk to Mike Pence, the leader in the House, in a matter of moments on that, too. All right, it was the symbolic seat. Senator Harry Reid fighting hard to hold on to his majority leader position in the Senate. Sharon Angle, close behind, will tell you how he pulled out the victory in the Silver State of Nevada in moments.
Did you know Prilosec OTC can stop frequent heartburn before it begins? Heartburn happens when stomach acid refluxes into the esophagus. Prilosec OTC uses a unique delayed-release system that protects the medicine as it passes through the stomach's tough acid. Then it gets absorbed into the body, turning off many acid-producing pumps at the source. With just one pill a day, you get 24-hour heartburn protection, all day and all night. Prilosec OTC. Heartburn gone, power on.
I was a bookkeeper for 34 years. I spent half my life counting other people's money. When I went on Medicare, I did the numbers. That was the moment of truth. Medicare by itself doesn't cover everything. We need more than that. I don't want to spend my life worrying about what would happen if one of us got sick.
Now more than ever, you may need more coverage than Medicare alone. AARP Medicare Complete from Secure Horizons is dependable coverage from a leader in Medicare Advantage plans. Call now to learn how it can help you get more from your Medicare benefits, because it covers more than original Medicare, with some plans that have a $0 monthly premium. And you may get all your Medicare benefits, including Part D prescription drug coverage, doctor and hospital care in one simple plan, with a network of doctors dedicated to your health, and the flexibility to change doctors if you want.
I have a lot more peace of mind now that I have this new plan.
Best of all, you could pay little or nothing more in monthly premiums than you already pay for Medicare, because some plans have a $0 monthly premium.
It's nice to get the care you need without always thinking about the money. I can just focus on the things I need, even my prescriptions, and not always be wondering.
Why pay more for a Medicare supplement or separate Part D plan? Medicare Complete covers everything those plans do and more, but costs less.
Life's too short to worry about health care. I hate to worry. I like things I can depend on.
Even if you have another Medicare Advantage plan, call Secure Horizons today to learn more. You don't have to be an AARP member to enroll, so call now.
Family's the most important thing to me. That's why I take care of myself, so that we're around for our family.
Annual enrollment is here, so talk to Secure Horizons about Medicare Advantage plans with more benefits in one plan. In these changing times, the name on your Medicare Advantage plan may be more important than ever. Choose a company you can depend on. Call Secure Horizons now or visit getmedicarecomplete.com.
In the Jamaica you know and love, nothing really changes. Except, of course, the hearts and souls of those who visit Jamaica. Once you go, you know.
I am the new way to work. I have a Regis office with a friendly receptionist, a fully furnished office, and a place to meet my fellow new way to workers. I'd like you to join me.
Start now and get 2 months free.
My client Gloria has a lot going on in her life. Wife, mother, marathoner. But one day, it's just going to be James and her. So as their financial advisor, I'm helping them look at their complete financial picture, even the money they've invested elsewhere, to create a plan that can help weather all kinds of markets. Because that's how they're getting ready for all the things they want to do.
With you when you need a financial advisor fully invested in you. Wells Fargo Advisors. Together we'll go far.
Just before the break, we mentioned that Harry Reid held on to his seat in Nevada. This was one of the most hard-fought battles that we watch over the past several months. How did he do it? Well, let's go to the map here, and we'll show you the results from that Senate race out here in Nevada. Harry Reid against the Republican and the Tea Party favorite and challenger Sharon Angle. He won the race by 5 points, 50-45. Where did he win? Las Vegas and Clark County. The margin of difference substantial. Reid 54%, Sharon Angle only 41%. Also up in Reno, Nevada, that's Washoe County up here in the northwestern part of the state. Reid took that section of Nevada too by 5 points, 50% to Sharon Angle's 45%. Late last night, here is how the Senate Majority Leader said and described his victory.
Today, Nevada chose hope over fear. Nevada chose to move forward, not backwards.
Harry Reid moves back to Washington and out of California this morning. Trace Gallagher is watching all these results and a lot more out there, too. Good morning, Trace.
Good morning, Bill. You know, we said from the beginning this Harry Reid race was very unpredictable, and last night it certainly was. I mean, let's face it, you look at the past 6 polls, and Sharon Angle was leading in every one of those polls. I mean, albeit she was within the margin of error. But the experts we were talking to yesterday said, don't forget, Harry Reid in his 4 terms in the Senate has built a very powerful political machine in Nevada, and they said his get out the vote effort is huge, and it was huge, especially, Bill, as you pointed out, in Clark County, which is the Vegas area. He dominated there. Sharon Angle did a bit better in the rest of the state, but at the end, she could not close the divide. Here again is Harry Reid. Listen.
This race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round.
So Harry Reid goes on to term 5, Bill. Back to D.C.
Now, what did Sharon Angle say about the outcome last night, Trace? What did we hear from her?
Sharon Angle conceded about 10:30 last night, West Coast time. She actually flew down from Reno to Vegas and conceded the race there. You know, a lot of her supporters were disappointed because they didn't want her to concede. They wanted her to fight on because they said there were a number of what they called voter discrepancies, voter irregularities with the touch screens and so forth. But at the end, the gap was simply too wide for Sharon Angle. Here's what she said. Listen.
We know how to win, and we know how to lose. And we've done this graciously. Look at what has happened within our state to our own party. Look at how energized we are and how ready to go forward we are to the next battle and the next battle.
So there you have Nevada's unemployment rate, the highest in the country. The foreclosure rate, very close behind. Half the population of Nevada has an unfavorable view of Harry Reid. And yet, he's back to D.C., Bill.
Trace Gallagher in our newsroom in L.A. Thank you, Trace. Here's Martha now.
All right. Well, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, as you've been just hearing about, may have held on to his post. But now he will have to work with the presumptive House Speaker. The Speaker designate is what he's being called this morning, John Boehner. Let's bring in Marianne Marsh, who was the senior advisor to Senator John Kerry, and Kevin Madden was the former National Press Secretary to Mitt Romney's presidential campaign. Good morning to both of you. I'm sure you had a late night as well, and it's good to have you both here. Let's just play this little piece of sound from John Boehner last night, because this was quite striking.
I've spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
And that happened a few times he got choked up. You know, Bill's from Ohio. He says it happens all the time. I had not seen him quite that emotional, and I thought it was very interesting. And I think you probably won over a few people last night. Marianne, what did you think about that?
Well, I think for the national audience, I'd never seen anything like that from John Boehner, and I think you get one good chance to make a good first impression, and John Boehner did that. But what was so compelling is he talked about the fact that how many jobs and how hard he worked.
Right.
And now it's John Boehner's job to put America back to work with Harry Reid.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the problem, Kevin Madden. Harry Reid's talking about the GOP. You know, they can't be the party of no anymore. But the very things that they've been saying no to, like more spending, a higher deficit, health care reform, I mean, those are the things that they seem to have been chosen by the people last night to do.
Right. Well, first of all, I used to work for John Boehner, and we used to have to carry around Kleenexes for some
Really?
speeches. It's very true. He's a very emotional guy.
Yeah, well,
but
look, most of the time he seems like such a tough guy, so I think it was a surprise to a lot of folks out there. But, you know, there's a softer side of John Boehner. We found that out last night across the board.
He's very emotional about the things he cares about. And look, I think that the two speeches that you saw from the respective leaders, John Boehner this morning, he used the word listen over and over and over. And that's because he believes right now what's most important is that the House of Representatives be more reflective of the people's anxieties and more reflective of the people's will. And Harry Reid talked about fighting. And he talked about taking the fight back to Washington. And that's a big problem because right now, the agenda that Harry Reid and President Obama and Nancy Pelosi pushed down the throat of the American the people, that was soundly rejected right now. So I think it's a telling, glance at how these two respective leaders are coming back to Washington to do their jobs.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of tete-a-tete and warm and fuzzy when we get back to Washington, Marianne, because we didn't hear from the Democratic leaders who won last night, from Boxer or Reid, anything conciliatory, anything about, we hear the larger message out there in the nation, nothing like that.
Look, there's no question what the agenda is. It's jobs, period, end of sentence. So Republicans have to work with
them. I mean, it's how to get them. Across the board, people have said that the stimulus hasn't worked.
Well, Martha, I mean, the fact here is Republicans have to work with Democrats because if they don't, 2 years from now, they're going to suffer the same losses Democrats did last night. Democrats have to work with Republicans or they're going to lose more seats and perhaps the White House. So yes, it's the how, but the voters are going to judge which one of these parties, the Democrats or the Republicans, have the right approach as they did last night. And that's why you're going to see a constant change and churn every 2 years now until somebody gets it right.
Yeah, and you know what? There's folks out there like Ron Johnson and some of these newer candidates who say that they're not going to back down when they get there. We'll see if that's the case. We're going to talk to them in a moment. Thanks to both of you. Marianne, for getting up early this morning. Kevin Madden, always great to see you guys. Thank you very much.
We have Kleenex here on the desk every day.
We can have John Boehner come anytime. We're ready for him.
That's right. The Tea Party takes Kentucky, too. Republican Rand Paul is going to Washington. What is his plan now? We'll talk to him live a bit later this morning, so stay tuned for that here. That is on deck. And Mike Pence is on deck. What is the Republican strategy in the House now? You just heard from John Boehner and Eric Cantor. We'll talk to Mike Pence in a moment. He joins us after the break.
And what about this? A Democrat wins in a state that did not vote for President Obama in 2008. We're going to take a look at Joe Manchin's fascinating trip to the Senate. What a trip this was, and why he says party affiliation means nothing anymore in Washington.
I'm going there, and I intend to work with everyone who's willing to put their country first. If you put the country first, I don't care whether you're a Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, business, or labor. That's how we do it, and it works well. And the country will be much better off because of that. That's how we rebuild America, and we'll get America back on track. We will get her back on track.
An accident doesn't have to slow you down. From new car replacement and guaranteed repairs to accident forgiveness, we do all we can to help you move on. Liberty Mutual Auto Insurance. Responsibility. What's your policy?
Are you receiving a payout from a legal settlement or annuity over 10 or even 20 years? Call Imperial Structured Settlements. The experts at Imperial can convert your long-term payout into a lump sum of cash today. Call 1-888-PAID-NOW.
You better run to Men's Warehouse.
Suits are on sale, including designer brands and big and tall. Buy one and get a second suit for just $100. You're gonna like the way you look, I guarantee it.
If you're like millions of Americans with hard water problems and want to conserve water, there is an easy solution. It's called Easy Water. Easy Water is a water conditioner that does not use salt. It's healthier, better for the environment, protects your appliances, and can save you hundreds each year. You no longer need to spend thousands of dollars on a traditional saltwater softener, because now there's Easy Water. Go to easywater.com or call 1-888-7-NO-SALT to learn more or to find an authorized dealer in your area.
Dr. Stephen Edelman, diabetes expert for Liberty Medical.
I've had diabetes since I was 15, and I became a doctor specializing in diabetes. I tell my patients that the key to a healthier life is taking control of your diabetes. And they can achieve it by calling the specialists at Liberty Medical, like the certified diabetes educators who offer advice, the insurance experts who will help with your claim paperwork, and the pharmacists who are there for you 24/7. Liberty provides free home delivery of your supplies and offers the latest advances in testing. Over 250,000 medical professionals like me recommend Liberty. And like millions of other diabetes patients, I rely on Liberty too.
Call now to receive a free meter and a free diabetes cookbook when you join. Liberty accepts Medicare and most insurance plans.
Take control of your diabetes.
Call 1-800-353-0946. 1-800-353-0946.
A genie?
Your cell phone wish is my command.
I wish for all that unlimited stuff.
Unlimited nationwide talk, text, email, internet, 411.
Only $50 a month. There's no contract.
And switch to less whenever you want with no hidden fees.
How did you do that?
It's not magic. It's Net 10, and it's available at Family Dollar.
Net 10, the cell phone you've always wished for.
Hoosiers have every reason to be proud, because with your help, we have done our part by turning a U.S. Senate seat from one that is fundamentally supportive of the Obama regime to one that firmly opposes it.
That's the Indiana Senator-elect Dan Coats thanking voters for giving Republicans the numbers they need to fight back. That's a win for Republicans in Indiana. Speaking of which, back home in Indiana, we find Congressman Mike Pence, chairman of the House Republican Conference. And sir, good morning to you in Indianapolis.
Morning, Bill.
We heard from John Boehner and Eric Cantor just 15 minutes ago. What is priority number one in the House? So we know it's about jobs and the economy, but what will Republicans in the House try and do to right the ship first?
Well, first, let's pay a debt of gratitude to the courageous men and women across the country who stood in this election and took a strong stand for turning our country back to the principles of limited government, fiscal responsibility, and reform. And secondly, I want to recognize this morning that, last night was not so much a victory for our political party as it was a victory for the American people. And I think it's to them that we must repair as we develop our positions in the coming months. Republicans are determined in Congress with this new generation of leaders coming to Washington to be on the side of the American people every day of the week. We're going to end this era of runaway federal spending, borrowing, bailouts, takeovers. We're going to work to repeal Obamacare, lock, stock, and barrel, get back to common sense and common values. That's what last night was all about.
Let's break down one by one the second half of your answer there. Tax cuts. What move will you make and how soon? You have 59 days to get it done.
Yeah, look, I don't know if there's any higher priority, Bill, than making sure in the most difficult economy in 25 years that no American sees a tax increase in January, not one. And Republicans are determined, whether it's in the lame duck session or right out of the gate the first of the year, to preserve all the current tax relief, to give that certainty to the marketplace, and also to go right to work on additional tax relief and reform that will release the trapped energy of this economy. We've got to get the economy moving again. That's going to take across-the-board tax relief for working families, small businesses, family farms, and it's going to take real and practiced fiscal discipline in Washington, D.C.
Can you get the White House, can you get the president to agree to that? On the tax cuts specifically, or will you get a veto?
Well, look, Well, look, I heard at the top of the hour you were talking about that third Sunday in March when Democrats marched across. That night, right here on Fox, I said, I predicted then, I said Democrats had their say on the third Sunday in March, but the American people are going to have their say on the first Tuesday in November. And look, the question right now is, did the White House get the message? Did Democrats on Capitol Hill, did Harry Reid get the message? It's not, Harry Reid's comments so far don't sound very promising, but the American people are at the table. They've reasserted their sovereign control over the national government last night, and I really believe with all my heart that what we must do in the coming days is to steer our national government back to where the American people know it has to go, and that is limited government, fiscal responsibility, and the policies of growth.
You mentioned health care. John Boehner says they'll lay the groundwork to repeal health care. You basically said the same thing. Do you trim at the edges? Do you target specific provisions? What do you do?
Well, let me tell you, House Republicans will not rest until we repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel. We're going to do everything in our power to pass legislation to completely start over. But it's not just about, wiping the slate clean. It's also about replacing it with health care reform that focuses on lowering the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. We can do that. The American people know we can do that without individual mandates and taxes and public funding of abortion. But I think we've got to tear Obamacare out of the ground, root and branch. We got to look for Democrats even who survived yesterday's election who will join with us in that cause, because I think the American people want Obamacare repealed. Wow. And they want us to immediately work to replace it with health care reform that lowers costs.
And it's going to be a major battle. What will you do?
Well, look, my little family and I have been completely focused on doing everything we can to elect a Republican majority to Capitol Hill and to the State House here in Indianapolis. But starting today, we're going to prayerfully consider where we can make the most difference for what matters most to us. And whether it's our role on Capitol Hill or...
would you like to be president?
Well, a little girl asked me one time if I ever thought about running for president, and I told her, no more and no less than any other kid who grew up with a cornfield in his backyard. But, whatever the future holds, we're going to begin the process of prayerfully considering where our family can make the most difference for our beloved state and our nation, and we'll keep you posted.
I've asked you that question 3 times in 2 months. I'll continue at it. Mike Pence, thank you for your time and your patience there in Indianapolis today.
All right, Fox News alert to this story right now. Check out this scene. This is happening in Reedville, Massachusetts. Firefighters responding to a house explosion. It is literally gone, this home in Reedville, Massachusetts. They are over on the scene there on Danny Road. I'm also told that this is not far from Mayor Thomas Menino's home in Reedville, Massachusetts. A house exploded. We're told there's no injuries. They believe that there was some smell of natural gas in the area. We're going to keep a close eye on that one. Well, they talked the talk, and last night they walked the walk, and now some of the Tea Party candidates will be walking straight to the Capitol as the newest lawmakers in this country, carrying the voices of these people who you've been hearing literally since those town halls. We're going to talk to somebody who followed this movement very closely about what it all means.
Who's serving up some comfort food like Grandma used to make? All for around $10?
You just can't find Golden Corral's comfort food classics anyplace else. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, all for around $10. Only at Golden Corral.
If you have the audacity to believe I can see you in 2 weeks is quite frankly weak.
Join the nearly 7 million investors who think like you do. FaceTime and Think Time make a difference. At Edward Jones, it's how we make sense of investing.
Companies that want brilliant color are moving to EcoSys printers from Kyocera. Companies that need crisp black and white are also making the move. Companies that are smart about saving money are making the wise choice. And these days, we all understand that money isn't the only thing worth saving. Makes you wonder why some companies aren't making the move. Economical, ecological, Ecosys printers from Kyocera. We're people-friendly.
The balance of power. We look at America's future and focus on the key issues. Watch Brett Baer and his political panel tonight on Special Report.
With NFL Red Zone on Xfinity, you see the big plays as they happen. Every touchdown from every NFL game, every Sunday afternoon. It's live, non-stop football action. You never miss a key moment because you're seeing the highlights as they happen. NFL Red Zone is nothing short of pure football genius. It's everything a football fan needs.
The sports entertainment package with NFL Red Zone gives you all the football you need for just $6.95 more a month. Call 1-800-XFINITY to order.
Attention hip replacement patients. DePuy Orthopedics has recalled thousands of ASR hip replacement systems due to complications. Many patients with ASR hip systems are experiencing severe pain, hip joint swelling, bone and nerve damage, and may need corrective surgery. If you had hip replacement surgery with a DePuy ASR hip system since 2003, you may be entitled to money damages. Call Greenberg and Betterman at 301-589-2200 for a free consultation or visit gblawyers.com.
The Lee family has been dedicated to providing a full range of funeral services to bereaved loved ones and families since 1836. Every year, many people in our community come to Lee Funeral Homes to arrange their funerals in advance. With a wide selection of funeral services and a crematory on premise, Lee Funeral Homes provides caring service to families in need. For 6 generations, your family has placed trust in our family's tradition of quality service. Lee Funeral Homes in Calvert, 170 years serving you.
The Annapolis Food and Wine Festival, Saturday, November 6th, will feature a host of Annapolis's finest restaurants, each presenting culinary creations complemented by award-winning wines from Maryland and international wineries. As you stroll from restaurant to restaurant, enjoy samples of gourmet cuisine paired with an array of fine wines and spirits. Enjoy a relaxing afternoon, wining and dining amid all the shops and attractions of historic Annapolis. For more information, including special features, or to buy tickets online, visit AnnapolisFoodAndWineFestival.com.
Out of Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, who was virtually an unknown, he's a businessman, till about 6 months ago when he arrived on the political scene, managing to unseat, to do what most people thought was impossible, veteran Democratic Senator Russ Feingold. A 3-term senator. Senator Feingold was first elected back in 1992. He voted yes on controversial bills like the health care overhaul and stimulus. He stuck up for President Obama's policies in a big way. In many ways, he said the president had not gone far enough. But last night he said he's not down. He's looking to the future.
So, it's on to the next fight. It's on to the next battle. It's on to 2012. And it is on to our next adventure. Forward!
All right. Well, he looked pretty strong last night, even in his concession speech, but he is not the future senator of Wisconsin. Republican Senate-elect Ron Johnson is, and he joins me now on the phone. Good morning, Senator-elect. How does that sound?
Sounds pretty good. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning. You're now being called a star, a rising star in the GOP scene, a star Tea Party candidate as well. And what made you think? Tommy Thompson decided not to run, and he was supposed to be the only Republican who could beat Russ Feingold. What made you think that you could do what you did last night?
It really wasn't what made me think I could do it. It's what was happening in this country. And certainly I was watching the total out-of-control spending and debt that we were racking up in this country. And for me, the final straw really was when they passed the health care bill. Because it is a huge assault on our freedom. It is necessarily designed to lead to a Canadian-style single-payer system. That's going to lead to rationing, lower quality of care, and medical innovation that we've come to expect in this country is going to come to a grinding halt. So that was really the final straw. That's what made me step up to the plate.
Yeah. A lot of folks have gone to Washington with big dreams of changing things, and the Tea Party has big dreams of changing things. How concerned are you about the wall that you may run into when you get there, about how tough it is to pull things off?
I'm certainly not naive. I realize we've got a tough task ahead of us. We've dug ourselves a very deep hole in this country. And, of course, just being from Wisconsin, most of us folks understand that the first step is to stop digging. So, no, it's going to be difficult, and it's probably going to be a multi-year, multi-election process. But I'll tell you, last night, I think the voters of America, the voters of Wisconsin, sent a very strong message to the folks in Washington say we do want to get our fiscal house in order.
You know, what's the message for the Tea Party here? You know, Sharon Angle did not make it. Christine O'Donnell did not make it. You did. Rand Paul did. What does this tell us about who the Tea Party is and where it's going?
Well, the Tea Party isn't just one group. So certainly from my standpoint, I kind of sprung out of the Tea Party, but, you know, I ran as a Republican because we have a two-party system here, and, you know, the only thing a third party does is you elect folks like Al Franken. So I think you've got to join that two-party system, and the goal here is to hold the Republican Party more to their conservative roots. That's certainly what I intend to do.
All right. Senator-elect Ron Johnson, thank you very much for being with us, sir. Congratulations. We'll be talking to you.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for being here.
You mentioned Rand Paul. He wins in Kentucky. You will hear from him live next hour as our coverage continues in a moment.
I have a message. A message from the people of Kentucky. A message that is loud and clear and does not mince words. We've come to
What's in a brushstroke? Look closely, and you will see the dynamic power and craftsmanship present in every vehicle we build. What's in a brushstroke? Everything you'll feel when you drive the new Infiniti G25, the latest in the legendary G-Line. This is inspired performance. This is the way of Infiniti. Now lease an Infiniti G25 for $319 a month. We ask people all over America where the best potatoes come from.
Best potatoes? Idaho.
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 And how do you know you're getting Idaho potatoes? Not all potatoes come from Idaho, so if you want the best, you have to do one important thing.
Always look for the grown in Idaho seal.
I knew that.
I knew that.
Look for the grown in Idaho seal.
Notice anything? No? That's the idea. I have unwanted facial hair. What, you thought you were alone? That's because we all try so hard to keep it a secret. But now it's easy with Vanica. It's not a hair remover, it's a prescription cream that's clinically proven to reduce the growth of facial hair in women.
Vanica's given me the freedom to be close to people again.
Vanica is gentle. Use it along with your regular skincare routine. It works deep within the follicle, blocking the enzyme essential for hair growth. It's dermatologist recommended and FDA approved.
I started seeing less facial hair within a month.
I'm so glad I asked my doctor about Vanica.
It's safe to use and it doesn't have the potential to scar damaged skin like removal methods do. The most frequent side effects associated with Vanica are mild and skin related.
Unwanted facial hair? With Vanica, nobody needs to know.
For more information and a free rebate of up to $50, call or go online now.
It's the best decision I ever made.
This is the AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan card. Wherever you go, nationwide, your coverage travels with you.
And that's just one of the many reasons you need a card like this. With all Medicare supplement insurance plans, you can choose from a range of plans and keep your relationship with your own doctor that accepts Medicare. If you're turning 65 or older, or you've already enrolled in a Medicare supplement plan, call now for this free guide to understanding Medicare and information kit on AARP Medicare supplement plans, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company. As with all Medicare supplement plans, these help cover some of your medical expenses not paid by Medicare alone. This could save you up to thousands of dollars.
Look, you want to do away with almost all claim forms? Like the sound of no referrals needed to see a specialist? You get all that too.
Call now to get your free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare.
Yep, this is one great card.
Call this toll-free number now for this free information kit and Medicare guide.
Well, Republicans take the House and lots of governors' mansions as well. They've got a new agenda for that building that you see right there. Meanwhile, the Democrats are promising to continue pushing their policies. They maintain control of the Senate, and there's still some contests out there that are too close to call. Good morning, everybody. The day after the big night, a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. So glad you're with us this morning. I'm Martha McCown.
And I'm Bill Hemmer. You know, we wait for these elections, and there are surprises. Certainly, we had a few last night, and now we try and chart the course.
A couple more to come, maybe.
Yeah, where we're headed now. House Minority Leader John Boehner now the speaker designate after Republicans regained the upper hand. We heard from him and Eric Cantor just last hour. Here's a part of that.
The American people spoke, and I think it's pretty clear that the Obama-Pelosi agenda is being rejected by the American people. They want, as I said last night, they want the president to change course. And I think it's change course we will.
Change course we will, says Mr. Boehner. Carl Cameron's right here in New York with us. Carl, take us through a little bit of last night. Big winners. Tell us about it.
Lots of big winners, and for some, the night still continues because there are a few undecideds still remaining, obviously. John Boehner is a huge winner, and last night he made it clear that he thought Republicans would not be overly triumphant, not overly exuberant, certainly avoid being arrogant and address the seriousness of what's facing them. Republicans in the House now have to lay out their agenda, is likely to be much more conservative, and that puts some pressure on the U.S. Senate, where the Republicans weren't able to get the majority. And we've got unresolved business to attend to. In the Senate, there's 3 seats that are unresolved, obviously. Alaska, Colorado, and Washington could be quite some time, though it's not going to likely make any difference in who controls the majority, obviously. But those still remain unresolved. There's more than a dozen House seats, and it won't change the majority. In fact, it could increase the Republican majority considerably as this unfolds. And perhaps sort of most potentially nervous-making for the Obama administration is the unresolved business in the governor's races. The Florida governor's race hasn't been called yet, and there's some indication that Rick Scott, the Republican's quite close and has expressed his confidence that he's going to win. And so the Ohio, Pennsylvania, and potentially Florida governorships could be in the red Republican column as we head into 2012. The presidential race, to see those 3 key battleground states there, means that already President Obama is really worried about who's going to be the winner in 2 years, not who the winner was last night, Martha.
Yeah, I think we move on very quickly in that regard. Carl, thank you very much. Carl Cameron.
We mentioned the Tea Party movement, Martha, certainly helped shape the election of 2010. Now there is one group, at least, the Tea Party Patriots, holding a post-election briefing in Washington. In fact, they are talking about yesterday's results and the future of the Tea Party movement. That room's going to fill up, we're told. and when it does, we'll watch developments and bring them to you. And more on the Tea Party's impact of last night's election a bit later this morning. Also, a slew of high-profile races wrapping up in the Northeast, including the battle for governor in New York. Democrat Andrew Cuomo winning handily, beating Republican rival Carl Palladino. Had some advice to offer here in the Empire State.
As our next governor, you can grab this handle and bring the people with you to Albany. Or you can leave it untouched and run the risk of having it wielded against you. Because make no mistake, you have not heard the last of Carl Palladino.
Rick Leventhal this morning live in New York. How did Cuomo win?
Well, Palladino didn't hold back much, did he? But he did seem to alienate more voters than he won over during the election. He won 4 out of 10 votes, which isn't terrible, but it wasn't enough to derail Cuomo's campaign, which was described as cautious and disciplined.
When they look at the dysfunction and degradation of Albany, they're disgusted, and they are right. And what they are saying today is they want reform, and they want that government in Albany changed, and that's what they're going to get.
Andrew Cuomo won in a landslide. 68% of women, 94% of blacks, 82% of Latinos. Cuomo's father, Mario, the 52nd governor of New York, joined his son on stage for the victory last night. The elder Cuomo famously considered a run for the White House nearly 20 years ago. His son Andrew dropped a bid for governor 8 years ago and now says his first priority is to clean up Albany without a baseball bat.
Go Yankees. O'Donnell, one of the biggest names in this midterm election, could not win in Delaware. Right?
Yeah, no, she couldn't. She was an evangelical outsider who was famous in part for saying she was not a witch. This morning, O'Donnell says she's happy that she gave a voice to many who hadn't been heard, but she also blames the Republican Party for not giving her enough support. Of course, she surprised a lot of people by winning her primary against former Delaware Governor Mike Castle, who was considered a shoo-in to win Vice President Joe Biden's former seat. Instead, it's Democrat Chris Coons who wins by a wide margin and now says his priority is to bring more jobs to Delaware, Bill.
Thank you, Rick. Rick Leventhal is watching things here in the Northeast. Also, Linda McMahon did not win the Senate race in Connecticut, we should point out. Richard Blumenthal, a victor for the Democrats there last night. Martha.
That's right. And let's talk about a big win in the Tea Party in the Sunshine State. Republican Marco Rubio, who, all the pundits said last night is a big name for some time to come in the Republican Party, most likely. The results in this race, in fact, were so lopsided that he was declared the winner shortly after the polls closed in Florida's Panhandle, which is the westernmost part of the state. So check this out. Rubio, what a story this has been. Charlie Crist was the Republican governor, hugely popular, decided that he wanted to run for the Senate seat, left the governor, would have to give up the governorship in that case, and he ran against Rubio, who nobody had ever heard of, ended up hammering him, really, and Kendrick Meek came in with 20% of that vote. Phil Keating has been following this. It's been quite a story. And Phil, in the speech last night, Republican Rubio definitely offered themes of the Tea Party in his ideology and when he spoke.
Absolutely, Martha. Keep in mind, a year and a half ago, Rubio had yet to consolidate Florida's Republican Party, but back then he had the full support of the Tea Party. Last night it was an absolute festive party in Coral Gables, celebrating what some would say was a race that was far gone weeks and weeks ago. By 8 o'clock, both losers had already called to concede to Marco Rubio, but he did remind everybody listening that even back a year and a half ago when he was far down, he says his ideology remained the same, and last night he threw out the gauntlet.
And we make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance.
Rubio reminding everybody that last night, as he has throughout the campaign, he's not going to D.C. to join the Republican Party en masse. He's going up there with his true beliefs that we need smaller government, lower taxes, and keeping what he calls America exceptional.
Yeah, as he said right there, he said he believes that the GOP won nothing more than a second chance last night. That was a remarkable statement. Let's talk a little bit about the governor's race, Phil. Some real drama is still going on there.
Just as we were reporting all day yesterday, this was a race that really had the promise of being forced to go into a constitutionally required automatic recount, and that's where it remains in that area today. This has yet to be decided. Votes, not all of them have been counted yet. And Sink is not conceding defeat to Scott, although Scott temporarily has a lead here. It's being pegged at 49% to 48%, or more accurately, Scott with 48.81. He's the Republican. Sink with 47.8. Both of them are supposed to speak sometime this morning, possibly in the hour. But as far as a recount, we talked to an expert who worked with the Gore camp back in the 2000 recount.
Look has to be on what are the votes that have not been counted yet. There may be some absentees, and there may be some number of provisional ballots in each of the 67 counties. No one knows exactly what those totals may be, and there is still at least some hope that it could be enough to close the gap.
According to the Associated Press, Scott is leading by 53,000 votes. Scott right now is claiming his count is 68,000 votes. Either way, it's going to have to be narrowed down by at least 28 to 40,000 votes to get this recount going.
All right, here we go. In Florida once again. Phil, thanks very much.
Let's gear up for Tallahassee, huh, Martha? Here we go.
Oh, boy.
Pack the kids, will make one trip. In a moment here, one of the main storylines from last night, the importance of the governor's races won by Republicans, including South Carolina and Nikki Haley.
18 months ago, I saw a state and a federal government losing control. Arrogant in its spending, arrogant in its responsibility, and a need to step up and say we've got to take our state and our country back.
Former Governor Mike Huckabee is in line after the break to talk about that. Also,
two women who broke the mold, Sarah Palin, John McCain's running mate in 2008, and Geraldine Ferraro, Walter Mondale's VP in 1984. Look at that great picture. They sat down next to each other last night for the very first time ever on television, and it was really something to see. You're going to see it right here at America's Election Headquarters.
Let's get Chinese.
Should we order Panda Blossom, Panda Moon?
How about Chinese at home with Wan Chai Ferry? You can make it in just 14 minutes.
Orange chicken.
Great.
I didn't feel it going out anyway.
Wan Chai Ferry, restaurant quality Chinese in your grocer's freezer.
Are you receiving a payout from a legal settlement or annuity over 10 or even 20 years? Call Imperial Structured Settlements. The experts at Imperial can convert your long-term payout into a lump sum of cash today. Call 1-888-PAID-NOW.
Most watched and most trusted.
It is game day.
One of the biggest questions of tonight.
We're just beginning to get the results in.
It was a pretty decisive win.
The Republicans will take control.
Only one was fair and balanced. Only America's election headquarters was number one.
Experience a new level of global networking. For life on a whole new scale.
Excellence in flight. Korean Air. A 700-ton factory component. A 420-mile journey through heavily populated areas. Lots of risks. Technically evaluated and covered by one insurance company. Providing risk engineering and underwriting expertise. Zurich Help Point. Help when it matters most.
I met my husband here. I got to know my grandkids here. We've discovered so much here together. But my doctor told me that during that time, my high cholesterol was contributing to plaque buildup in my arteries. That's why I'm fighting my cholesterol with Crestor.
Along with diet, Crestor does more than help manage cholesterol when diet and exercise alone aren't enough. Crestor is also proven to slow plaque buildup in arteries. Crestor is not right for everyone, like people with liver disease or women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. A simple blood test will check for liver problems. Tell your doctor about other medicines you are taking, or if you have muscle pain or weakness. That could be a sign of serious side effects. Ask your doctor if Crestor is right for you.
I love it when we're here together.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
America decides, and the GOP wins big. Voters changed Washington's political landscape, and viewers chose one network for powerful, fair, and balanced coverage. As the country moves ahead, only Fox News Channel moves forward.
Well, we knew that it would play a role at the ballot box on Election Day, but how did health care really influence voters? Quite a bit if you look at the Fox News exit polling. 48% want the new Congress to repeal the law, 31% say expand it, 16% say leave it as it is. Nina Easton, Washington columnist for Fortune magazine and a Fox News contributor. Good morning to you after a late night last night.
Yes.
How did it play?
You know, it's interesting because the Democrats are going to try to create the narrative that they did poorly because of the economy. Just the same way that George Bush, when times were tough for him, it was all about the war. But in fact, we can tell from exit polls, from polling going into this, that policies played a huge impact, and particularly health care. And all you have to do is look at, say, Joe Manchin, West Virginia governor, Democrat, who won, trying to distance himself from health care reform, saying we're going to repeal the bad parts of the law. So you saw that all across the board with a lot of these Democrats who are trying to save themselves. And you certainly saw it in the polling for
Joe Manchin, maybe a Democrat in name only, huh?
Yeah, I think that's right.
A dino as opposed to a rhino.
Very good.
Especially in the closing weeks of his campaign in West Virginia. Anyway, he pulled it out.
Yeah.
That's on the Senate side. I think if you look at some of the House votes, actually, in the central part of the country, when you look at some of the House members who broke in favor of the health care legislation, that third week in March, these are the latecomers that helped put it over the top. They were in tough battles. Indiana, Barron Hill loses. Ohio, John Bocelli loses. Ohio, Steve Driehaus loses. Charlie Wilson loses. Mary Jo Kilroy loses. They're all Democrats who voted in favor of health care. And there's your argument for what voters turned out.
And the other thing, that you put your finger on it when you said the middle of the country. When you look at, say, California, which, again, about this question about what role the economy versus policy played, California has one of the highest unemployment rates in the country, and yet Obama has favorable ratings. It's very Democratic, and they held on last night. Same in Nevada. Harry Reid held on. So it wasn't just about the economy. It's middle America, those between the coasts, is where people are rebelling against Obama. And the other thing is that Obamacare, by the way, it's entered the lexicon. If you look at the polling, people know what that means by huge majorities. And 51% of a poll going in, I know you cited one Fox poll, but 51% of the Bill McInturf's poll out of Public Opinion Strategies
was even higher than that?
Even higher.
Well, he called out Tom Perriello in Charlottesville, Virginia, and he lost. He called out Betsy Markey in Colorado, and she lost.
Right.
Both of them supported health care, too. John Boehner said last hour that they will now have his words, a mandate to reduce the size of government. Then he talked about health care and laying the groundwork for going after. What is that groundwork? What shape are we seeing now take place?
That's the problem with all this. I mean, there's not a lot they can do. Barack Obama is not going to repeal health care reform. He's not going to sign something that repeals health care reform. They view that as their landmark piece of legislation. What you will see, so the House will pass it. It'll probably sit on the Senate doorsteps like a cord of wood, and who knows if they'll act on it. The Senate's still Democratic controlled. But what you will see is, I think the president will try to do tort reform, and just make it look like he's trying to compromise and negotiate.
You do?
Yeah. Well, his former budget director, Peter Orszag, has said we should have had more addressing of medical malpractice. So I can imagine the president doing that. But the other thing that you're going to see is out of the House, where they really can have impact, is this House Investigative Committee, which is going to be run by Darrell Issa out of California. He's going to become the House chief investigator. He's going to go after how they administer the new health care legislation, and that's where a lot of these battles are going to brew.
Well, to that extent, he can influence the Republican governors who won so overwhelmingly last night, and they can make the decision whether to implement it or not. There's a provision in the health care law that says federal law can trump state law, so we will watch how.
And we also watch the court cases on that. Very key.
And we shall. Nina Easton, thank you. Late night last night. Thanks for getting up early.
That's great.
You look great.
So do you, Bill.
Well, thank you very much.
Love you when you're not in front of the map, too.
Thank you very much. And Martha looks great, too.
Yeah, there we go.
We're just bolstering each other up here this morning. Thanks very much, you guys. Well, you guys were just talking about this. At least 10 state houses going from Democrat to Republican. This is a huge headline from last night, folks. So what now? Political gridlock, budget shortfalls, huge deficits that these governors are going to have to deal with. Who better to ask than former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee? Knows a lot about running a state, and he will join us with his take on what happened last night next.
Also, they made history. Vice presidential nominees separated by decades. Geraldine Ferraro and Sarah Palin, now making history together. Live on Fox.
You know who should have perhaps talked about it was the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Remember, she said, though, well, we don't, basically she was suggesting we don't know what's in it. You got to pass it, and then we find out what's in it. That was a bad message there.
Well, perhaps, but I think and I would agree, I'm sure that she knew what was in it, because I've known Nancy a long time, and she is smart as hell.
This program is brought to you by Easy Water. Easy Water is the easy solution for hard water problems.
Are you tired of spending hundreds of dollars every year on salt bags for your water softener? Do your wallet and your back a favor and make an easy decision. Get Easy Water. Easy Water eliminates most of your hard water problems without the salt. Plus, it's maintenance-free, better for the environment, and protects your appliances. It's really that easy. Call 1-888-7-NO-SALT right now or go to easywater.com to learn more.
Naturally colorful vegetables are often a good source of vitamins, fiber, or minerals. And who brings you more natural colors than Campbell's Condensed Soups? Campbell's. It's amazing what soup can do.
If you believe that your relationship with your investments shouldn't be long distance,
join the nearly 7 million investors who think like you do. FaceTime and Think Time make a difference. At Edward Jones, it's how we make sense of investing.
Let me tell you about a very important phone call I made. When I got my Medicare card, I realized I needed an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance card too.
Medicare is one of the great things about turning 65, but it doesn't cover everything. In fact, it only pays up to 80% of your Part B expenses. If you're already on or eligible for Medicare, call now to find out how an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company, helps cover some of the medical expenses not paid by Medicare Part B. That can save you up to thousands of dollars. These are the only Medicare supplement insurance plans exclusively endorsed by AARP. When you call now, you'll get this free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare.
I can keep my own doctor and choose my own hospital.
And I don't need a referral to see a specialist.
As with all Medicare supplement plans, you can keep your own doctor and hospital that accepts Medicare and help pay for what Medicare doesn't. Call this toll-free number now to get your free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare.
Manny Pacquiao. His legend grows as he battles for an unprecedented 8th world title.
This is the brilliance of the Filipino slugger.
Antonio Margarito, the massive 3-time world champion, is Pacquiao's most feared opponent yet.
Lands another right hook. Hard left hand. He's down for the second time.
Two of boxing's best. Head on.
Order Pacquiao versus Margarito with your remote on channel 501 on Xfinity from Comcast.
The Annapolis Food and Wine Festival, Saturday, November 6th, will feature a host of Annapolis's finest restaurants, each presenting culinary creations complemented by award-winning wines from Maryland and international wineries. As you stroll from restaurant to restaurant, enjoy samples of gourmet cuisine paired with an array of fine wines and spirits. Enjoy a relaxing afternoon, wining and dining amid all the shops and attractions of historic Annapolis. For more information, including special features, or to buy tickets online, visit AnnapolisFoodAndWineFestival.com.
Talked a lot this morning about the House and also about the Senate, but what about these governor's races that are so critical to figuring out votes in the future, and also this key race for the White House in 2012? Look at the way Republicans went through these governor's races from last night. Now, on the screen, you'll see all the states that light up in gold. These were the governor's races that we were watching last night. I'm going to show you here in the central part of the country, first of all. Well, let's start in Pennsylvania. Republicans won that state house. They won the state house in Ohio, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Iowa, caucus in Iowa, and also down here in New Mexico. All these are pickups, and it will go a long way to determining so much by what happens on the state mechanisms inside each state there as we move toward 2012. In Florida right now, this is a race that's frankly too close to call. Rick Scott, the Republican, up against Alex Sink, just about a point separating them on the raw numbers. We may see a recount on that ultimately, but we'll hold our fire on that one. And here's Martha now talking more about just the significance of what we saw in these races, Martha.
Exactly. Thank you so much for setting us up, Bill. And like Bill said, Republicans have picked up 10 gubernatorial offices last night. And as we wait for the results in the last 7 that are too close to call, these are truly going to shape the political landscape as we go forward. So who better to ask about this? Governor Mike Huckabee and the host of Huckabee. Good to see you here this morning,
Well, thank
Governor.
you very much, Martha.
Very much. You know, last night we were watching this. Everybody was watching the congressional races. I kept noticing that these gubernatorial races were popping and turning over one after the other. But you were just saying to me that the significance of this is deeper than it looks.
Much deeper than it looks on two fronts. Number one, when the governors hold that electoral advantage in a state, it does not only something for reapportionment, which is going to be coming up, but it also does something for the infrastructure of that political state. Let me give you an example. When a governor gets in office, he starts appointing hundreds and hundreds of people. So there's patronage that goes to every county, every precinct, all over the state. When a person runs for president, what you want to be able to do is to tap in on an existing train track.
That's already there,
exactly.
Right?
Why have to build a track if it's there? So whoever holds that governor's seat offers to the let's say to the candidate of his choice, the Democrat or the Republican, an infrastructure that cannot be equaled. Another thing that we're seeing is deep in the subterranean atmosphere of yesterday's elections, though we focused on the Senate, the House, and the governor races, a lot of races all the way down to state legislatures made a difference. 17 state legislators flipped yesterday. That's huge, because that's the farm team over the next 20 years, the people that will be governor and be senator and be House members. This was a huge election. I said last night that this is a lot like 1811, 1812, when the New Madrid earthquake was so devastating that it made the Mississippi River run backwards. This was a river reversal last night.
Wow, that's an interesting take on it, and I love hearing what you're saying about these legislatures. And when you think about it, you talk about Pennsylvania, Ohio. You were just talking about Texas before, and Bill was pointing out how tight things are still in the Florida governor's race. So when you're running for president, which is now looking closer and closer all the time, less than 2 years away, and you land on the ground, you get off your plane, and you say to the person who greets you, "So what have we got here in this state?" Right? You want them to hook you right in.
It matters, just like it matters for the president as an incumbent to run for re-election, and it's a huge advantage. It's also a huge advantage in that state that governor is on your side and he's going to be campaigning for you, because chances are the races that are won at that local level, he's going to have a hand in. Legislative, judicial races, all sorts of things. That is an incredibly important infrastructure for whoever the nominees are in the party.
All right, very interesting. Governor Mike Huckabee, always good to see you, sir.
Great to be here, Martha. Thank you.
America's Newsroom. We'll see you soon. Bill, back
all right, Martha, 26 past the hour, and 22 months ago, it did not even exist. Yesterday, though, the Tea Party had its day. Now, where does it go from here, we wonder? We'll talk with a leading member of that group in moments. And
one guy who got some help from his friends in the Tea Party, Kentucky Republican Rand Paul, joins us live with his plans for Washington. Rand Paul, straight ahead.
I have a message. A message from the people of Kentucky. A message that is loud and clear and does not mince words. We've come to take our government back.
The Task Alpha Color MFP series from Kyocera. Ultra-reliable technology that delivers brilliant color prints and effortless scanning every time. Task Alpha Color MFPs from Kyocera. We're people-friendly.
There is good news from the road to recovery. For stories on what's working in America, watch the Fox Report tonight or log on to foxnews.com/road to recovery. Brought to you by FedEx. We understand you need reliable shipping solutions.
So, I've arranged for a rental car to be dropped off at your house. You sure you got everything out of your car?
I think so.
Let's get you home.
Why do drivers 50 and over switch to the Hartford? The only auto insurance program endorsed by AARP? More than savings and benefits. We handle the problems you'd expect. And the ones you never knew you had.
I thought I lost this. I'm serious, thank you.
It's my pleasure.
The AARP Auto Insurance Program from the Hartford.
You know, one of the best compliments a person can get is to have someone imitate what they do. We here at Liberty have been doing what we do for quite a while. And there are new sources for home-delivered medical supplies springing up like weeds. More and more folks are recognizing the need for this service and are setting about to provide it. We at Liberty have teams of professionals standing by to help you in your time of need.
Liberty has everything you need to manage your diabetes, including all the brand name meters. Liberty accepts Medicare and most health insurance plans. Call now and we'll send you a free meter. Plus, you'll get a free cookbook when you join.
Call Liberty. Can help you live a better life.
Call 1-800-237-9019 for your free meter and cookbook. 1-800-237-9019. That's 1-800-237-9019. Call now.
You've probably heard a lot about reverse mortgages lately, and frankly, it may all seem just a little confusing. And if you're anything like me, you want to have all the facts before you make any big decision. That's why I want to send you this free DVD about reverse mortgages. It'll walk you through the process, from qualification to counseling to closing, and also answer some important questions. What are the costs? And how do they compare to a traditional mortgage? How is the government involved? And what is your responsibility after you get your reverse mortgage? The answers are all in this free DVD. A reverse mortgage could be a smart, safe, and secure option that could help you pay off your original mortgage, manage your health care costs, or just cover your day-to-day expenses. So call this toll-free number and let me send you your free video right now.
Call 1-800-745-4140.
My name is Doug, and I am not an actor. I am the face of mesothelioma. I am a veteran with over 34 years of honorable military service and a great-grandfather. After being diagnosed, my doctors recommended an experienced law firm. I called 800-797-9000. They knew what financial assistance was available for me and my family. If someone you love has mesothelioma, I urge you to call 800-797-9000.
All right, this is just crossing in the very tight Florida gubernatorial race. We now expect that Rick Scott will speak. He'll come in front of the cameras at about noon today. Alex Sink came out right after that, just a hair later, saying that she will also come out and speak at 10:45. What they're going to say, we don't know. Very tight race, possible recounts expected in this race. We will bring you all of that as soon as they come to those microphones.
This is a moving target, isn't it?
Sure is.
Yeah, throughout the day, right? Every hour on the hour. Well, the Tea Party proven to be a force to be reckoned with in campaign 2010. A number of favorites getting elected. Others, though, falling short. So how do Tea Party-backed lawmakers go about the business of governing? Matt Kibbe's president and CEO of FreedomWorks. He's back with us now out of Washington, D.C. Also wrote the book, Give Us Liberty. How are you doing today? Good morning.
I'm doing great.
Is that your book or is that Dick Armey's book?
That is our book. We wrote it together.
That's our book. Okay. I just want to give credit where credit's due. Okay. How do you evaluate what happened last night? And then I'll drill down in specifics.
Well, I think if you look at the overall electoral map, you saw that the Tea Party agenda of fiscal responsibility and reining in big government redefined the entire political landscape. All Republicans ran on that agenda, and even Democrats like Joe Manchin in West Virginia ran against the Obama economic agenda. So we really own that agenda. So going into November 3rd and the legislative session, I think we have a clear mandate to take on Obamacare and to rein in federal spending. And that's what we expect these new legislators to do.
How do you explain all the money and all the attention that went to Sharon Angle in a state that had the highest unemployment rate of any state, in the 14.4%, and yet Harry Reid still wins? Why?
It really is disappointing that we didn't get Nevada last night, but I would point out that Harry Reid is the second most powerful man in Washington, D.C. He has the benefit of endless amounts of money, endless amount of support of the machine in the state of Nevada, and we just came up short. I don't think that one race defines this election. It's a little bit like scolding your top batter, saying you only batted 800 tonight, and we really wanted you to bat 1,000.
I think that's a fair point with regard to Sharon Angle, but what about if Joe Miller does not pull it out in Alaska? Christine O'Donnell went down easily to Chris Coons in Delaware.
Well, take a step back again and look at, and we're focused on seats that flip from Democrat to Republican, but look at what happened in Florida with Marco Rubio. Look at what happened in Utah, where Mike Lee beat a sitting Republican. There is a very large, substantial, committed class of Tea Party candidates that will be sworn in January, and they are going to define the agenda.
You mentioned Rubio, and I hate to push on time here. We've got some more stuff to get to. Rand Paul also out of Kentucky. What is your expectation for those who won, and now for the first time in American history, take the Tea Party mantle to Washington, D.C. to make change?
Well, the good news is that they are very much unified around the issues in the Contract from America. Most of these candidates have signed on to that. Most of them ran on it. And it essentially is a 10-point plan that is going to define which legislation needs to be introduced, what issues need to be brought to the House and Senate floor. I think you're going to see a very cohesive effort to dismantle Obamacare and to challenge the president. And the big question is whether or not the Obama administration comes back to the middle like Bill Clinton did in 1995.
We're going to hear from him at 1 o'clock this afternoon. In fact, for the first time since I believe it was late Sunday night or a few radio interviews on Monday and Tuesday. Matt Kibbe, thank you for your time out of Washington. And Rand Paul's on deck a bit later, too, a winner in Kentucky last night. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, Martha.
Well, a bit of history was made last night in America's election headquarters. The only two women ever to be nominated to run as vice presidential candidates sat together and talked on television for the very first time. Sarah Palin sat right next to Geraldine Ferraro. They talked about female candidates and what they face on the campaign trail.
We've seen so many brutal attacks on women in this cycle. Is that just going to be par for the course?
Megan. It was I had the same thing happen to me in 1984. It's just been going on. One of the things that happened when Sarah ran, I never ever criticized her as a woman. Her policies, obviously, I don't agree with.
Fair game, right? That's fair game.
I don't agree with, and I would criticize her policies just as I would anybody else's. But I was so outraged by how Hillary had been treated during the primary that I turned around and I said, that's not what you do. The unfortunate thing is that's happening in both parties, and it's in Alaska, as a matter of fact.
Well, it started.
I don't
know about started, but Governor Palin was attacked grossly during the presidential election, and they came out later and admitted a lot of it was
had also been grossly attacked back in '84, and I remember as a young college student watching what it was that you were going through.
Don't tell me how young you were.
And listen, and knowing that and more power to you for busting that glass ceiling, and standing on the shoulders of Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony and others who had come before you, of course, so many years ago, and then you busting through, and then the opportunity that I and other women following you have been able to seize. That's just been wonderful. It's been great for our nation. It's been so good. But yeah, it kind of seems, Geraldine, like some things haven't changed. There are still the Neanderthals out there who pick on the petty little superficial meaningless things like looks, like whether you can or can't work outside of the home if you have small children, all those type of things where I would so hope that at some point those Neanderthals will evolve into something a bit more with it, a bit more modern and a bit more understanding that, women can accomplish much.
Boy, that was an interesting moment last night. Look at those two great pictures. Geraldine Ferraro was asked if she thought that there would ever be a female president of the United States. She said she wouldn't be surprised if two ran against each other next time around, which I thought was a really interesting comment. There she is with Walter Mondale back in 1984. Sarah Palin, of course, with John McCain just a couple of years ago.
That was a moment, Martha. This might be a moment in Tampa, Florida. This is the Democratic candidate for governor, Alex Sink. Just starting a statement here. Let's listen.
That every morning we will wake up to a new day and to another day. And let's think about today as we look out this window. The sun is shining in Florida. And my greatest hope is that the sun will continue to shine on the state of Florida. Again, thank you so much to the people of Florida for the incredible support.
That is a concession by Alex Sink. She's conceding the race for governor to Rick Scott. It is breaking news here in America's election headquarters. Such a tight race, fought hard to the end. Too close to call late last night, but Rick Scott now will be the winner of the governor's race in Florida, a race that will be pivotal yet again 2 years from now in the race for the White House in 2012. So circle another one on that map that we just showed you a short time ago at Ohio and Iowa, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Mexico.
Involved in the healthcare industry. He's one of the few business people to break through in those gubernatorial races, and that is interesting. Alex Sink, of course, you remember from the debate, she was the one who took that message on her iTouch and got a lot of heat for it, but that's her concession speech, so another one down.
So we'll wait to hear from Rick Scott. I believe he may talk at 12 Eastern time, so we'll cover that for you. Also, we'll take you back to 1994. Republicans had just taken back control of the House, and it was a Republican revolution headed up by Newt Gingrich. Bill Clinton was in the White House, and when Democrats were handed that crushing defeat, President Clinton said this.
We got plenty of time to worry about the next election. The American people are sick of the one they just had, and they want to get away from politics for a while. I think we should think about the people, their interest. I think we should say, what message were they sending us, and what are we going to do about it?
So what should President Obama do about that today? Alan Colmes after the break.
And a big victory for Republicans and the Tea Party. Brand new reaction from Senator-elect Rand Paul. He is with us in America's Newsroom. Coming up next. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Patrick Cox, founder of TaxMasters. If the IRS is calling or sending threatening letters, you have years of unfiled tax returns, your wages are being garnished, or you're being audited, we can help. Listen, don't take on the IRS by yourself. Our former IRS agents and tax professionals have helped many good people just like you. The IRS has recently stepped up their efforts. Now more than ever, you need TaxMasters. Don't wait any longer. Call right now to get started today. TaxMasters, we solve your tax problems. Call 800-581-0458.
There's a big idea happening in healthcare called the Humana Walmart Preferred Prescription Plan. It's a Medicare prescription drug plan that saves you an average of over $450 a year, with monthly plan premiums less than $15 and copays as low as $2. With savings like these, you have more time to remember what it's really all about. Enroll starting November 15th. Go to walmart.com for details.
Kick off the holidays with a gift for your home from Empire. Buy one room of quality carpet or flooring and get 2 more rooms free. Plus, we'll install it all by the holidays guaranteed, or it's free. You'll choose from the same name brands you find at the stores, except we bring the store to you. Buy one, get 2 free. Plus, installation by the holidays, or it's free. Thanksgiving's just around the corner. Call today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
When legal problems make you feel powerless, Lawyers.com puts the power back in your hands with free information, legal forms, and, when needed, the most comprehensive listing of peer-rated lawyers in the industry. Problem solved. Lawyers.com. Every legal issue, one legal source.
You wouldn't swim in a pool with no water, or visit a museum without art. Then why have a Medicare health plan that's missing the coverage you need? Call now and learn about AARP Medicare Complete from Secure Horizons. It's the complete package that may include hospital, doctor visits, and prescription drugs in one plan, often for no more than what you currently pay for original Medicare. Don't miss out. Call Secure Horizons now to get dependable coverage from a leader in Medicare Advantage plans. Get benefits like an annual preventive screening and immunizations for a $0 copay, vision and hearing benefits, and more. And some plans have 0 monthly premiums. With the cost of many things going up, AARP Medicare Complete is a smart choice. Is your health coverage missing something? Call now and get the complete package with AARP Medicare Complete from Secure Horizons. And don't pay more, just get more. Annual enrollment starts November 15th and ends December 31st. So call Secure Horizons now.
Good morning. I'm John Scott. Jenna Lee and I join you at the top of the hour. He might be one of the biggest winners out of last night's election results, but his victory barely drew headlines. Senator Jim DeMint is our guest, considered a Tea Party kingmaker. He has some advice for the incoming class of legislators that could shock you. Big changes coming to Washington. We'll talk with Senator DeMint about this Republican wave and what his party plans to do to put Americans back to work. Also, the South Carolina senator, just part of a powerhouse guest lineup, here to tell us what the next 2 years look like on Capitol Hill. Gridlock or great progress? And our America's Asking Town Hall USA continues today. Send us your questions about the election results and what's next. FoxNews.com/happeningnow to get involved. Jenna and I will see you in just about 17 minutes. John, thank you. Just back to this breaking news now in Tampa, Florida. Alex Sink, the Democrat, now conceding that governor's race to Republican Rick Scott. Rick Scott put a lot of money, $73 million into that race. He wins, it appears, by about a point. 49 to 48%, the latest numbers out of Florida. We're waiting on Rick Scott. He apparently is in Fort Lauderdale and will have an announcement at noon Eastern time. It could come before then, too, and if it does, we'll bring you there live down in Florida. But for now, Alex Sink, the Democrat, conceding the governor's race in the all-important state of Florida moments ago.
I'm the president. I'm the leader of the efforts that we have made in the last 2 years. And to whatever extent that we didn't do what the people wanted us to do, or they were not aware of what we had done, I must certainly bear my share of responsibility, and I accept that.
Boy, remember that moment. That was 1994. President Bill Clinton, after the Republicans rode a tidal wave of anti-incumbent sentiment to victory. The contract with America, Newt Gingrich was all what was happening then. They swept both houses of Congress in that moment. So now is the question. Right now, President Obama likely, sitting in his office in the West Wing as he is about to get ready to address the American people and to take questions about what happened last night. So we are joined now by Alan Colmes, who is the host of the Alan Colmes Radio Show. Alan, welcome.
Hi.
Do you think he's going to take the same tack as President Clinton did?
I think it would be smart to. Certainly a little humility. In fact, a little humility on the part of the Republicans wouldn't be a bad idea either, because some of them think this is a mandate for them, which it is not. It is really a statement about
I didn't hear that from them really last night.
Well,
where did you hear that from?
A lot of my listeners.
Really?
A lot of people call my radio show.
I really mean that, because you heard John Boehner, you heard a lot of folks come out and say, look, we realize that we are humbled. We have a second chance to go in there and prove to the American people that we can do what they've asked us to do last
Carl
night.
Palladino didn't sound too humble in his concession speech in New York, but you're right. I think that Boehner, and I know he's being knocked for this. I thought it was very touching that he kind of broke up a little bit last night. I like that he showed some emotion.
He cries to Bill Hemmer all the time.
Yeah, well, I cry everybody, but if I feel like Maureen McGovern, I was telling you, the disaster queen sing in the morning after. But look, the Republicans now have to have a vision. They've been running against Obama. When Mitch McConnell, the head of the Senate, a Republican, I say minority leader rather of the Senate, he wishes he were the head of the Senate, when he says that, all I want to do is make sure Obama's a one-term president without anything else about what they're actually going to try to accomplish.
Let's go back to the initial question, which I'm the one who got off of. But what do you expect President Obama, when he steps out there today, what would you like to hear him say? What should he say?
I think it would be very smart for him to echo, in many respects, the way Bill Clinton handled it in 1994, which is to show humility, to show that, look, we've heard you. We understand that perhaps we weren't always on message. And I think it's been a messaging problem more than anything else. A lot of people, 95% of American families that got tax cuts, perhaps don't even know that they were getting tax cuts. I don't think the message got over the transom during the last couple of years.
We heard you say what?
We heard you say
last night?
That you want change. We heard you say that you want perhaps maybe even divided government. I'm going to do everything I can do to work with the other side. I'm sure he'll extend olive branches. He called John Boehner last night, and they spoke, which was, of course, a very smart, obviously good political move.
Absolutely.
And hopefully, the two most important people right now in Washington are President Obama and John Boehner.
Recently is, Republicans have to get in the back seat, that kind of stuff. We've heard a lot of that. Is it time for him? I guess my real question is, do you think President Obama wakes up this morning and says to himself, you know what, I get it.
Yeah. Well, look,
we're maybe on the wrong track a little bit, and maybe I need to rethink my approach here a bit.
I think that the president needs to say the right words and show humility, but he also, look, I don't think he's governed.
Saying and showing.
All right, but wait. It's got to work both. Martha, it's got to work both ways. When John Boehner didn't really want to go and meet with the White House on health care, when Mitch McConnell says, I just want to get Obama out of office, the Republicans are going to have to show, because they don't have the Senate, they've got to show some willingness to work with the White House. And so far, I've seen none of that, and I've seen no vision on the right. It's got to work both ways.
Obama can extend all the branches to be the bigger man. And
he will, and I guess he's a very smart politician. I think he will come off as a bigger man. I don't think up until now the Republicans have come off as the bigger party.
He's the president of the United States.
That's right.
But he's the person that people are looking to for that leadership, that statement. And so there's
I'm sure he will, and I'm sure he'll be knocked by the Republicans for whatever he says. But the Republicans have not shown any willingness on health care. The president's already compromised on health care. He got off single payer. He went away from the public option. He's already shown tremendous compromise, and it's been unappreciated by the right.
All right, we'll see what his tone is today. I think that's what a lot of people are going to be really listening closely to.
He knows what he's doing.
So we'll see what it is. Alan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know what you're doing. That's why we have you here.
Allegedly.
We're going to get back to Florida in a moment here, waiting on Rick Scott to claim victory there in that governor's race in Florida. Also, he is the man of the hour at a Bowling Green, out of the Beltway. Kentucky Senator-elect Rand Paul is live here after the break on how he pulled it off last night. Stay tuned for that.
Cost management, a constant challenge in healthcare everywhere. Our contribution to the NCH healthcare system helped optimize the insurance program for more efficient claims management. so a maximum of resources can be focused where it matters most, helping patients. Providing claim services and underwriting expertise. Zurich Help Point. Help when it matters most.
Sleep apnea patients, do you hate the torture of your CPAP mask? Do you hate the annoying headgear that has to be tightened all night long? And the skin irritation, the sores, and the claustrophobia caused nightly by your CPAP mask? Then go to nomask.com. That's NOMASK.com to learn about an amazing FDA-cleared invention. Created by a sleep apnea patient, it's helped thousands find a solution to the nightly torture of CPAP. Go to nomask.com now and discover how this amazing product can change your life. nomask.com.
Tonight, complete fallout of all important midterm elections. No one covers it better. At 9, it's insight and analysis on Hannity. Then at 10, it's Greta with Newt Gingrich.
All Medicare beneficiaries who need assistance getting around their home. Imagine one scooter or power chair that could improve your mobility and your life. One Medicare benefit that, with private insurance, may entitle you to pay little to nothing to own it. One company that can make it all happen.
Your power chair will be paid in full.
The Scooter Store.
Call the Scooter Store for free information today.
Call 1-800-368-6161 and we'll send you this lighted magnifier just for calling. Call the Scooter Store now.
So if anyone anywhere scratches one of these, I'm going to feel it?
No, you're not. You're a Mega Millions ball. This is a Mega Millions scratch-off. I'm a Powerball. This is a Powerball scratch-off.
Oh, I just felt something.
You did not.
Ah, there it is again.
Really? Yeah. You feel that?
Now all the excitement of Powerball and Mega Millions is available in a scratch-off game. Play anytime, and you could scratch your way to $100,000 instantly.
If you've ever dreamed of the perfect swim, for exercise, fun with your family, or relaxation at the end of the day, order a free DVD or video to learn more about the endless pool, your personal pool, at home.
A regular pool, first of all, you have turns that you have to concentrate on. Here, it's endless.
Indoors or outside.
Call 1-800-640-7441 to order a free DVD. That's 1-800-640-7441.
With NFL Red Zone on Xfinity, you see the big plays as they happen. Every touchdown from every NFL game, every Sunday afternoon. It's live, non-stop football action. You never miss a key moment because you're seeing the highlights as they happen. NFL Red Zone is nothing short of pure football genius. It's everything a football fan needs.
The sports entertainment package with NFL Red Zone gives you all the football you need for just $6.95 more a month. Call 1-800-XFINITY to order.
The American people are unhappy with what's going on in Washington. 11% of the people approve of what's going on in Congress. But tonight, there's a Tea Party tidal wave, and we're sending a message to them.
So a victory last night in Kentucky for Rand Paul. He's still at it this morning. Kentucky Senator-elect Rand Paul is our guest now. I believe you're back in Bowling Green, your hometown. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Bill.
We heard a little clip this morning.
Good to be with you.
And you as well. Thank you for your time. How do you expect to change Washington?
Well, I go there with optimism. I guess, I've never held office before, so I go there expecting to change the world, and I won't be told otherwise. I think that the American people don't understand how we have to balance our own family budget, but yet Washington doesn't. Congress fails to balance their budget year in and year out. And I think most of us out here in America wish they were forced to balance their budget.
Yeah. There is a debate now as to whether or not Republicans in general compromise with Democrats or the White House. Is compromise acceptable where you come from?
Well, it depends on how you define it. For example, I think we could compromise in the sense that I think we need to cut federal spending. And to me, the conservatives have often said, well, we'll cut domestic spending, but we won't cut anything out of the military. Some liberals who are honest on the idea of the debt have said, well, we'll cut military spending, but we won't cut.
Hang with us one moment. Maybe we'll get
to
him
get it
back. Maybe we'll get him back.
Yeah, because that's one of the big issues here. You know, you have a lot of folks who are saying they would cut defense spending, cut the Department of Education. You know, the kinds of things that have been discussed on this campaign trail are pretty dramatic by Washington standards. And folks like Rand Paul have said that they would, you know, have the guts and the courage to go for those things.
Yeah, it was an emotional speech on his behalf last night. He said he's got a message, and he delivered that last night in powerful form. Rand Paul has worked tirelessly. I don't know if the guy went to bed last night.
No, he didn't sound like he did.
And if he did, I mean, it was maybe a cat nap for 15 or 20 minutes.
These people have to be running on adrenaline. I saw Nikki Haley, you know, on 7 different places this morning. The adrenaline is all you can possibly imagine that is keeping them going at this point.
So
because that campaign trail is
yeah, and when he is sworn into office in the new Congress in the 3rd week of January, Rand Paul will be one of the people to watch.
Yeah.
What sort of influence will he wield? What sort of attention will he get? And ultimately, what sort of progress will he make? Because the country is watching to see whether or not people like Paul and this Tea Party movement that was not even around 22 months ago will have any impact on America.
We're going to try to get him back, and we'll
Sure
be right
will.
back. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Naturally colorful vegetables are often a good source of vitamins, fiber, or minerals. And who brings you more natural colors than Campbell's condensed soups? Campbell's. It's amazing what soup can do.
If you support the rebellious notion that big skyscrapers don't necessarily mean big investment smarts,
join the nearly 7 million investors who think like you do. FaceTime and Think Time make a difference. At Edward Jones, it's how we make sense of investing.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner with Quicken Loans. I've got some very important and time-sensitive information for you. Today's rates are 3.99% on a 30-year fix, APR 4.22%. At Quicken Loans, our 4,000 team members live by one very important philosophy. Every client, every time, no exceptions, no excuses. Mortgages are all we do. No checking accounts, no savings accounts, no free toasters. We've developed a better way to guide you through the entire mortgage process. And in fact, over the last 25 years, we've closed nearly 1 million mortgages. It's no wonder that Quicken Loans has earned an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. The time to take advantage of today's incredibly low interest rates is right now. Dwight Eisenhower was president last time they got this low. Give us a call today or visit us online at quickenloans.com. A lot of folks are intimidated by the mortgage process. At Quicken Loans, there's no reason to feel that way. We'll give you the best possible mortgage with the best possible rate in the shortest amount of time. And that's why I love being a home loan expert.
I know you love this car. A lot of memories. I'm glad you're all right.
At The Hartford, we hear from our AARP auto insurance customers all the time. But not just about savings and benefits for drivers 50 and over. Usually, they just want to thank us for making a difficult time a little less difficult.
It's perfect. Where'd you find it? I was just driving up here. There's
The AARP Auto Insurance Program from The Hartford.
This is the AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan card. Wherever you go, nationwide, your coverage travels with you.
And that's just one of the many reasons you need a card like this. With all Medicare supplement insurance plans, you can choose from a range of plans and keep your relationship with your own doctor that accepts Medicare. If you're turning 65 or older, or you've already enrolled in a Medicare supplement plan, call now for this free guide to understanding Medicare and information kit on AARP Medicare supplement plans, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company. As with all Medicare supplement plans, these help cover some of your medical expenses not paid by Medicare alone. This could save you up to thousands of dollars.
Look, you want to do away with almost all claim forms? Like the sound of no referrals needed to see a specialist? You get all that too.
Call now to get your free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare.
Yep, this is one great card.
Call this toll-free number now for this free information kit and Medicare guide.
I mean, it's just too good to. It's too good not to run it again. Roll this here. The incumbent, Democratic Congressman Ed Perlmutter, Colorado, celebrating victory, baby. That's what victory looks like to him.
Look at that.
Came on stage, pulled off the cartwheel.
Can you do a cartwheel, Bill?
I guess I could try it. I don't know how I'd feel after it. that is classic. He defeated his challenger, Republican Ryan Frazier, in one of the state's swing districts. During the campaign, Perlmutter regularly did cartwheels as an attention grabber, and he got it in this race.
That's an attention grabber. That'll grab your attention, all right.
And it will.
You know what? It worked.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knew his name. Oh, yeah, he's the cartwheel guy.
He's Mr. Cartwheel.
We're sorry we couldn't get Rand Paul back, but we'll talk to him later on about that.
So there's a lot to chew over in the coming hours, and also the coming days, too. And a lot of the themes that came out of last night will be digested and analyzed, not just by us, but the rest of our Fox News team.
I still want to know what happens in Alaska.
Right, and so we encourage you to stay with us for all the results of the race that haven't been called just yet, but also where are we now as a country, and where are we headed, and what does the president say at 1 o'clock, and how do Republicans respond in kind? It is a fascinating time, not just to be in our business, but to be in this country. So we wait to see how it all turns out.
And we thank all of you for coming along this ride with us. Got a long way to go. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Bye.
And we thank you for staying with us for extended coverage of all the results and everything else under the sun today. Hello, everybody. I'm Jenna Lee.
And I'm John Scott. We're here in the Fox newsroom. Happening now, a huge night for Republicans as the GOP sweeps the House, makes gains in the Senate, and wins key governors' races across the country. And election night is not even over yet. We're still waiting for the results of 3 Senate races we've been closely following, all featuring incumbents fighting to keep their jobs. In Colorado, Democrat Michael Bennet and his Republican challenger Ken Buck now neck and neck and looking at a possible recount. They are within a few thousand votes of each other. In Washington State, incumbent Democrat Patty Murray is facing her toughest re-election bid yet. She holds a razor-thin lead over Republican Dino Rossi, but Murray says she's confident she will prevail. And in Alaska, we know the write-in candidate won, but we don't know how many of those votes went to Lisa Murkowski. That could potentially set up a rematch between Murkowski and the man who upset her in the Republican primary, Tea Party favorite Joe Miller.
Well, here's the Senate balance right now. You have Democrats still in control there with 49 seats. Republicans now have 46 seats. Over on the House side, a GOP sweep with Republicans taking over there. Right now, they've got 239 seats to the Democrats' 185. That means John Boehner becomes the House Speaker designate, and the current whip, Eric Cantor, will likely be majority leader there. Also, Boehner and other GOP members, leadership now set to speak at the bottom of the hour. So we'll be looking for that and bringing you those comments live. Molly Hennenberg is live at the Russell Rotunda on Capitol Hill today. So, Molly, what kind of mandate, really, if any, here do Republicans think they have after last night?
Hi, Jenna. Hi, John. A soon-to-be GOP House Speaker, John Boehner, says the results from last night, a pickup of more than 60 seats in the House and gains in the Senate, show that voters want to, quote, gives them a, quote, mandate for Washington to reduce the size of government. It also shows a, quote, repudiation of big government. Here's more from John Boehner.
Well, the American people spoke, and I think it's pretty clear that the Obama-Pelosi agenda is being rejected by the American people. They want, as I said last night, they want the president to change course. And I think it's change course we will.
Rounding out the expected GOP leadership come January, Virginia Congressman Eric Cantor is expected to be majority leader, and California Congressman Kevin McCarthy is expected to be the majority whip, the nose counter, if you will, when it comes to big votes. Boehner and Cantor said today that the Republicans first will focus on economic issues, but also that they intend to, quote, lay the groundwork for repeal or replacement of the health care legislation, which Boehner today called a, quote, monstrosity. Jenna?
All right, Molly, but Democrats still hold quite a bit of governing power in our government right now, correct?
Right. The Democrats still have the Senate and the White House, although in the Senate the margin certainly is closer with the Republicans picking up seats there. It's going to force a lot of debate on issues. But Democrats say, hey, the president's party often loses seats in the midterm elections, but they point to Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. He held on in Nevada. He won against a Tea Party favorite and Republican challenger Sharon Angle. They also got high-profile victories in Delaware, California, and West Virginia. But the Reid win, that was the marquee event, the marquee matchup, and significantly, it's a symbolic win for Democrats. Senator Reid said in a statement today, quote, the time for politics is now over, and now that Republicans have more members in both houses of Congress, they must take their responsibility to present bipartisan solutions more seriously. Simply saying no will do nothing to create more jobs, support our middle class, and strengthen our economy. And as you're saying, Jenna, earlier, it's still undecided in Alaska and Washington State. But even if those go Republican way, it's not enough to take over the control of the Senate.
Yeah, still a lot to watch. A developing story, Molly Henningberg in D.C. Thanks, Molly.
Thank you.
So much political intrigue after running for months against the Washington ruling establishment. A number of Tea Party-backed candidates have won elections, transforming them into power players now. Fox News has learned there's a draft, if you will, for the leader of the Tea Party caucus in the House, Michelle Bachmann, to move into the House leadership. So how will the newly elected members of the Tea Party impact the Republicans? Steve Centani is live in Washington. Give us that rundown, Steve.
Right. Well, of course, they're looking ahead to having much more say, much more power in the new Congress. And Tea Party patriots hailed the election results as a victory for liberty and a repudiation of what they call a government takeover of health care. Now, the grassroots movement scored some key wins, including Rand Paul's victory in Kentucky. He defeated State Attorney General Jack Conway by 12 percentage points, helping the GOP take 6 new Senate seats. And in Florida, Tea Party favorite Marco Rubio swept a victory in a 3-way race, carrying 47% of the vote. The Tea Party patriots today said the election brings new blood and new energy to Capitol Hill.
Yesterday, we witnessed something historic. We witnessed a sea change in the American government. It was a peaceful sea change, and our founding fathers were brilliant. They set up a constitution that allowed us to conduct a peaceful revolution every 2 years.
And a lot of talk among these Tea Party patriots about repealing health care, John.
But there were also some notable defeats for the Tea Party faithful. What's the reaction on that?
Well, they're claiming an overall victory, although, of course, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, as Molly mentioned, was able to hang on in Nevada. He was under fire from Tea Party Republican Sharon Engel, but will now go on to lead a Senate with 6 fewer Democrats. And in Delaware, as expected, Tea Party favorite Christine O'Donnell, a lightning rod for criticism on both sides of the aisle, soundly defeated by Democrat Chris Coons. Now, Tea Party leaders said today the vote is a repudiation of President Obama's policies, but they say they're offering an olive branch and are willing to work with the president. John.
Steve Centani in Washington for us. Thank you, Steve.
Well, another big story we're watching today. We're getting new information on the international mail bomb terror plot. The Fed saying the plotters didn't know where those wired packages would be when they were set to explode. In the meantime, in San Diego, 3 men are under arrest, charged with helping terrorists in Somalia. National correspondent Catherine Herridge is following all these developments. So, Catherine, let's start off in San Diego. 2 of those California men due in court this morning. Who are they, and what are they accused of doing?
Well, they're accused, Jenna, of providing material support to a terrorist organization, in this case, the al-Qaeda affiliate in East Africa called al-Shabaab. And according to the Justice Department documents, what's significant in this particular case is that the men are accused of having direct telephone contact with one of the Shabaab's military commanders in Somalia and providing money to him directly in order to fund their war effort there. So that's sort of a step up in terms of the kind of plots or alleged plots we've seen here in the United States, Jenna.
And so just to be clear, Catherine, not related to this mail bomb plot that we've been talking a lot about. Okay, well, let's go to the mail bomb plot then. We're learning more about these devices. It's still very much a developing story here. So what additional information have we learned about this?
Well, as we were first to report, according to a senior U.S. official, there is growing evidence that both bombs included cell phone detonators that were linked to the alarm function. And while the investigation is ongoing, we're told it potentially means no phone service was necessary for the bombs to explode. And investigative sources tell Fox the working theory is that the bombs picked up in England and Dubai were meant to blow up in or over the United States. Now, a short time ago, we had a statement from Britain's Home Secretary, and it reads in part, "The specifics of this attack, notably the type of device and how it was concealed, were new to us. The principle of the attack, a device placed in unaccompanied baggage, was not. It bears some resemblance to the attack on Pan Am 103 over Lockerbie in 1988. And that was the attack when the American jet came down after a cassette recorder in the cargo hold blew up and brought down the flight. And I'm told that the link, if you will, is this unaccompanied baggage and not the style of device, at least based on the preliminary investigation, Jenna."
Catherine Harris with some brand new information for us today. Catherine, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Jobs, taxes, spending, the economy, those the big issues of this election season. And then some thugs in Yemen put sophisticated bombs on airplanes bound for the United States, putting voters on edge about terrorism. The powerful House Armed Services Committee is significantly changed in the new Congress, but it's the president who prosecutes our wars as commander-in-chief and takes the lead on foreign policy. Will Mr. Obama change course at all as a result of your votes yesterday? Some thoughts on that now from John Bolton, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Interesting, Mr. Ambassador, that on Friday, Mr. Obama will leave on this long-delayed trip to India and other parts of the world. Why?
Well, he's basically attending a G20 summit in Korea, and he's added on some other stops, Indonesia, that he's had to cancel twice before. But it's an interesting question now that Congress has been changed so significantly, whether President Obama will fall prey to the temptation that other presidents have when you're gridlocked on your domestic policy. Do you emphasize foreign policy more? And so this trip really highlights that choice for him.
Bill Clinton made that shift after Republicans took over the Congress in '94, didn't he? He started paying more attention to events overseas.
Well, he did. He also triangulated, in his famous phrase, domestically and moved more toward the center. So these are choices for President Obama. At this point, he's the only one that knows what direction he's going to go in. But you can certainly say that in this election, I mean, unfortunately, from my perspective, there was very little discussion of foreign and national security policy. So he's not at all constrained in that sense by the outcome yesterday.
Do you see him making any changes in policy as a result of the vote result?
Well, I think in foreign policy terms, he has some immediate decisions coming up that could give us a signal one way or the other. There's every indication, for example, he's going to try and jam his arms control treaty with Russia through the lame duck Senate session. I certainly hope senators block that. In December, he has a previously scheduled consideration of his Afghanistan policy to see how things are going. Will he continue with his pledge to begin withdrawing American troops in the summer of next year? So even before the first of the year, there are some key indicators that the president's going to have to show his hand one way or the other on foreign policy, I think.
Does he look politically weaker overseas? I mean, 2 years ago, he was the incoming president who could walk on water. Now voters seem to have repudiated much of his platform as a result of these election results. What does that do to him when it comes to overseas perceptions?
Well, two things. I think most Europeans don't understand the American separation of powers. They don't appreciate, because they have parliamentary systems, they don't appreciate what this really means for the president domestically. But in addition, the Constitution really confides the initiative, the bulk of the authority in foreign and national security policy to the president. So I think he can continue. He obviously has to worry about Congress on budget fronts and things like that. But the direction of foreign policy is largely a presidential issue, to the extent that President Obama wants to pay attention to it. His first 2 years have been marked by real inattention to foreign policy. And as I said before, the key now is, will he shift, given that he is gridlocked effectively on his domestic policy agenda?
Former UN Ambassador John Bolton. Ambassador, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, he won re-election easily in South Carolina, but there's more to the story when it comes to Senator Jim DeMint. He also helped get Republicans and Tea Party candidates elected all over this country. We have a live report on that next, and we talk to Senator Jim DeMint live next hour, by the way. Also, time for election reflection. Has a ring to it, doesn't it? We've got a great Town Hall USA panel lined up, and we're going to put your questions to them in the next hour.
Also, we've had a huge response to our town hall. Keep those questions and comments coming in. You can log on to foxnews.com, link to our chat right there on the homepage, or go to foxnews.com/happeningnow to post on our blog, send us a tweet or an email. America's asking, and we have the answers.
My country, sweeter and liberty.
Most watched and most trusted.
It is game day.
One of the biggest questions of tonight.
We're just beginning to get the results in.
It was a pretty decisive win.
The Republicans will take control.
Only one was fair and balanced. Only America's election headquarters was number one.
Today, people depend on document imaging to do more than ever. The Task Alpha MFP series from Kyocera. Task Alpha's ultra-reliable technology ensures brilliant color, crisp black and white, and effortless scanning to your network. Task Alpha's #1 priority is to help each individual across the entire company be as productive as possible. And that is the most important task of all. The Task Alpha MFP from Kyocera. We're people-friendly.
Naturally colorful vegetables are often a good source of vitamins, fiber, or minerals. And who brings you more natural colors than Campbell's condensed soups? Campbell's. It's amazing what soup can do.
I can't believe I used to swing over those rocks. Took some foolish risks as a teenager. But I was still taking a foolish risk with my cholesterol. Anyone with high cholesterol may be at increased risk of heart attack. Diet and exercise weren't enough for me. I stopped kidding myself. I've been eating healthier, exercising more, and now I'm also taking Lipitor. If you've been kidding yourself about high cholesterol, stop. Along with diet, Lipitor has been shown to lower bad cholesterol 39 to 60%. Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease.
Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
Let's go, wake up! If you have high cholesterol, you may be at increased risk of heart attack and stroke. Don't kid yourself. Talk to your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
This is what it's like getting an amazing discount on a hotel with Travelocity's top secret hotels. The easy way to get unpublished discounts of up to 55% off top hotels.
Your fingers are quite magical.
America decides, and the GOP wins big. Voters changed Washington's political landscape, and viewers chose one network for powerful, fair, and balanced coverage. As the country moves ahead, only Fox News Channel moves forward.
We're glad you're with us inside America's election headquarters, and some are calling this man a conservative kingmaker, at least for this midterm. Senator Jim DeMint easily won re-election in South Carolina last night, as expected, and many of the Tea Party-backed Republican candidates he endorsed and backed financially also claimed victories. Some we're still unsure about. Jonathan Seri is live in Atlanta. So, Jonathan, what exactly did Senator DeMint do to help get some of these candidates elected?
Hi, Jenna. Well, Senator DeMint's opponent, Democrat Alvin Green, faced very little support from within his own party and also some legal trouble. And that really freed DeMint up to spend nearly $2 million of his own campaign funds on other candidates, including fiscal conservatives running for U.S. Senate in other states.
His seat is pretty secure. And what happened during this election is likely to happen in future elections if the climate stays the same. So he would definitely be somebody you would want to be friends with.
DeMint's Political Action Committee, the Senate Conservatives Fund, raised a total of $5 million and supported the candidacies of Rand Paul of Kentucky, Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania, and Marco Rubio of Florida, just to name a few, Jenna.
Jonathan, DeMint went through, some controversy, a little controversy, when he was working against, it seems, some of the established GOP leaders during the primaries. Has there been any fallout over that?
There has indeed. He has alienated some establishment Republicans who say that DeMint's support of, for example, Sharon Angle in Nevada and Christine O'Donnell in Delaware, who both lost, by the way, they say that that may have cost Republicans chances of establishing a majority in the Senate. But DeMint says the GOP needs to practice what it preaches when it comes to limited government and less public spending, even if that means butting heads with other Republicans or doing away with popular earmarks. Listen.
I've tried to be a team player with Republicans for years. I mean, this is my 12th year in the Congress, 6 in the House and 6 in the Senate. And I decided a couple of years ago that that wasn't working.
And DeMint published an op-ed in today's edition of the Wall Street Journal urging these new Republican faces on Capitol Hill to avoid the political strings that are usually attached to titles and committee assignments. Jenna?
And one of the interesting figures to emerge from these midterms, a little different from where he started. Jonathan, thank you so much for that report. We're going to be following up with this as well. Senator Jim DeMint joins us a little less than an hour from now. He's going to talk live about what's next. What's next with some of these Republican victories, the Tea Party movement, and why he's doing this. Why is he urging newly elected conservatives not to get coerced by current Republican leadership? Why? Why does he want them to fight them instead? We'll ask him those questions coming up in about an hour.
All right, so what was the big issue for you? Seems like Americans voted their wallets this election. The economy is the top issue for a lot of folks, and right now we are awaiting a huge announcement from the Federal Reserve. Is another massive stimulus on the way? And if it comes, will it help? Also looming large, the expiration of the Bush tax cuts. Many Republicans want them extended for everyone. Can they get that done with their new power on Capitol Hill?
Cost management, a constant challenge in healthcare everywhere. Our contribution to the NCH healthcare system helped optimize the insurance program for more efficient claims management, so a maximum of resources can be focused where it matters most, helping patients. Providing claim services and underwriting expertise. Zurich Help Point. Help when it matters most.
Experience a new level of global networking. For life on a whole new scale.
Excellence in flight. Korean Air.
The everyday things we depend on are simple, not complicated, complete, not confusing, like AARP Medicare Complete from Secure Horizons, a Medicare Advantage plan. You depend on Medicare, so we've made it simple. It may offer hospital, doctor visits, prescription drug coverage, and other medical services, all the necessary pieces, in one simple plan. Often for no more than you currently pay for original Medicare. Call Secure Horizons today to find out how you may even end up with a $0 monthly plan premium. Why pay for the separate pieces when AARP Medicare Complete can put them together in one complete package? Getting the right Medicare Advantage coverage isn't complicated and confusing. It's simple. Annual enrollment starts November 15th and ends December 31st. So don't delay. Call Secure Horizons today about AARP Medicare Complete. Be covered, not confused.
Military, taxes, health care. America wants to slash government, so what needs to go and how will D.C. respond? Casey, Lott, and Huckabee react tonight on Your World.
So if anyone anywhere scratches one of these, I'm going to feel it?
No, you're not. You're a Mega Millions ball. This is a Mega Millions scratch-off. I'm a Powerball. This is a Powerball scratch-off.
Oh, I just felt something.
You did not.
Oh, there it is again.
Really? Yeah. You feel that?
Now all the excitement of Powerball and Mega Millions is available in a scratch-off game. Play anytime, and you could scratch your way to $100,000 instantly.
It's a fact. 40,000 businesses close their doors every month. Attention business owners, if you're getting collection calls, letters, levies, and don't take action, you could lose your business. However, if you want to pay your creditors, there is a solution without bankruptcy. If you need a loan, if you have tax problems, if you've used credit cards to support your business, you can get help before it's too late. Call Corporate Turnaround now or visit them on the web for free information and a free consultation.
Well, right now, exit polling overwhelmingly showing the economy is the number one concern for voters. 62% of those surveyed calling it the most important issue facing this country today. More than 3 times more than the issue about health care, even. The stimulus plan, of course, a huge election issue. And right now, we're waiting for the Fed around 2:15 today. We're expecting them to talk a little bit about more stimulus to come. That plan includes pumping another $500 billion into the U.S. economy. Let's talk a little bit more about that. Ed Lazier is the former chief economic advisor to President George W. Bush, and he's our guest today. So when we're talking about that $500 billion stimulus from the Fed, we're not talking about, shovel-ready projects and things like that. What are we talking about there?
Right. In fact, I would say that the problem that we face right now with the Fed is the same problem that really was mirrored in last night's election, and that's bang for the buck. So if you think about what the government has been doing for the past couple of years, they've been investing in fiscal policy, trying to stimulate the economy, and unfortunately the unemployment rate's still above 9.5%. So the question is, can the Fed do something that will create some bang for the buck? And the bang for the buck that they're hoping for is to buy at the longer end of securities, and that's kind of a technical difficulty that they face right now because they've already used up their ability to do it at the shorter end. And we already know that it wasn't so effective at the shorter end, so the question is, do we expect it to be effective at the long end?
So the thinking there is they buy into this market and they keep interest rates down so companies and individuals can borrow money really easy. Get that money flowing into the economy. But will that actually create jobs?
Well, again, that's the problem. It hasn't really done so effectively in the past. Now, I'm not critical of the Fed on that. I think the Fed did what they had to do. But the problem is that you can't expect these things to be all that powerful. First of all, we know that even if they work, it takes a long time for them to work. So
how long?
About a year to 2 years, and that's the standard estimate that the Fed uses. So about half of the power comes out after about a year, the other half trickles out over the next year. So unfortunately, we're talking about something that's going to hit over the next couple of years, and I think the Fed's view is, look, we don't know where the economy is going to be 2 years from now, and if 2 years from now things are still weak, we will regret not having done something right now.
Mr. Lazier, there's a lot of comments about tax cuts and extending those Bush tax cuts. I should mention you were a part of the Bush administration, not during the time when the tax cuts were being passed. What do we do? How do we create jobs here? Is it only a tax issue, or is there more than that we have to look at?
I think, first of all, I think we should not think in terms of the government creating jobs. I think that's just a bad way to put it, because the government doesn't create jobs. The only governments that created jobs were the Soviet Union, countries like that. We know that didn't work out so well.
But the public turns to the government and says, hey, we need help.
But what the government needs to do is create an environment where job growth is positive. And in order to do that, the best way to do it is to stimulate investment, because investment is really the source of demand for labor.
So what would that be like?
Well, that would mean keeping the rate of return on investment high. So what do we mean by rate of return? It simply means that businesses make money when they invest. One key to that is certainly taxes. If we raise taxes right now, I think it would be problematic, not only because it takes money out of the economy. I think that's secondary. The primary effect is that it discourages businesses from making the kinds of investment decisions that they need to make in order to hire labor.
I got to run, but is there anything else besides tax cuts? If you give us one phrase or one word for this new government to look at.
Well, I think what we need to do is we need to think about an open economy that encourages trade, has freedom to do the kinds of things that businesses are good at doing, and we have to rely on that. That's all that's ever worked in the past. That's all that will work in the future.
Some of those trade issues are expected to be brought up in the next Congress. Mr. Lazier, great to have your perspective.
Thank you.
Really
Pleasure
nice
to be
to have
with
you on set. John?
Jenna, thanks very much. So many people in California were geared up for that big ballot issue. What about legalizing marijuana? How did that go? Did folks, are they saying they can legally light up today, or did voters just say no? We'll update you on that. We're also waiting for the GOP leadership to speak to reporters. Speaker-designate John Boehner will be joined by Governor Haley Barbour and Senate Leader Mitch McConnell on Capitol Hill any minute now. What's their plan after the sweeping results last night? We'll have those remarks for you live right here on Happening Now.
Naturally colorful vegetables are often a good source of vitamins, fiber, or minerals. And who brings you more natural colors than Campbell's condensed soups? Campbell's. It's amazing what soup can do.
Are you receiving a payout from a legal settlement or annuity over 10 or even 20 years? Call Imperial Structured Settlements. The experts at Imperial can convert your long-term payout into a lump sum of cash today. Call 1-888-PAID-NOW.
Let me tell you about a very important phone call I made. When I got my Medicare card, I realized I needed an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance card too.
Medicare is one of the great things about turning 65, but it doesn't cover everything. In fact, it only pays up to 80% of your Part B expenses. If you're already on or eligible for Medicare, call now to find out how an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company, helps cover some of the medical expenses not paid by Medicare Part B. That can save you from paying up to thousands of dollars out of your own pocket. These are the only Medicare supplement insurance plans exclusively endorsed by AARP. When you call now, you'll get this free information kit with all you need to enroll, so you can join the millions of people who have already put their trust in AARP Medicare supplement insurance. Plus, you'll get this free guide to understanding Medicare.
The prices are competitive. I can keep my own doctor,
and I don't need a referral to see a specialist.
Call now to get a free information kit. Plus, you'll get this free guide to understanding Medicare. And the advantages don't end there. Choose from a range of Medicare supplement plans that are all competitively priced. We have a plan for almost everyone, so you could find one that fits your needs and budget. With all Medicare supplement plans, there are virtually no claim forms to fill out. Plus, you can keep your own doctor and hospital that accepts Medicare. And best of all, these plans are the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP.
When they told me these plans were endorsed by AARP,
I had only one thing to say. Sign me up.
Call the number on your screen now and find out about an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan. You'll get this free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare to help you choose the plan that's right for you. As with all Medicare supplement plans, you can keep your own doctor and hospital that accepts Medicare, get help paying for what Medicare doesn't, and save up to thousands of dollars. Call this toll-free number now.
I hate suburbia and the bourgeoisie, but I really love my... I hate...
Ooh, didn't quite catch that last bit.
I said I really love my bank.
Right.
Is there a problem?
It's not really raging, man. We were hoping for more raging.
Well, you said right from the heart.
Yeah, don't do that.
At Ally, you'll love our online savings account, named the best of 2010 by Money Magazine. Ally, do you love your bank?
When legal problems make you feel powerless, Lawyers.com puts the power back in your hands with free information, legal forms, and, when needed, the most comprehensive listing of peer-rated lawyers in the industry. Problem solved. Lawyers.com. Every legal issue, one legal source.
Hi, everybody. This is a Fox News alert. Right now, we're awaiting a major news conference with the GOP leadership. House Republican leader John Boehner, Senate GOP leader Mitch McConnell, and Haley Barbour. He's the governor from Mississippi, also the head of the Republican Governors Association. They're all set to speak about moments from now. We're expecting them. This after the GOP's sweep in the House, at least, and some gains, at least, also in the Senate. When they start talking, they take to the mic. We'll bring them to you.
A very big night last night, and a lot of the drama coming from out west. The Senate races in Washington and Alaska are still undecided as of right now, as a high-profile ballot initiative in California goes up in smoke. Trace Gallagher in our West Coast newsroom covering it all for us. Let's start with that Alaska Senate race. What do we know, Trace?
Well, you know that lawyers are already booking their tickets to get up there, John, because this thing, they're going to have a lot of contested ballots up there, some recounts. As it stands right now, the write-in candidate is leading Joe Miller 41% to 34%. That would seem to be very good news for Lisa Murkowski to keep her job right. But keep in mind, that's for all of the write-in candidates. They don't know the names yet on those write-in ballots. So that's a big sticking point here. Now, the lieutenant governor up in Alaska who oversees the election says that they will start to look at these names sometime in the next 3 or 4 days. They were saying November 18th. Now they've moved that up to the next 3 or 4 days. Remember, the last write-in candidate to win a Senate seat was Strom Thurmond way back in 1954, and now Lisa Murkowski is hoping to keep her seat with a very big write-in campaign, John.
So what about the Washington Senate race, Trace?
Yeah, Patty Murray's trying to stop the Republican steamroller up there, and at last check, this thing is very, very close. We got Patty Murray up by about 14,000 votes. They both, Dino Rossi and Patty Murray, at 50% right now. In Washington State, King County is king. King County is where Seattle is. 1 out of every 3 voters is in Seattle. It's largely Democratic, and right now, Patty Murray is dominating King County, 62% of the vote to Dino Rossi's 38%. The experts had said all along for Dino Rossi to be very competitive in this race, he needs to tick above 40% in King County. So far, he has not done that, John.
And what about those California races? They were not nearly as close as we thought they were going to be.
No, surprising, you know. Governor Jerry Brown was the youngest governor back in 1975 in California history. Now he's the oldest governor in California history. He was 38. Now Jerry Brown is 73. Not even close there. I mean, Jerry Brown dominated this race here. Meg Whitman spent more money on her own campaign than anyone in history, $140 million. In the Senate race, again, the experts thought this would be much closer. This was called very early in the evening. Barbara Boxer pretty much dominating Carly Fiorina. Fiorina just kind of dropped off the books over the last 2 or 3 weeks, though she still has not made any kind of statement about losing that race. And Proposition 19, the legalization of marijuana, drum roll please. It's not going to happen. It really lost a lot of steam. It went down 54 to 46%. And even as few as 2.5 months ago, John, this thing was really going to be a nail biter. And then all of a sudden, the advocates just kind of lost steam in the waning days of the campaign, John.
Meg Whitman, almost $5 a vote and didn't win.
It's good math, though.
Trace Gallagher, thanks very much.
Okay.
You want to know why so many people moved to California? Take a look at these pictures in just this morning to the Fox Newsroom from our friends at KTTV. Big surf in Malibu. Yeah, there was a Republican wave last night, but big waves in California right now. The surfers are lapping it up out there in Malibu.
I guess we can't count on those surfers to be on our town hall today, right?
No,
they're probably busy.
I don't think they're going to be on the laptops from Malibu.
Well, you never know. You never know who's going to show up on the town hall USA panel. We have a lot of your questions pouring in as we speak. If you just go to foxnews.com and you click on the link on the homepage right there, it takes you right to America's Asking. And Harris is monitoring all the chats that are going on. You're chatting away, right, Harris?
Cowabunga, baby. We love a good wave. Yeah, Tina and I are a couple of California girls. The Alaska race, there's some debate over how many write-in names there are on the ballot and what that's going to look like when they start to count them. Since we got the word earlier that it was the write-in candidate who won, how do you legitimize that, and so on and so forth. That's what the chat's concentrating on. And another issue. John Sochi writes, I want to know also what happened to the military ballots. Rick Chesniak says, yes, what happened to the military ballots? Margaret Knight says, yes, Fox, what's going on with the military ballots? Maybe we can put that one to the panel. Get on with us. FoxNews.com. Look at the top of the page. John and Jenna's gorgeous photo. Click on it. It'll take you to our Happening Now page. You have some options. You can email, blog, or get on the live chat. And we will include your comments and questions. It's all about you. And glad you're a part of the program. So glad to have you. We'll be right back.
Go.
Okay. Becoming a great performer takes many years of hard work, a ton of practice, and a lot of passion. At Shriners Hospitals for Children, doctors, nurses, and therapists put these traits to use every day. They, too, are great performers, providing the highest quality medical care to children who need it without financial obligation to patients or their families. That was a good one, right?
That was not good.
Women.
Yeah.
Call this number or visit us online to learn how you can help Shriners Hospitals for Children change the world through caring for kids.
The economic crisis was a result of risky lending and easy money. That caused overinflated values in the real estate market. And those same banks and brokerage firms that created those risky mortgages are the ones that received a massive taxpayer bailout. So it should be no surprise that the U.S. dollar continues to be a bunch of hot air. In fact, the dollar has lost more than 20% of its value in the past 10 years. Now's the time to invest in something solid, like gold. Solid because its value has just about quadrupled in the last 10 years. And when it comes to investing in gold, there's only one name you need to know: Roslyn Capital. I trust Roslyn Capital for many reasons: their knowledge, their track record, and their ability to listen and advise what's best for my financial future.
Call Rosalind for a guide to owning precious metals and receive a silver mercury dime free while supplies last. Call 1-800-461-1247.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner with Quicken Loans. I've got some very important and time-sensitive information for you. Today's rates are 3.99% on a 30-year fix, APR 4.22%. At Quicken Loans, our 4,000 team members live by one very important philosophy. Every client, every time, no exceptions, no excuses. Mortgages are all we do. No checking accounts, no savings accounts, no free toasters. We've developed a better way to guide you through the entire mortgage process. And in fact, over the last 25 years, we've closed nearly 1 million mortgages. It's no wonder that Quicken Loans has earned an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. The time to take advantage of today's incredibly low interest rates is right now. Dwight Eisenhower was president last time they got this low. Give us a call today or visit us online at quickenloans.com. A lot of folks are intimidated by the mortgage process. At Quicken Loans, there's no reason to feel that way. We'll give you the best possible mortgage with the best possible rate in the shortest amount of time. And that's why I love being a home loan expert.
We ask people all over America where the best potatoes come from.
Best potatoes? Idaho.
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 And how do you know you're getting Idaho potatoes?
Well,
Not all potatoes come from Idaho. So if you want the best, you have to do one important thing.
Always look for the grown in Idaho seal.
I knew that.
I knew that.
Look for the grown in Idaho seal.
Taking you straight to D.C. now, and John Boehner, let's listen in.
And reforming the way Congress does its business. It's not just what the American people are demanding. It's what they are expecting from us. And the real question now is this: are we going to listen to the American people? Republicans have made a pledge to America, and our pledge is to listen to the American people and to focus on their priorities. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Last night, the president was kind enough to call me. We discussed working together on the American people's priorities, cutting spending, creating jobs. And we hope that he will continue to be willing to work with us on those priorities. But as I said last night, the new majority here in Congress will be the voice of the American people, and I think we clearly expressed that last night. We're going to continue and renew our efforts for a smaller, less costly, and more accountable government here in Washington, D.C. I also want to say thanks to my two colleagues. As most of you know, Senator McConnell and I have worked very closely together over the last 5 years or so. Haley Barbour and I have been friends for the last 20 years, and we have a real partnership, and I'm proud to stand here today with both of them. Mitch?
Well, at the risk of this sounding like a mutual admiration society, let me also say what a pleasure it's been to work with John the last 4 years in our leadership roles. And I, too, have known Haley for 20 years, a great friend, and this is a happy day for the three of us. Let me make a few observations as well. We are indeed humbled and ready to listen to the American people and to lead on the issues that they've clearly indicated they care about. We're determined to stop the agenda Americans have rejected and to turn the ship around. We'll work with the administration when they agree with the people and confront them when they don't. I think what our friends on the other side learned is that choosing the president over your constituents is not a good strategy. This election yesterday was clearly a referendum on the administration and the Democratic majority here in the Congress. Ignoring the voters and their wishes, as you could see during the entire 2-year period, produces predictable results. And the health care bill, in my view, was sort of a metaphor for the government excess that we witnessed over the last 2 years. The American people watched the government running banks, insurance companies, car companies, taking over the student loan business, and then they said, now they're taking my health care as well, and I think it just became the tipping point during the course of the last 2 years. I would say to our friends on the other side of the aisle, and listening to what they've had to say this morning, they may have missed the message somewhat. I get the impression they're thinking their view is that we haven't cooperated enough. I think what the American people were saying yesterday is that they appreciated us saying no to the things that the American people indicated they were not in favor of. So I think the group that should hopefully get the message out of yesterday's elections is our friends on the other side of the aisle. And we hope that they will pivot in a different direction, work with us on things like spending and debt and trade agreements and nuclear power and clean coal technology and other things the president has said that he's for, that most of my members are for. So the question is, how do we meet in the middle? And it seems to me the best strategy for the other side would be to listen to the voters yesterday. They made a clear statement about what they'd like to see done. If the president comes in our direction, obviously we want to make progress for the country over the next 2 years. With that, let me turn to Governor Barbour.
Thank you, Mitch. John, thank you for allowing me to be here. On behalf of the Republican governors, while governors' races may be thought of as being separate or very different from what's going on in Washington, in this case, even in governors' races, this election was a referendum on Obama's policies, and the policies of the Obama administration, the Pelosi-Reed Congress, were repudiated by the voters. Governors, and I would say a lot of Democratic governors, I believe, will agree with this, going forward, governors believe that we can work with the Congress to try to set things in a better direction. The voters yesterday voted against excessive spending, piling up deficits, trillions of dollars of new debt being loaded on our children and grandchildren, a huge tax increase right around the corner in January, and a government-run healthcare system. We governors, because almost all of us have to have a balanced budget, we have to cut spending. I can remember when my career in Washington was going on, a spending cut was the department's budget was supposed to go up 8%. It only went up 5%, so that's a 3% cut. In state governments, we have learned to make real cuts, and we've learned to do it while providing services. And I hope that will be something that will be an example for the new Congress. We look forward to working with them and appreciate their support in helping us get here. Thank you.
Peter Boehner, have you spoken to Nancy Pelosi today, and how do you see yourself integrating all this Tea Party activism into the structure of the House?
The Speaker attempted to reach me this morning, left me a very nice voicemail, and I expect that we will have a very smooth transition with her office. What unites us as Republicans will be the agenda of the American people. And if we're listening to the American people, I don't see any problems incorporating members of the Tea Party along with our party in the quest that's really the same. They want us to cut spending and focus on creating jobs in America.
Peter Boehner, what do you think prospects are for this year Congress finished doing the budget tax cut renewal, and would you be open to some sort of a less than permanent continuation?
We continue to believe that extending all of the current tax rates for all Americans is the right policy for our economy at this time.
Mr. Boehner, what made you cry last night? And secondly, you can bring civility back to the House.
Most of you know it gets a little difficult to talk about my background or talk about my family, and I thought I was going to be in good shape, but not as good as it turned out.
Mr. Boehner, the exit polls last night said that 53% of Americans have an unfavorable view of the Republican Party, almost the same as the Democratic Party. So what does that tell you about how you have to govern and perhaps what's the Democrats?
It tells me that what we need to do is to listen to the American people. They sent a very loud message last night, not only to the House and to the Senate, but if you look at the number of Republican governors that won, the number of Republican legislative bodies that won, it's pretty clear the American people want a smaller, less costly, and more accountable government here in Washington, D.C. And if the American people see us doing things that they're telling us to do, I think we'll do just fine. Trish.
Mr. Leader, I know that all of you, and Senator McConnell, this is for you too, I know that all of you have been reading about 94 and how, the mistakes and pitfalls of your colleagues, in which you were actually part of. I wonder what are the lessons you take away from that? How will you govern differently this time? And Senator McConnell, how does it affect what you will do in the Senate since you don't have a majority now?
Well, I think it's important to listen to the American people. There are more Americans engaged in our government today than I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I think the real key to having real success for the American people is to keep the American people engaged in this process beyond last night. The government will do exactly what the American people demand every day, nothing more, nothing less, if they stay engaged in the process. And I'm very hopeful that they will.
Do you want me to address that? Well, I think clearly the election yesterday did not transfer full control of the government to the opposition. It was a first step in the direction of changing what we've been doing in Washington. There are two opportunities for that change to occur. Our friends on the other side can change now and work with us to address the issues that are important to the American people that we all understood. Or further change obviously can happen in 2012. But in the meantime, we were sent here to work on the people's business. And over in the Senate, where a majority is not enough in any event, and it takes 60 votes to do most things, it's clear that we're going to have some kind of bipartisan agreement. And hopefully that will be on the issues of spending and debt, which is what the American people are asking us to address. In other words, I anticipate, we'll see, but I anticipate enough Democrats to come in our direction on spending and debt to where we can actually make progress for the American people.
Mr. Boehner, there's differing points of view in your Congress about what to do about earmarks, what to do about the debt limit. Mr. Kansler and Mr. McCarthy said we'll only have a vote up or down to raise or not raise the debt limit here. How are you going to be able to operationally do some of these things when there are competing factions in your conference on what to do on these two issues?
Well, that's what the transition's for. Help give us a little time to figure out how we do those big things that need to be done on behalf of the American people.
Mr. Boehner, tell us a little bit more about your conversation with the president. Did you discuss any areas of common agreement? Are there any?
I think I said to the president I had a very pleasant conversation. We agreed that we needed to listen to the American people. We needed to work together on behalf of the American people. And I look forward to having the opportunity to talk with him about those areas where we can move together.
Do you see any areas of common agreement with the
Yes, sir.
president right now?
Leader Boehner, next Congress, it looks like one of the first early tests will be increasing the debt limit. Tea Party, the way the party candidates are likely to oppose that. How will you work with them to achieve it?
We'll be working that out over the next couple of months. Yes, sir. I believe that operating under the 2008 levels of spending before the bailouts, before the stimulus, is a responsible way forward.
Do you cut program? Are you going to formalize this sort of link between American people online and, your administration in Capitol?
We are going to continue to talk to the American people every day, and we're going to continue to listen to the American people every day. And programs like UCUT, programs like America Speaking Out, and some other ideas that we'll outline here in the coming days will be intended to provide the American people a forum and a vehicle to talk to us so that we can, in fact, listen every day.
We know that House Republicans have pledged to repeal and replace the president's health care reform, but you've got an upcoming appropriations process. Do you plan to try and use that appropriations process to defund the reform law?
Listen, I believe that the health care bill that was enacted by the current Congress will kill jobs in America, ruin the best health care system in the world, and bankrupt our country. That means that we have to do everything we can to try to repeal this bill and replace it with common sense reforms that will bring down the cost of health insurance. All right, last one.
Mr. Boehner, what about financial reform, specifically the Dodd-Frank bill? Do you have plans to try and change that? Or do you hope to change that in the session? Do you expect that the defensive bankers will take it?
I think one of the things the Congress has not done a very good job of over the last 15 years is real oversight. And I'm not talking about gotcha oversight. I'm talking about rock-solid oversight of the executive branch, which is a constitutional responsibility of the Congress. And I think when it comes to the financial services bill and the 358 regulatory filings required under that bill, that it's going to require a significant amount of oversight. So that not only will the Congress understand, but the American people understand just what this bill will do to our financial services industry. Thank you all very much.
That's the man expected to be Speaker of the House, John Boehner, currently the minority leader. When Congress reconvenes, he will be elected to replace Nancy Pelosi. Her era as Speaker will come to an end. He was there along with Haley Barbour, the chair of the Republican Governors Association, and Mitch McConnell, the minority leader in the Senate, but leader of a bigger minority. And you heard John Boehner suggesting there that Democrats may want to get on board this voter wave, or they may find themselves losing even more seats in the next election. We'll see if that comes true 2 years from now.
This recycling tip is brought to you by Subaru, building all vehicles in our environmentally friendly plans. Does recycling cars help cut the use of natural resources for the country? Find out the answer after this.
Oh yes, this is powerful stuff. Got me circling like the moon round the sun. Hear me, this is powerful stuff. There's no way for you to give this up.
It's true. You never forget your first Subaru.
Recycling cars saves an estimated 85 million barrels of oil each year that would have been used in the manufacturing of new or replacement parts.
You know, if we held that FedEx office printer presentation, they could have shipped it too. Save ourselves a hassle.
I'm not too sure about this.
Right. Never kick off with sales figures.
Kicking off with sales figures.
I'm yawning. I'm yawning some more. And
I see your point.
Yeah.
We understand. You need a partner who delivers convenience. Next time, use FedEx Office.
Fiber One Chewy Bar. How'd you do that?
Do what?
It tastes too good to be fiber. You made it taste like chocolate.
It has 35% of your daily value of fiber.
Do it again. Turn it into something tasty. This guy's doing magic. There's chocolate chips in here now. How'd you do that? Right? Tasty fiber. That's a good one. Okay, read her mind. What's she thinking?
That's right, I'm not thinking anything.
Fiber One Chewy Bars. Cardboard, no. Delicious, yes.
What's up?
Oh, my feet are killing me.
You should get some custom fit orthotics.
I can't afford that.
Now you can.
Oh.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center.
You have flat feet.
I do. Orthotic 430 is recommended.
It recommends the custom fit orthotic that's best for your feet, guaranteed. No wonder foot care scientists are behind it.
You get immediate comfort.
That lasts all day.
And you could save a couple $100.
Nice.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center. For locations, see drscholls.com.
Today, people depend on document imaging to do more than ever. The Task Alpha MFP series from Kyocera. Task Alpha's ultra-reliable technology ensures brilliant color, crisp black and white, and effortless scanning to your network. Task Alpha's #1 priority is to help each individual across the entire company be as productive as possible. And that is the most important task of all. The Task Alpha MFP from Kyocera. We're people-friendly.
Fox News Alert, we just heard from the new leadership.
Joining us for a fair and balanced debate, Bernard Whitman, former pollster to President Bill Clinton, Also with us, Ford O'Connell, chairman of Civic Forum PAC and former director for rural outreach for Senator McCain's presidential campaign. Mr. O'Connell, we heard that this was a Republican wave year. Obviously, you did well in the House, but not the Senate. What's the difference, do you think?
I think minus some redistricting gains, we left a lot on the table. We weren't the victors. We were the beneficiaries of mainstream's anger.
Mainstream anger, and do you think that anger is going to go away in the next 2 years?
Absolutely not. I think people are wrong to call this a wave. I think it's a storm or a tempest. With a storm or a tempest, it either dissipates or it keeps going. And frankly, if we don't reinstill confidence in Main Street, it's going to bounce back and all incumbents will be on the chopping block in 2012, regardless of party.
We have to get Janice Dean in here. A tempest, wave. We've got a lot of different analogies floating around. Ford? All right, Bernard, here's a question for you. We heard, obviously, from John Boehner today talking about his conversation with the president. You heard from Senator Mitch McConnell, still the minority leader there in the Senate, saying this, though. He said the group that should get the message is our friends on the other side. We keep on talking about this magical place called the center, where we're all going to meet and get along. Bernard, where exactly is the center, and how do both sides get there?
Well, I think the real loser in yesterday's election are the American people, and that's not because the Democrats lost. It's because the political center is now dead. And we are a centrist nation. The vast majority of Americans are moderates. But look what happened. The Blue Dog Democrats, those centrist Democrats, completely wiped out. The Republican Party has been taken over by the far-right Tea Party. And so what do we have left? We have a president who the vast majority of people in this country feel right or wrong is too liberal. We're going to be left when Congress opens in January with fewer and fewer Democratic moderates and more very liberal Democrats. Same on the Republican side. There's very few moderates left in the Republican Party.
But Bernard, you say that the Republican Party is being taken over by the Tea Party. A few elections did go to some senators that were Tea Party backed. But if you saw Senator Jim DeMint's op-ed piece in the Wall Street Journal today, it doesn't necessarily seem that the Republican Party is expected to be taken over by the Tea Party. You think that's a fair statement?
I don't think the Republican Party is going to be taken over by the Tea Party. The Tea Party is really our national consciousness when it comes to fiscal issues. They will tell us. Frankly, the bottom line is if we don't restore confidence in Main Street, we're not going to go anywhere and everybody's going to be out. I really have to stand by that.
Bernard, real quickly, what about the consideration, though, that President Obama has essentially lost control of the Democratic Party? I mean, are they going to be standing with him in the same way they did the last 2 years? Those legislators who were left?
I think that the president's going to have a very tough challenge. And I tell you who I think the real winner is in last night's election is these nascent independent third-party movements. And I think one or two of them are going to bubble up and very well may recapture the political center in this country. I think that's really where the energy is going forward.
Let's talk a little bit about just satisfaction overall. Ford, you touched on this a little bit, and we're going to be hearing from the president in just an hour. We're going to hear from him. What do you think he has to say, not to either party, but to the American people, Ford?
We really have to come together. We have to stop partisan bickering. We have to restore confidence in the economy. We have to really pay attention to the needs of Americans who are living month to month and day to day. That is what we have to pay attention to. Look at Middle America. It went red. Middle America went red because we're not paying attention to the economy, which is their needs.
Bernard, your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that, one of the things we haven't talked about is what's going on with the states. And my concern, frankly, in terms of where we're going forward, is the Republicans captured so many state legislatures, so many governorships. They're going to be in charge of redistricting, and the potential for gerrymandering for 212 is enormous, which is going to further infuriate the independents who are, in fact, the plurality in this country. And I think that going forward, it really rests with these independent movements to rise up and really reclaim the political center in this country. I have great concerns that the Republicans are not going to be able to do it, and I'm frankly not sure whether the president's going to be able to do so as well.
We're going to wrap it up there. Bernard Whitman was pollster for President Bill Clinton. Ford O'Connell was with the McCain campaign. Gentlemen, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, all new and happening now. We're talking a lot about politics today, obviously, for good reason. The Republicans, also the Tea Party, gaining some ground coast to coast. We have live team coverage now, post-election. We've got Anita Vogel in Nevada, Phil Keating in Florida, and Molly Line in Ohio. But first, out to Las Vegas. Majority Leader Harry Reid holding back the tide there, keeping his seat in the Senate. Anita?
That's right, Jenna. Senator Harry Reid fending off a Tea Party challenge, the biggest challenge of his political career, as Nevada voters decide to send him back to Washington. Jenna?
Now to Miami, voters handing the Tea Party a victory there as well. Phil Keating's watching this for us. Phil?
Yeah, that would be Republican Marco Rubio, but in one of the closest races for governor in the state's history, well, it is now over even before the votes are all completely counted. Coming up, I'll explain why the Democrat just conceded.
Yeah, we'll be interested to hear more about that. Now to Columbus, Ohio. Swing voters and the Buckeye State showing Democrats the door. Molly?
That's right. There were massive GOP gains here in the Buckeye State. The governor, John Kasich, the Republican, winning last night, and a number of other GOP wins as well. The impact on 2012 and what it could mean for redistricting coming up. Jenna?
It's nice just to get a taste of what's to come, you guys. Thank you so much. A full report from Molly, Phil, and Anita coming up this hour.
First, though, let's get to the White House. President Obama woke up this morning to a new landscape on Capitol Hill. We are about to hear from the president for the first time since Republicans took control of the House. Our White House correspondent, Mike Emanuel, is live for us on the North Lawn right now. In terms of tone, the president's going to be speaking in about an hour, Mike. What should we expect?
Well, John, expect the president to essentially reach across the aisle to try to say with congressional Republicans, okay, congratulations on your victory last night. I look forward to working with the future Speaker Boehner. Let's find common ground. Let's get things done. We were sent to Washington essentially to get things done. And so with this election, there is a mandate to get some things done. So obviously both sides don't agree on a number of issues, but the effort will be made to try to find common ground to see if there's some compromise that can be found or struck in order to move things forward for the country, John.
We will also presumably hear his reaction to some of his big disappointments from the election yesterday. Talk about some of those.
Well, no question about that, John. The president visited the state of Ohio 12 times, including last Sunday, with the vice president, and both the Ohio governor's race with an incumbent Democrat and the Ohio Senate race went Republican. And so obviously that is a bitter disappointment for this White House. Obviously the president's former Senate seat that Alexi Giannoulias was running for in Illinois, he lost to Mark Kirk. That would be another setback. And the president spent a fair amount of time in the swing state of Pennsylvania working for Joe Sestak over Pat Toomey. Well, Toomey won, and so in a lot of these critical swing states, the outcome was not favorable to this White House. And obviously with the Florida race, with the governor just with the Republican winning there, obviously there's concern for the White House. Another swing state where there will be Republicans in charge, John.
Going to be fascinating to see what the president has to say. Mike Emanuel, thank you.
Thank you.
Do not go anywhere after happening now. The president will be holding a news conference 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's less than an hour from now at the White House. You will hear what he has to say about the results of yesterday's elections.
Well, from Washington, D.C., let's go down to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where we're hearing now from the new governor of Florida, Rick Scott. Let's listen in.
A message loud and clear. They said, let's get to work. This morning I received a gracious call from Alex Sink. She ran quite a race.
Oh, really?
And I appreciate her congratulations.
Great.
Campaigns require us to focus on our differences, but making good things happen requires focusing on our common goals. Today the campaign's over. And Jennifer and I are eager to start bringing people together to solve our state's problems. I want to take just a minute to thank the thousands and thousands of people across this state who made this victory possible.
That's Rick Scott, the Republican, the new governor-elect of Florida. As you just mentioned, Alex Sink, the Democrat, in a very tight, tough race, conceded victory to him, and he will be the new and next governor of Florida. John?
For Democrats, one of the few bright spots last night came in Nevada. Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid defeating his Tea Party-backed challenger, Republican Sharon Angle, in one of the most hotly contested races in the country. Anita Vogel is live in Las Vegas with a look at it. Anita, was Harry Reid's victory last night a big surprise to him?
Well, I think it was a bit of a surprise for most folks. You know, Harry Reid was down in the polls over the past couple of weeks here, but you could really see, though, that he was picking up momentum on the campaign trail in the last week. And the very same get out the vote effort that was put into place here in Nevada to help get Barack Obama elected was kicked into overdrive for Harry Reid. Now, last night he told his supporters he is ready to go back to Washington to help fix Nevada's economy.
This race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round.
And Reid added he believes the message voters sent Washington last night was that they want Republicans, Democrats, and independents to work together to find common ground. John.
Anita Vogel live in Las Vegas. Anita, thank you.
Well, John, we got another Fox News alert. The Associated Press calling the Maine governor's race for Tea Party-backed Paul LePage. He narrowly defeated independent Elliott Cutler and 3 other candidates on the ballot, in fact. He's the former mayor of Waterville, Maine, and he's the first Republican elected governor in that state in 20 years.
Some of our viewers have been asking about that on our America's Town Hall. Paul LePage wins that race. He is widely seen as the kingmaker of the Tea Party. Senator Jim DeMint gaining a lot of leverage on Capitol Hill as he welcomes a new class of conservatives to Washington. But he has some interesting advice for them. He's joining us live. Also, the Dow down about 34 points right now. Not much happening on this day after the election. Wither Wall Street as a result of this Republican wave. We'll get into that.
What are you looking at? Logistics. Ben, UPS guy?
Well, you see Ben, I see logistics.
Logistics.
Think, Ben is new markets. Ben is global access, China and beyond. Ben is a smarter supply chain. Ben is higher margins. Happier customers, everybody wins.
Logistics.
Exactly.
See you guys tomorrow.
Most watched and most trusted.
It is game day.
One of the biggest questions of tonight.
We're just beginning to get the results in.
It was a pretty decisive win.
The Republicans will take control.
Only one was fair and balanced. Only America's election headquarters was number one.
With the unstable economy and massive federal deficits, investors are flocking to gold and silver. If you've considered buying gold, even if you've already purchased, you can't afford to miss this opportunity. For a limited time, Merit Financial is offering some of our most popular coins and bullion at 1% over dealer cost. Are you interested in gold eagles, bars, or Krugerrands? All 1% over dealer cost. Do you buy Swiss francs, British sovereigns, or Austrian ducats elsewhere? If so, you probably pay more than 1% over dealer cost. Did you know some major companies charge 30% or more over their cost for some of the exact same coins? Before you buy anywhere else, check with us. We don't just want your business, we want to earn it, and we're setting our prices to do just that. So call the number on your screen now and find out what the other companies don't want you to know. Our expert staff is standing by, so call now and never forget the Merit Guarantee. The right gold at the right price, right away.
Welcome to Scottrade, where investors can get the confidence to master new strategies.
All right, dividends. A lot of hustle out there, what I like to see. Now, the Lions have a much bigger midfield, so we should play the flanks. Avoid the middle.
Question?
Yes.
Coach, do you mean we should look beyond the obvious investment choices, assess the risk, and consider alternative strategies?
Maybe you better write that down.
Scottrade, let us help you become a better investor.
While riding his bike, my 8-year-old fell off and broke 2 permanent teeth. Our dentist said we could come by his house since his office was closed for the weekend. And that night, he was able to treat my son right in his own kitchen. I'll admit, I haven't seen a bill, but with service like that, I don't care how much it costs.
Save money and time by choosing health professionals you can trust. To see reviews from consumers near you, visit angieslist.com today.
America decides, and the GOP wins big. Voters changed Washington's political landscape, and viewers chose one network for powerful, fair, and balanced coverage. As the country moves ahead, only Fox News Channel moves forward.
Well, our next guest is a Tea Party favorite, and now some are calling him a kingmaker. South Carolina Senator Jim DeMint riding to an easy win in the polls in his home state with no real opposition there. DeMint was able to spend millions of dollars to help these Republicans that are backed by the Tea Party. All on your screen are victorious, but the Tea Party, of course, also failed in several other big high-profile races, some in Delaware, also Nevada. So we'll talk a little bit more about this with Senator Jim DeMint. He's joining us now from Greenville, South Carolina. So, Senator, now the question isn't if the Tea Party-backed candidates go to Washington, but how? How are they going to change things? Is there a working strategy on your part to do it?
Well, I think people are going to find that these Tea Party-backed candidates are actually right in the middle of where America really is. There's nothing radical about balancing your checkbook, and these candidates have run on simple ideas like banning parochial pork barrel earmarks and balancing our budget, repealing Obamacare. These are not far-right ideas. These are right in the middle of where America is. And I think it's right where a lot of Republicans are and probably where a lot of Democrats would like to be. We've found, if you look at the Tea Party movement, that 40% of the people who call themselves Tea Partiers are Democrats and independents. So there's a big tent out there, and my hope is the Republicans will continue to embrace that energy and add some organization to it. And the key thing is just do what we promised in this campaign.
Okay, let's pick up on what you promised as well. And you mentioned balancing the checkbook, the economy, jobs, a major issue here. And we have new faces and new candidates being sent to Washington to help solve those problems. So what new ideas are these Tea Party-backed candidates and yourself bringing to the table when we resume Congress and try to get people back to work?
Well, the main idea is really an old idea, and that's constitutional limited government. A lot of Americans, not just Tea Party members, are just outraged at the growth of spending and debt and government takeovers. And we, as new Republicans now in the Congress, need to demonstrate that we believe in a limited government. And probably the first step of demonstrating that is to ban parochial self-serving earmarks. That is hurting the Republican Party and our country as much as anything because it keeps our focus on paving a local parking lot rather than dealing with our tax code and fixing Social Security. So that's something I hope we'll do as soon as we get back. But the next key thing is keeping our current tax rates the same so we can create jobs in our country, and hopefully repealing Obamacare so we don't bankrupt our country.
So you're mentioning a couple different things that are going to take a lot of coordination and compromise. And I want to bring up the Wall Street Journal op-ed piece that you wrote today, because you finished with a very significant line, if we can share this with our viewers. You say Tea Party Republicans were elected to go to Washington and save the country, not be co-opted by the club. So put on your boxing gloves. The fight begins today. That's what you're saying to these Tea Party-backed candidates as it relates to the club. You're talking about the Republican Party. Now, you're a marketing exec in a previous life. You pick your words very carefully. So why did you decide to choose this, the fight of putting on boxing gloves? Do we really need to worry about gridlock here in government?
Well, it's going to take a lot of courage to turn the government away from the edge of a cliff, and we really are. I mean, we're nearly at $14 trillion of debt right now, and we're planning to triple that in the next 10 years. Our country can't sustain this even for the next few years. So we need some folks who are willing to take on the establishment, and I'm not just talking about Republican establishment. It's the whole Washington bureaucratic establishment, the inertia of continuing to grow the government and add to the debt. Every week
Senator,
in Washington.
I apologize for interrupting, but that's what you talked about a lot during the campaign with some of these Tea Party-backed candidates. So that's what you've said, but how are you going to do it when you put out an op-ed piece like this that talks about boxing gloves and fighting?
Well, because it's going to be a tussle, and I think that's what these candidates had to do in their races to get elected, and they're coming to Washington for a purpose. They're not just coming to get a committee assignment and hopefully a title someday. They're really coming to help save our country, and there's going to be a lot of resistance to that. We've got to fight that, and I think that's what Americans expect us to do.
You know, Senator Mitch McConnell was just speaking, the minority leader in the Senate, of course. I know you're familiar with him. He said if one side should get a message from this election, it should be the other side. Talk to Mitch McConnell, not the Democrats. What suggestions do you have to Republicans coming back to the Senate and how they can work with this new group of candidates and obviously politicians now?
Well, I think these new Republicans who are coming in the Senate will give Mitch McConnell a lot more horsepower to do what he knows we need to do as Republicans. He's a good leader for our party. We've got a good leadership team. But we need Republicans who are going to actually stand with them when we take on these big government programs that the Democrats have pushed forward. So I think you're going to see the Republican Party united around the core principles of limited government, less spending, less taxes. That's what Americans are asking us to do. And I think by doing it, we're going to embrace what we see not only in the Tea Party movement, but this whole awakening that's going on across the country right now.
Senator, I only have about 30 seconds here, but your quick thoughts on this. What do you think the American public needs to hear from the president today?
I think we need to hear that the president will work with us, not to compromise on how much more debt to create, but to compromise on how much debt we're going to eliminate, how much spending we're going to eliminate. He needs to move to the other side of the ledger, stop growing government, and work with the American people on how do we turn ourselves away from a cliff.
Senator DeMint, I know it was a late night for you. We appreciate you joining us this morning and look forward to talking to you again, sir. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
A fresh face on the political scene sweeps to victory in Florida. Marco Rubio, a rising star in the Republican Party, as this Tea Party favorite pulls off a major victory. Marco Rubio goes to the U.S. Senate, defeating a former governor and a former member of Congress.
The economic crisis was a result of risky lending and easy money. That caused overinflated values in the real estate market. And those same banks and brokerage firms that created those risky mortgages are the ones that received a massive taxpayer bailout. So it should be no surprise that the U.S. dollar continues to be a bunch of hot air. In fact, the dollar has lost more than 20% of its value in the past 10 years. Now's the time to invest in something solid, like gold. Solid because its value has just about quadrupled in the last 10 years. And when it comes to investing in gold, there's only one name you need to know: Rosalind Capital. I trust Rosalind Capital for many reasons: their knowledge, their track record, and their ability to listen and advise what's best for my financial future.
Call Rosalind for a guide to owning precious metals and receive a silver mercury dime free while supplies last. Call 1-800-461-1247.
This is Rachel, a busy mom. She starts at dawn and so does her back pain. That's 2 pills for a 4-hour drive. The drive is done, so it's a day of games and 2 more pills. The games are over, her pain is back. That's 2 more pills. And when she's finally home, but hang on, just 2 Aleve can keep back pain away all day with fewer pills than Tylenol. This is Rachel, who chose Aleve and 2 pills for a day free of pain. And get the all-day pain relief of Aleve and liquid gels.
My name is Doug, and I am not an actor. I am the face of mesothelioma. I am a veteran with over 34 years of honorable military service and a great-grandfather. After being diagnosed, my doctors recommended an experienced law firm. I called 800-797-9000. They knew what financial assistance was available for me and my family. If someone you love has mesothelioma, I urge you to call 800-797-9000.
Tonight, election fallout on The Factor with our star-studded lineup. Stephanopoulos, Morris, Miller, Goldberg, Crowley, and Combs. TV's best political analysis is here.
We are the face of Comcast.
When you call in, that's me.
If you ever have a problem, we'll fix it immediately.
If we don't resolve a problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
The customer's not happy, Comcast is not happy.
If we miss an appointment, we'll credit you right on your bill.
Because we know your time is valuable and very important to you.
You're a customer, you deserve it. It's guaranteed. We're only as good as our word, and our word is good.
At Comcast, we don't just believe in customer service, we guarantee it. See for yourself. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
The Annapolis Food and Wine Festival, Saturday, November 6th, will feature a host of Annapolis's finest restaurants, each presenting culinary creations complemented by award-winning wines from Maryland and international wineries. As you stroll from restaurant to restaurant, enjoy samples of gourmet cuisine paired with an array of fine wines and spirits. Enjoy a relaxing afternoon, wining and dining amid all the shops and attractions of historic Annapolis. For more information, including special features, or to buy tickets online, visit AnnapolisFoodandWineFestival.com.
Queen Anne School has provided students with a rigorous academic curriculum to give the students the edge they need to receive the best education that any college preparatory school has to offer.
I am Queen Anne School.
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 Visit our website at www.queenanne.org. Queen Anne School. Learning today, leading tomorrow.
There are 360,000 certified public accountants in America, give or take.
At Malone & Partners, we crunch numbers with the best of them.
Problem was, our slow internet was crunching us.
So we switched. We switched to Comcast Business Class.
Now we've got fast internet.
Extra phone lines for tax season.
And it's cost effective.
We're efficient, responsive, and making additions. So to all the other CPAs out there doing the math, catch us if you can.
Call Comcast Business Class at 800-391-3000 and turn your business into a fast business.
D.C. and Maryland. As more information comes through, of course, I'll bring it to you. But a big development in this investigation, John.
Yeah, please stay on it for us, Harris. Thanks.
Sure.
Well, just minutes ago, you heard Florida Governor-elect Rick Scott give part of his victory speech. It came after Democrat Alex Sink conceded that race. In the meantime, this formerly a long-shot candidate, a Tea Party favorite, is now bound for Washington as the state's next senator. Phil Keating is live in Miami with all these developments. So first of all, Phil, Florida now has this governor-elect who has never held office before. What comes with that?
Well, certainly Rick Scott's got a lot of quick studying to do, but throughout this campaign, he really hired on board his team a lot of seasoned political advisors and, of course, his running mate, the Lieutenant Governor-elect Jennifer Carroll. She is a state lawmaker already, so she certainly has experience in Tallahassee. Florida's unemployment rate is above 12%. That's been the issue in this campaign. And just moments ago, Scott claiming victory in Fort Lauderdale, saying he promises now is the time he will get Floridians to work.
This morning I received a gracious call from Alex Sink. She ran quite a race.
Oh, really?
And I appreciate her congratulations. Campaigns require us to focus on our differences, but making good things happen requires focusing on our common goals.
Now, the day began with just 53,000 votes separating Sink and Alex Sink, the Democratic candidate, and the Republican Scott. But based on doing all of the math, that is why at 10:30 this morning, the Democrat Alex Sink decided, even though this could have possibly gone towards an automatic recount, she conceded the race.
Lots of interesting points to that story to look forward to next time, Phil. Thank you so much. Phil Keating in Florida today.
All right, so Republicans have won a majority in the House of Representatives. Democrats still control the White House and the Senate. Take a look at how things are shaping up on Capitol Hill, where Republicans, well, some of the Senate races are yet to be decided, so we don't exactly know where the Senate is going to end up. We do know the numbers in the House, and Republicans are well over the margin that they need to control that body. Bill Kristol is editor of the Weekly Standard and a Fox News political analyst. So I don't imagine your phone has been ringing from the White House asking for advice on the president's demeanor today. But what should he say? How should he act in this news conference that's coming up in just about half an hour?
The first thing he should say is congratulations to the new incoming Speaker, John Boehner, to the Republican Party. He shouldn't minimize the fact that there's been something of a repudiation of his policies. And then I think he should say, let's work together right away to pass the tax cut, to extend the current tax rates. He can say, I myself preferred to raise taxes on the wealthy, but you know what? The Republicans have won a big victory here. Let's provide stability and certainty for investors and for working people. Let's just extend these tax rates for 2 years, and let's do it now in the lame duck session. I think from his point of view, it's going to happen anyway. The Republicans are going to insist on a 2-year extension, and they're going to win that. A lot of moderate Democrats in the Senate are going to go along with that. He can make it difficult or he can make it easy. Why not be gracious and bipartisan in his first statement after
You think the
election?
handwriting is on the wall that the Bush tax cuts get extended?
I really do, yeah, for 2 years, I think.
Even though the president has adamantly said that's a bad idea, in his view.
He said that, but after this, 60-plus seat pickup in the House, the first thing, if they don't do it in lame duck, the House Republicans will pass it on the first day in session in January. I believe the votes will be there in the Senate with conservative Democrats like Manchin from West Virginia to vote for it, Lieberman, Nelson. Is he going to veto a 2-year extension of current tax rates as his first act when there's just been a huge Republican victory by the public and where every business in the country is saying, remember the old tax rates kick in on January 1st, taxes will be going up for everyone, and everyone's saying, hey, wait a second, my taxes are going up. I think he needs to accept the 2-year extension.
How much of this election, I mean, we saw the Republican wave in the House, how much of this election was about Nancy Pelosi, and what happens to her now?
I think it was about the whole Democratic agenda, Democratic president, and Democratic Congress. I think she will step down as leader of the Democratic Party. She may resign from the House. Newt Gingrich did in 1998, and Dennis Hastert did in 2006, 2007. So it might happen. She might step down. I think there might be a battle to succeed her as leader of the Democratic Party. Steny Hoyer would expect to get that, but he might be challenged from the left in the Democratic caucus.
Bill Kristol from the Weekly Standard. Bill, thanks.
Thanks, John.
Well, today, Town Hall, we have It's America's Asking, our live chat up and running, taking any questions about this election and what's ahead for this nation. Harris is watching the buzz today. So, Harris, any action?
Well, I tell you, when you were talking to Jim DeMint, the chat room just blew up, and they are focused on whether or not the Tea Party should become its own third party. Jan Porterfield writes, Tea Party needs to continue being the watchdog of American politics. Get in on the conversation. Go to foxnews.com, click on John and Jenna's picture at the very top page. You'll see some red writing by it. You can email, blog once you get to the Happening Now page, or go straight to the live chat. Would love to include you. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Tonight, America Decided. Now, Brett has the political fallout from the critical midterm elections and what it all means to you. Special report with limited commercial interruptions presented by Infinity, luxury cars that deliver inspired performance. For more, log on to foxnews.com.
Naturally colorful vegetables are often a good source of vitamins, fiber, or minerals. And who brings you more natural colors than Campbell's condensed soups? Campbell's. It's amazing what soup can do.
If you're like millions of Americans with hard water problems and want to conserve water, there is an easy solution. It's called Easy Water. Easy Water is a water conditioner that does not use salt. It's healthier, better for the environment, protects your appliances, and can save you hundreds each year. You no longer need to spend thousands of dollars on a traditional saltwater softener, because now there's Easy Water. Go to easywater.com or call 1-888-7-NO-SALT to learn more or to find an authorized dealer in your area.
Non-lawyer spokesperson. Paid advertisement. Warning. Accutane, the acne drug used by millions, has been linked to severe side effects. The acne drug Accutane has been linked to serious side effects including ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, and inflammatory bowel disease. If you've taken Accutane and developed Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, or inflammatory bowel disease, call now for a free legal consultation.
Call 1-800-888-9500.
Sometimes you have only one opportunity to insure your assets before disaster strikes. And how will you protect your investments? Gold. Call now 800-214-8271 and Lear will send you a free comprehensive report on the markets and today's best gold buys. Over the last 5 years, gold has outperformed the markets, and some experts believe the best is yet to come. Gold is easy to buy, easy to sell, it has never been worth zero, and the timing may never be better. Call 800-214-8271 for your free gold investment report on today's best gold buys, and also receive Lear's special CD, Using Gold to Protect and Grow Your Nest Egg. Gold, the smart choice for today's investor. Call now, 800-214-8271.
So, who wants to learn about saving? Great, because Priority Mail flat rate shipping from the Postal Service can save businesses time and money by making shipping really, really easy. Any questions? Yeah.
How easy?
Well, for one, you don't have to weigh packages up to 70 pounds. They come in all different sizes, too, so if it fits, it ships for a low flat rate. Yeah.
Do you need to know math?
No, not really. That was my question. With Priority Mail flat rate boxes and envelopes, you can ship anywhere in the country for a low flat rate. International, too. Envelopes start at just $4.90.
So how do we get these?
Just call or go online and we'll send your free flat rate shipping kit with the free supply of flat rate boxes and envelopes, plus a free shipping guide delivered right to your door. That looks nothing like me. If anyone wants to stay after, I'll show you how to sort mail.
Call or go online now to order your free Priority Mail flat rate shipping kit, only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship.
Well, a short while ago, we heard from Republican leaders talking about ways to cut government spending and get the economy back on track. We've been talking a whole lot about that. Now that Republicans have gained more control, what can we expect for the economy? How do we get people back to work? Dan Greenhouse is chief economic strategist for the trading firm Miller Tabak. He has some thoughts on this. First of all, Dan, any reaction in the market? I mean, we have a lot of us have money in the market as far as our 401ks. Is there any reaction with this change in dynamic in D.C.?
Well, given how the elections turned out, they were pretty much in line with what us in the markets were expecting. And so there hasn't really been a noticeable reaction one way or the other. Had the Republicans taken control of the Senate, there might have been a larger reaction one way or the other. But to the extent that they did not, the markets are relatively flat.
We're not getting a whole lot of specifics about how we're going to get the economy back on track. We know the Federal Reserve is out with a decision today. Maybe some stimulus there. Will that help get people back to work?
Well, without getting too complicated, it's very difficult to envision what the Fed is going to do at 2:15 today having a meaningful impact on the unemployment rate. The part of the problems with the economy, types of things that we've spoken about in the past, are what's called structural in nature, and it's very difficult to envision that modestly lower interest rates, which is what's going to happen following the Fed's announcement, has a meaningful impact on the economy.
But we have new faces, new candidates in government. They can bring in some change, maybe structurally. Where would they have to start to kind of jumpstart what we're seeing is a slow recovery?
Yeah, there's a lot more room for the Republicans and certainly the newly elected congressional Republicans to cut government spending. To the extent whether that stimulates the economy in the short term or not is a separate question.
But where? Where do they start? They talk about cutting spending, and it's there's so much.
The problem with what congressional Republicans, the problem that is in front of them is massive in size. Federal outlays was about $3.5 trillion in 2010.
And is that just spending, federal outlays?
Just spending was about $3.5 trillion. It's hard to envision a scenario where you can make a meaningful dent in that by committing to cut about $100 billion, which is what the Pledge to America did. In order to really tackle both the near-term deficit and the medium-term deficit, you have to look at entitlement spending and the Defense Department. There is no two ways about it.
And you're not running for office, so you can say that, but the politicians have a tougher time.
Not yet.
Not yet. Dan, maybe breaking some news here. Dan Greenhouse from Miller Tabak. Thanks, Dan. John, over to you.
Jenna, lots of questions coming into the newsroom from our viewers. Let's bring in our town hall panel today. Kirsten Powers is a columnist for the New York Post and a Fox News contributor. Chris Stirewalt, a face you know, Fox News digital politics editor. Ron Bonjean served as communications director to former House Speaker Denny Hastert, also senior advisor to former Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott. John Ward is the senior House reporter for the Daily Caller. Welcome. Let's get right to our questions. Ron, here's an interesting one from Eric Johnson about the whole process as it happens now. Eric wants to know, many of the newly elected representatives and senators have little or no experience in national government. How do they learn the ropes? From experienced legislators, from aides, or workshops?
Right. Now, that's a really great question. What they have is what's called freshman orientation, and that'll take place during the lame duck session, which begins, I believe, November 15th. They're going to come to Washington, and they're going to, just like being a freshman in high school, they're going to be a freshman in Congress. They're going to learn the hallways. They're going to learn where the bathroom is, frankly. They're going to learn how to vote. They're going to learn everything. and it's going to take some time for them to absorb all that.
But also, John, there was a story recently about how the Republicans were getting together and they were putting together basically key staff that they think would be good to help these new members. And I thought it was interesting because so many of the Tea Party people, I think, are really rejecting Washington, and I don't think they probably want old Washington hands working for them. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there, if they really sort of chart the course alone, or if they use sort of these people who have really become sort of part of the permanent Washington establishment.
Chris, here's a question for you, also from someone named Chris. And this is a question that actually comes into us quite a bit. With the GOP now in control in the House, will they try to repeal health care?
Able to achieve that because obviously President Obama would veto any effort to repeal that. The question for the Republicans is, can they do stuff to basically defund or make it impossible to execute the full extent of this healthcare law? So that's where you talk about not funding the money for the IRS agents who do the reporting and collecting to make sure that everybody's abiding by the new law that says you have to buy health insurance. Those are things that deal with creating new funding streams for the Department of Health and Human Services. The point is, Republicans can't repeal it, but they can't slow it down enough to take a shot at repeal if they do well in 2012.
John Ward, a question for you. Is there any way to know, Bob wants to know from Clearwater, Florida, how many votes were cast for none of the above?
I think that we will know when all the ballots are cast. We're talking about Nevada, I believe.
Well, yeah, that's one of the races where you had that option.
Right. Yeah, I think it will differ from state to state, but I think I'm not an expert on Nevada law, but I assume that we will know how many ballots were cast for that.
What about this, Kirsten? Ralph Wood wants to know, is it too early to ask for a balanced budget by 2014? Could it happen with all of the fiscal conservatives headed to Washington?
That's a hard one to imagine happening, but I think that we'll see if they really are what they say they are, because we can remember the last time Republicans were in charge and they said they were fiscal conservatives, that we saw the greatest expansion of government in, probably our history. So I think we have to wait and see whether or not they're really going to be able to do that. And they've talked a lot about it, but when you ask for specifics on what they're going to cut, it's very fuzzy. And so it's nice to talk in these generalities, but we're going to have to see them come up with some actual real cuts that aren't going to alienate a lot of Americans.
Ron Charles Hodges in Tallahassee says he's concerned about border security, and he wants to know, can the Republican-led House send troops to the border, or is that only done by the president?
Well, they can pass a bill authorizing funding to send troops to the border. The president would have to make that call and have to get its way through the Senate into the president's desk. That's going to be a point of debate in the next Congress, is border security and immigration. Absolutely.
We've got so many questions today, we have to bring in 4 panelists to answer them all. Stick with us. Jenna?
And we have some questions about our production side of it, John, on the board. Everyone wanted to know, why isn't everyone just in one room? Why are they all in little boxes? We want to give them their own cameras so they can talk directly to you. That's why we're doing that. In the meantime, we have a lot of great questions coming up, including will the Tea Party become a third party in 2012? And also, Valerie wants to know, will Obama reach across the aisle? That's a big question. We've got a big news conference coming up at 1 p.m. We'll get our panelists to answer that question just ahead.
Today's weather is brought to you by the complete balanced nutrition of Ensure. Ensure, nutrition in charge.
Okay, team. After age 40, we can start losing muscle. 8% every 10 years.
Wow.
But you can help fight muscle loss with exercise and new Ensure Muscle Health. I've got Revigor.
What's Revigor?
It's the amino acid metabolite HMB to help rebuild muscle and strength naturally lost over time.
Ensure Muscle Health has Revigor and protein to help protect, preserve, and promote muscle health.
Keeps you from getting soft. Ensure, nutrition in charge.
Let me tell you about a very important phone call I made. When I got my Medicare card, I realized I needed an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance card too.
Medicare is one of the great things about turning 65, but it doesn't cover everything. In fact, it only pays up to 80% of your Part B expenses. If you're already on or eligible for Medicare, call now to find out how an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company, helps cover some of the medical expenses not paid by Medicare Part B. That can save you from paying up to thousands of dollars out of your own pocket. These are the only Medicare supplement insurance plans exclusively endorsed by AARP. When you call now, you'll get this free information kit with all you need to enroll, so you can join the millions of people who have already put their trust in AARP Medicare supplement insurance. Plus, you'll get this free guide to understanding Medicare.
The prices are competitive. I can keep my own doctor,
and I don't need a referral to see a specialist.
Call now to get a free information kit. Plus, you'll get this free guide to understanding Medicare. And the advantages don't end there. Choose from a range of Medicare supplement plans that are all competitively priced. We have a plan for almost everyone, so you could find one that fits your needs and budget. With all Medicare supplement plans, there are virtually no claim forms to fill out. Plus, you can keep your own doctor and hospital that accepts Medicare. And best of all, these plans are the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP.
When they told me these plans were endorsed by AARP,
I had only one thing to say. Sign me up.
Call the number on your screen now and find out about an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan. You'll get this free information kit and guide to understanding Medicare to help you choose the plan that's right for you. As with all Medicare supplement plans, you can keep your own doctor and hospital that accepts Medicare, get help paying for what Medicare doesn't, and save up to thousands of dollars. Call this toll-free number now.
Just walking into a meeting, work. I'll be right in. So the numbers come in? And how many accounts did we lose to Scottrade? How many? Well, just run those numbers a couple more times before you go upstairs. No, I don't like the phrase mass exodus, Gary.
Join the millions of investors who've chosen Scottrade as the company they count on.
Oh, come on!
Scottrade. Get invested.
Hi, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly. This could be the most significant moment in the president's administration. Mr. Obama responds to what is widely being characterized as an outright rejection of his administration's policies by voters across America. It happens at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Here to react, Monica Crowley, Joe Trippi, Doug Schoen, Ari Fleischer, and Bernie Goldberg, among others. See you in 15 minutes.
A Fox News alert. It had been undecided till now, but now the Associated Press is calling the Connecticut governor's race for the Democratic candidate Dan Malloy. He defeated Republican Tom Foley. Those results still unofficial, but Connecticut's Secretary of State says there is a wide enough margin of victory that a recount will not be triggered.
All right, back to our America's Asking Town Hall USA. Let's bring back our panel, including Kirsten Powers, Ron Bonjean, John Ward, and Chris Stirewalt. And Chris, starting off with this question, we've had a lot of questions about military votes and whether or not they've been counted and what's going to happen in that process moving forward. Both Leslie and William had questions about that. So what do we know about how military votes are counted in elections like this?
Well, we were watching a couple of races really closely on the decision desk last night for places where military ballots could have been the deciding factor. Because as we know, in places, especially Illinois, where they failed to get the ballots to military voters, this was a potential big headache. But Mark Kirk in Illinois carried it pretty handily over Democrat Alexei Janulius, so that wasn't the case. Now, we're still watching in House races across the country where we have 10 or 11 House races that are still undecided, where it's too close. And in those places, military voters could be consequential. And for secretaries of state and local election clerks that didn't comport to the law about when they had to get ballots to military voters, this could be a big headache.
It'll be interesting to watch. Again, a lot of questions about how that process is taking place. Ron, Mr. Wagner had this question, and he wants us to slow down. Ron, he says we need to talk about 2012. What's going to be so important is to watch what happens in 2011. Ron, what do you think we should watch over the next year?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. 2011 is going to set up 2012, and the first thing we're going to have to watch is what House Republicans do with their new majority. Are they going to pass the spending cuts? Are they going to work on tax relief? Are they going to do the things that last night's national referendum on federal spending said that they should do is to cut the size of government. And I think, over the next 6 months, a year, we're going to see how successful they are. But it's really going to be up to the Senate and President Obama whether or not they go along with that and how well they're going to be willing to work with them in a bipartisan way.
And bipartisanship is also another hot topic on our chat board, Kirsten. This one is coming from Jonathan. We're going to talk about the president in a moment. But Jonathan wanted to talk about Senator Reid. And he wanted to know what you think Reid should have learned from this whole campaign process and how he should reintroduce himself to the Senate. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, Reid should actually be humbled. I saw there were some remarks that came out earlier today that would suggest that he's not really that humbled. And, he was in the race of a lifetime by what I think really was a kind of underwhelming candidate. And so it says a lot about how unhappy people are with him in his state. And I think that, he does need to recalibrate in the same way the president needs to recalibrate. And I think they need to recalibrate on the House side.
Kirsten, do you think they're all on the same page? Do you think they've held a conference call or they've talked about a game plan moving forward just to make sure that they're echoing each other?
No, I don't know that they have, and I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't, frankly. I think that this is a very fluid situation, and it will be interesting to see what happens at the president's press conference to see if there's been any evolution in the way they were thinking last night, which I think was not humbled, not really feeling that this is a rebuke of the president. And so I think based on what I've seen from Pelosi and Reid, they're they seem to be saying the same thing.
And it's interesting to watch. And John, that leads us. One of our viewers wants to know, John, Valerie, will Obama reach across the aisle? Will he actually do that genuinely? What do you think?
I think he will reach across the aisle rhetorically, and I think there will be some, ways in which he says he wants to work with Republicans. But look, Republicans, Tom Coburn, the senator from Oklahoma, told me today he's willing to block raising the federal debt limit if Obama doesn't make cuts in the hundreds of billions of dollars when that issue comes to the fore in a couple of months. And I don't think that President Obama is going to be willing to reach across the aisle to that extent. So there's going to be some serious confrontation there, and we'll see where it goes.
Different levels of compromise, different things coming ahead. Kirsten, right. Ron, and John, and Chris, thank you so much for being our panelists today.
Thanks
and
a lot.
Our viewers appreciate it very much.
And a Fox News alert. You can see they are gathered there in the East Room at the White House, just moments away now from President Obama's news conference. He is expected to address the Republicans taking control of the House of Representatives. Those remarks from the president live coming up at the top of the hour.
To stay fit, you might also want to try lifting one of these. The unique sea salt added to over 40 Campbell's condensed soups helps us reduce sodium, but not flavor. So do a few lifts. Campbell's, it's amazing what soup can do.
If we all lived here, we wouldn't have to worry about what's in our water. But most of us live here. So we need the Brita pitcher for healthier, clean-tasting water.
To introduce the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander Sport. We're rigging one so that you can drive it live over the internet. Welcome to the world's first online test drive. Sign up at outlandersport.com and take it for a spin.
You better run to Men's Warehouse. Suits are on sale, including designer brands and big and tall. Buy one and get a second suit for just $100. You're gonna like the way you look, I guarantee it.
Tonight, complete fallout of all important midterm elections. No one covers it better. At 9, it's insight and analysis on Hannity. Then at 10, it's Greta with Newt Gingrich.
Attention homeowners, this is a special announcement for anyone in a high fixed rate mortgage or option arm that's about to set or has already reset to a higher rate. Special FHA loan programs are now available to keep you in your home. That's right. New FHA loan guidelines are helping provide economic stability to communities throughout America by giving millions of additional homeowners and home buyers a safer, more affordable mortgage alternative.
So how much can you save? Just take a look at this. A $100,000 loan for only $529 per month. A $200,000 loan for only $645 per month. A $300,000 loan for only $968 per month. That's right. Refinance today with a lower fixed rate mortgage with payments as low as $529 per month.
There are new FHA programs available now to keep you in your home and lower your monthly mortgage payment. Make the call now to the mortgage relief information number on your screen. So don't wait. Call now.
And get the best shave ever with Microforce, a $40 value for only $10. As an added bonus, you'll also receive our deluxe 10-piece grooming kit. It contains every grooming tool you need to always look your best. A $20 value, yours free. Just pay processing, and your satisfaction is guaranteed. If you don't agree Microforce gives you your best shave ever, simply return it for a full refund, but keep the grooming kit as our gift. That's right, you get the Microforce Wet and Dry Razor, our deluxe 10-piece grooming kit, and our 60-day best shave ever guarantee. An incredible $60 value, all for only $10. But you have to call now.
To order your Microforce and free grooming kit for just $10 plus shipping and handling, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-979-8575. That's 1-800-979-8575. So don't delay. Call 1-800-979-8575 or visit us online at buymicroforce.com. Order now.
Well, he's a familiar face, been with us day after day throughout this campaign season with his daily power play.
Forever and ever. He was on set last night at our Election Decision Center, a very important place, and he even stayed in New York a little longer just to kind of review the elections with us, and he has a new baby at home, so he's busy. Chris Direwalt, Fox News digital politics editor.
Forever and ever. It just feels like it's been a second, you guys. I mean, it's just gone by in a blink.
What do you think about just the results overall, what you saw last night?
Well, we were predictive. We knew what was going to happen in large part. There were still some individual surprises.
Like what?
Well, the margin of victory for Harry Reid in Nevada, that was not anything anybody really saw coming.
And what was that margin of victory?
Oh, it was almost 10 points. I mean, It was a big, big win. And it's clear is that unions made him a top priority, and they rolled the buses, and they got their voters to the polls. They turned on the turnout machine, and it worked.
And in terms of the Alaska Senate race, we still don't know. We know that the write-in candidate is ahead, but there were, 160 write-in candidates?
Well, we know this. The next senator from Alaska will not be a Democrat because at least the write-in, all the write-ins, that would be Lisa Murkowski or it'd be Joe Miller, but it's not going to be Democrat Scott McAdams. So the Republicans are pretty confident that they can count on that seat.
You know, the question the day after for some of the people that lost, Meg Whitman, Carly Fiorina, we're looking at some big names, Linda McMahon, and just, I don't mean to me naming the women GOP candidates, but there's some of the more high-profile ones in this season. What happens to them? Do you think they stay in politics? Do you think they go back to their professional careers? Where do they go?
I think they probably want to know why it costs so much to lose.
Oh, yeah.
That's there's that, and for some of them, they're going to love it and they're going to want to come back and they're going to want to fight. I think for others, you just say $141 million for a losing effort is just too much.
So you don't think Meg Whitman will be back?
I would be surprised if we saw her too soon.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yep, that's the word.
Chris, you're the man. You're the decision desk man. It's good to have
I love being with you guys up here. This is just a lot of fun.
Well,
been an interesting campaign season, Chris. Good to have you
here.
Right now, we are awaiting President Obama's first public remarks since Americans went to the polls, and there's been a whole lot of speculation about what tone the president will strike after what some are calling a big defeat for the Democrats, specifically in the House. We're going to find out when he steps to the podium just moments from now, and you can watch that live right here on Fox News with Megyn Kelly.
Paid spokesperson. Exposure to asbestos in the workplace has made thousands of people sick with mesothelioma, a fatal cancer, not diagnosed until years after asbestos exposure. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma or asbestos-related lung cancer, call the Johnson Law Group. Find help, hope, and justice for mesothelioma victims. Call the Johnson Law Group.
Call 1-800-222-2929.
Trust me. Trust me. Yeah, I like that. Trust me.
Bankers are known to be a little bit in love with themselves.
Aren't we going up? We can get the next one.
I'd like to get your advice on hedging risk exposure.
What makes us different? For 300 years, we've chosen to focus on our clients. What a novel idea.
As soon as this handbook comes in the mail, I pull up a nice cozy chair and go through it. See, every year during open enrollment, we can make changes to our Medicare. While we always have our guaranteed benefits, there are other choices to think about each year. And with the new health care law, we have lower costs, free checkups, and screenings. It's worth looking into.
At USAA, this is our executive committee. This is our advisory board, our field research team, and our product development staff. We know military lives are different. We've been there. That's why our commitment to serve the financial needs of our military, veterans, and their families is without equal. And why we'll always be there for you, both here and here. USAA, for insurance, banking, investments, retirement, and advice. We know what it means to serve. Let us serve you.
Are you anxious to protect your family with life insurance, but afraid you can't afford it? Well, look how much insurance many people can get through SelectQuote for less than $1 a day. SelectQuote found Rich, 37, a $500,000 policy for under $18 a month. Even though Dave, 43, takes meds to control his blood pressure, SelectQuote got him a $500,000 policy for under $28 a month. Ellen, 47, got a $250,000 policy for under $20 a month. All it takes is a phone call. Your personal SelectQuote agent will answer all your questions and impartially shop the highly rated term life companies SelectQuote represents for your best rates. Give your family the security it needs at a price you can afford. Call this number or go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
We're all going to be watching the president coming up.
Big news ahead. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
America Live starts right now.
Thanks, guys. This is a Fox News alert. Less than 24 hours after stunning midterm gains for the GOP, President Obama is set to hold a news conference on last night's election results and the new balance of power in our nation's capital. Welcome to America Live on the day after Election Day. I'm Megyn Kelly. There's a live look there at the White House where we are now moments away from President Obama's remarks. We are within 3 minutes of the start time, which we are told is very specific. The commander-in-chief and his party dealt a serious blow last night, losing several key Senate, House, and governor's races. A handful of races still undecided or uncalled. As we await the president, joining me now, Bret Baier, anchor of Special Report and my co-host from last night. Bret, it was a pleasure last night. Thanks so much for being back with me this morning or this afternoon.
An honor. The early train works well.
Yeah, we're both bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and looking forward to hear what the president says. Frame it up for us. What must he do here?
Sure. Well, I'll let David Axelrod, the senior advisor, giving a quote to the New York Times saying the president will read the results carefully and hear the messages of the American people that they're sending. He'll do that with care and humility. There will be a lot of people listening on both sides of the aisle to how the president frames this. What's the tone he takes? What specifics does he talk about? Does he talk about what he will compromise on and what he won't compromise on? And most importantly, perhaps, the